Imagine this. The night moves slowly, your body feels heavy, yet your mind refuses to rest. You turn from side to side, replaying conversations, reliving mistakes, worrying about tomorrow's unknowns. Sleep feels distant, peace feels unreachable. You crave silence within yourself, but your thoughts are like restless waves, crashing one after another. And yet, over 2,000 years ago, men and women faced nights just like this. Wars outside their walls, plagues haunting their cities, the weight of uncertain tomorrows pressing down on them. Still, they found ways to sleep with calm, to live with joy, and to carry themselves with a strength that still inspires us today. They practiced a philosophy not just of thought, but of life, a philosophy of resilience, wisdom, and serenity. That philosophy was Stoicism. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, wrote his private reflections during nights of war and despair, words that have reached us as the Meditations. Epictetus, born a slave, turned chains into lessons of freedom, teaching his students that while the body may be bound, the mind can remain unshaken. Seneca, counselor of emperors, left letters that still breathe with advice on how to endure misfortune and embrace life's fleeting beauty. These men did not live in comfort, nor did they escape struggle, and yet they discovered how to quiet the mind, how to live fully, and how to find joy even in the face of adversity, and that is what you are about to experience. For the next 6 hours, Diary Stoic will guide you through timeless lessons. Lessons not only to help you drift into deep restorative sleep, but also to awaken with a lighter spirit and a stronger heart. Tonight, this is not just background sound or empty motivation. This is a journey into the Stoic way of life, adapted to your world, your struggles, your restless nights. Here is the promise. You will learn 6 fundamental Stoic teachings. Each one will serve as both a balm for your weary thoughts and a compass for your daily actions. These teachings are not abstract theories locked away in old books. They are practical, simple, and powerful. They will help you calm the noise in your mind, face your fears with courage, and reframe your challenges into opportunities for growth. Applied consistently, they can change not only your nights of rest, but also your days of living. Lesson by lesson, you will discover how Stoics separated what can be controlled from what cannot, and why this distinction holds the secret to inner peace. You will uncover the art of embracing discomfort and using it as a teacher instead of an enemy. You will hear the wisdom of detachment, how to let go of the illusions of control that enslave us. You will reflect on the brevity of life and how that awareness can make every moment more precious. And as you listen, as your body relaxes and your breath steadies, your mind will slowly align with the rhythm of these truths, simple, unshakable, liberating. But let me give you an intriguing preview. The last lesson, the 6th one, carries within it the most powerful teaching of them all. It is the teaching that ties everything together, a principle so profound that if you let it sink into your heart, it can change not only the way you sleep, but the way you live forever. So stay with me until the end of this journey, because what awaits there is the Stoic secret to unbreakable serenity. And one more thing before we begin. Philosophy is not about passive listening, it is about reflection, practice, and action. That is why I ask you to join in, not just as a listener, but as a participant. To anchor these ideas into your own life, I invite you to leave a short comment at the end of this video. The phrase is simple, yet it holds the heart of Stoicism itself. I control my mind. Write it down. Share it. Remind yourself of it every time you feel overwhelmed, because no matter the storm outside, you always hold the reins of your inner world. So, take a deep breath. Feel the weight of the day slowly dissolve. Let the voices of the Stoics accompany you through the night. For the next 6 hours, may these lessons be both your lullaby and your guide. Welcome to Diary Stoic, Welcome to the path of resilience, wisdom, and peace. Lesson 30, the Stoic secret of surrender. There is a lesson so powerful, so complete, that many Stoics reserved it for the very end of their teaching. It is the lesson of surrender. Not surrender in the sense of weakness or defeat, but surrender in the sense of aligning yourself completely with the order of nature, with what is beyond your control, and with what life itself unfolds before you. This is not passive resignation. It is the highest form of strength because it demands that we release the illusion of control that enslaves us and instead live in harmony with reality as it truly is. Marcus Aurelius once wrote in his Meditations, "Accept everything which happens, even if it seems disagreeable, because it leads to the health of the universe." Those words are not easy to digest at first. How can one accept illness, betrayal, or the loss of someone loved? How can one bow calmly before death? And yet, when you look deeper, you discover that Marcus was not telling us to love pain itself. He was telling us to see that life, in all its forms, joy and sorrow, triumph and tragedy, is a whole, and that we are threads in a vast fabric. To resist the weave of that fabric is to tear ourselves apart. To flow with it is to find peace. Surrender, in the Stoic sense, means waking up to the truth that the universe is not ours to command. Our will is powerful, but it is not absolute. We can direct our actions, our judgments, our choices, but we cannot direct the outcomes. The Stoics called this distinction the most important of all: what depends on us and what does not. Epictetus taught this lesson with fire in his voice. He told his students, "Some things are up to us and some things are not." Entire philosophies and religions have been built on more complicated foundations, but this one simple division holds the key to serenity. Lesson 30 is about living this truth at the deepest level, not merely understanding it with the mind, but breathing it, embodying it, surrendering to it in every fiber of your being. Because when you surrender to what you cannot control, you do not become smaller. You become free. You release the chains of anxiety, the endless cycle of fear and regret, the torment of wishing the past had been different and the future more certain. You place yourself firmly in the present moment, where life actually happens. Think of water flowing down a mountain. The stream does not curse the rocks in its path. It does not demand that the mountain change. It simply flows around obstacles, finding its way forward. In time, it carves valleys, nourishes forests, and sustains life. This is the power of surrender. The water does not resist reality. It collaborates with it. And in that collaboration, it creates beauty and strength. The Stoics were not dreamers detached from reality. They were men and women facing exile, slavery, disease, political corruption, and even death. Seneca, forced by Nero to end his own life, showed us that surrender can even encompass death without bitterness. He wrote in his final hours with calm clarity, telling his friends not to weep, but to remember that life is a loan from nature, and when the lender asks for it back, we must return it without complaint. This is surrender, not despair, but acceptance. But let us bring this lesson closer to you, here tonight. Perhaps you lie awake in bed, your mind filled with worry. Bills unpaid, relationships strained, the weight of responsibility pressing down on your chest. Perhaps you feel regret for what you said or what you failed to say. Perhaps you fear what tomorrow may bring. These thoughts are natural. They visit all of us. Yet they steal your sleep. They rob you of rest, and they give you nothing in return. What if instead of resisting them, you surrendered? Not by giving up on responsibility, not by ignoring your duties, but by whispering to yourself, "This thought is not under my control. I cannot shape tomorrow with my fear. I cannot change the past with my regret. But I can rest now. I can breathe now. I can prepare my mind to meet life as it comes." This is not easy. The mind clings tightly to control. It wants certainty. It craves mastery over what cannot be mastered. But surrender teaches us to unclench the fist, to release the grip, and to let life flow. Each time you practice this, you strengthen your spirit. Each time you choose surrender over resistance, you cultivate peace. Let us reflect more deeply. Imagine two men standing on a shore as a storm begins. One curses the clouds, demands the wind stop, shakes his fist at the thunder. He exhausts himself with rage, but the storm continues. The other man gathers what he can, takes shelter where it is safe, and accepts that the storm is beyond his command. When the storm passes, he is ready to step forward with renewed energy. Who is stronger? Who is wiser? The answer is clear. And yet, how often do we live like the first man, raging against storms we cannot command? Lesson 30 calls us to become like the second man, to accept storms as storms, to let go of what is beyond us, and to rest our strength only where it truly matters, in our actions, our judgments, our inner state. This is the surrender of a Stoic, not defeat, but wisdom. Now you may ask, how do I practice this? How do I live surrender, not just hear about it? The answer is discipline. Each night, as Marcus Aurelius did, you reflect on your day. You ask, what did I face that was outside my control? Did I waste energy resisting it? Could I have met it with calm instead of rage? And you remind yourself, next time I will choose acceptance. Each morning you prepare your mind, telling yourself, today I will face events I do not control. Some will be painful, some will be joyous, but none of them will break me, because my peace does not depend on them. This is not abstract. This is training the mind, just as an athlete trains the body. Over time, it becomes second nature. Surrender also teaches us to see life's brevity with clarity. We are here for a short while. None of us can stop the passing of time. But instead of fearing it, instead of clinging to what slips away, we can surrender to it. We can live fully in each moment, knowing it is a gift, not a possession. Seneca reminded us that life is long enough if we use it well. The tragedy is not that life is short, but that we waste so much of it fighting what cannot be changed. Lesson 30 asks you, will you surrender to time and live, or will you resist it and suffer? And so, as you listen tonight, let this truth settle into your bones. Surrender is not giving up, it is waking up. It is seeing life clearly. It is choosing not to waste your strength in vain resistance, but to use it wisely, where it truly matters. It is trusting the order of nature, trusting that whatever comes is part of the whole, and that your task is not to command the whole, but to live virtuously within it. As your eyes grow heavy and your breath slows, repeat this to yourself. I surrender to what I cannot control. I embrace what is given. I release what is taken. I remain free within myself. This is the heart of Stoicism. This is the path to serenity. And when you wake tomorrow, carry this surrender into your day. Face your duties with calm. Face your challenges with courage. And when life surprises you, as it always will, choose acceptance over resistance. In this choice lies your freedom. To end this lesson, I will leave you with a practice. Take a deep breath. Close your eyes. Picture the worries that trouble you tonight. See them as leaves carried by a stream. Watch them float away. You do not need to chase them. You do not need to hold them. Let them drift. Surrender them. In this moment you are safe. In this moment you are free. This is Lesson 30, the final and most powerful teaching, the Stoic secret of surrender. Embrace it, and you will find both sleep and life becoming lighter, freer, and more joyful. Lesson 29, the discipline of desire. There is a part of Stoicism that often feels like a sharp blade, precise and unyielding. The discipline of desire. It is the art of wanting wisely. At first glance, it may sound restrictive, as if the Stoics ask us to strip ourselves of joy, to deny life's pleasures, to live as shadows of ourselves. But in truth, the discipline of desire is not about refusing pleasure. It is about freeing ourselves from slavery to it. It is about learning to shape our longings so that they align with nature, with reason, and with freedom. Epictetus, who knew chains on his body but never allowed chains on his mind, taught that we are disturbed not by things themselves, but by the judgments we make about them. Nowhere is this more visible than in our desires. When you crave something outside your control, wealth, recognition, possessions, the affection of others, you build a fragile life, for the world can snatch these things away in an instant. But when your desire is shaped toward what depends on you, your virtue, your choices, your character, then nothing external can enslave you. This is what the Stoics meant by freedom, to want only what cannot be taken from you. Lesson 29 teaches us to re-educate our desires. Imagine your mind as a garden. If left untended, weeds of craving grow wild. They choke the soil, they drain the roots, they fill the air with restlessness. But if you tend the garden, if you prune and plant with intention, then your desires become like well-rooted trees, strong and fruitful, giving shade instead of suffocation. The Stoic discipline of desire is the gardener's art applied to the soul. Why does this matter for sleep, for peace, for happiness? Because untrained desire is the enemy of rest. How many nights have you lost to thoughts of what you do not have, of what you might lose, of what you still hunger for? How many hours of your life have been consumed by longing for more money, more status, more validation, more certainty? These cravings never end. They keep the mind racing like a wheel that never stops spinning. The Stoic answer is simple yet profound. Shift your desire. Do not abolish it, but place it where it cannot be broken. Desire virtue, desire wisdom, desire peace of mind. These cannot be taken from you except by your own negligence. Seneca warned against the trap of endless wants. He wrote, "It is not the man who has little, but the man who craves more, who is poor." Think about this. A person with few possessions but a content heart is rich beyond measure. A person with countless treasures but restless cravings is poor indeed, because no amount of wealth can fill an empty soul. Lesson 29 is not telling you to renounce all possessions or pleasures. It tells you to stop letting them own you. Enjoy them when they come, let them go when they leave, and never place your peace in their hands. Let us bring this closer. Tonight, as you listen, perhaps you feel desire gnawing at you. Perhaps it is a desire for someone's approval, for success, for comfort, or for security. Ask yourself, does this desire depend on me? If it depends on others, on chance, on fortune, then it will keep you restless. But if it depends on your own character, your own discipline, your own reason, then it can become a path to peace. This is the great distinction. Not all desires are chains. Some desires, like the desire for wisdom, for courage, for justice, for temperance, these are wings, lifting you higher. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to return to simplicity. He ruled the greatest empire of his age, surrounded by wealth and privilege, yet he chose to desire only what was in harmony with nature. He slept on a simple bed, ate simple meals, and reminded himself daily that even the throne of Rome was nothing compared to the throne of reason within the mind. Lesson 29 invites you to do the same. Simplify your desires, and you will simplify your life. Think of desire like fire. When controlled, it warms, it cooks, it gives light. But uncontrolled, it burns, it consumes, it destroys. The Stoic does not extinguish fire, but masters it. So too must you master your desires. Do not let them set your soul ablaze with endless hunger. Instead, use them wisely, direct them toward virtue, and let them be fuel for greatness. There is also another layer to this discipline, preparing the mind for loss. The Stoics practiced what they called the premeditation of adversity. Each day, they would remind themselves that everything external is borrowed, not owned. Friends, possessions, even life itself are gifts on loan from nature. To desire them as if they were eternal is to guarantee grief, but to desire them while knowing they are temporary is to enjoy them fully without clinging. When they pass away, you will grieve, yes, but you will not be shattered. You will say, as Epictetus taught, "I gave it back." This practice does not rob life of joy, it multiplies it. When you drink water with the awareness that it could be gone tomorrow, the taste is sweeter. When you embrace a loved one knowing they are mortal, the embrace is deeper. When you see the dawn knowing not every dawn is promised, the sunrise becomes a treasure. Lesson 29 tells you, let your desire be shaped not by illusion, but by truth. Desire what is given while it is given, and release it when it is taken. Now, let us turn inward. How do you apply this discipline tonight as you rest? Begin with gratitude. Instead of longing for what you lack, desire to appreciate what you have. Whisper to yourself, I want to be grateful. I want to be wise. I want to be calm. These are desires no thief can steal. Then reflect, what do I truly control? My choices, my words, my judgments. Desire to master these and your life will bloom. Perhaps you ask, but is it not natural to want wealth, success, and love? Yes, it is natural to feel such desires. The Stoics did not deny human emotion. They only taught us to place those desires in their proper place. Want them, but do not need them. Pursue them, but do not tie your soul to them. Enjoy them, but do not let them own you. This balance is the essence of freedom. So as you drift towards sleep, let your mind soften. Let go of desires that burn you. Embrace desires that free you. Tell yourself, I do not need more to be whole. I do not need what is outside me to be at peace. My true desire is to live with virtue, with courage, with wisdom. This is enough, more than enough. In this way, Lesson 29 becomes both a philosophy and a lullaby. It calms the restless hunger of the mind. It soothes the endless chase. It quiets the noise of craving. And in its place, it gives you a stillness deep enough to sleep and strong enough to live well. Remember this, untrained desire enslaves, but disciplined desire liberates. Choose the path of freedom. Choose the discipline of desire. This is the way of the Stoics. This is the way to happiness. Lesson 28. The discipline of action. If the discipline of desire teaches us what to long for, and the discipline of surrender teaches us what to release, then the discipline of action teaches us what to do. It is not enough for the Stoic to think wisely, nor even to feel serenely. The true measure of philosophy is in the way we act. Life is a theater, Epictetus reminded his students, and we are actors upon the stage. We do not write the script, but we must perform our role with excellence. This is the essence of Lesson 28. The Stoic life is a life of action guided by virtue. Sleep comes peacefully to the one who has acted well during the day, because the mind is not torn by regret or wasted energy. Happiness comes to the one who lives each hour with intention, because no moment is squandered in passivity or negligence. But let us begin at the root. What does it mean to act well? For the Stoics, every action must align with nature and with reason. Nature, not as trees and rivers alone, but as the order of the universe. Reason, not as dry calculation, but as the divine spark within each human being. When you act in harmony with nature and reason, you live in accordance with your highest self. When you betray this, when you act from impulse, greed, fear, or anger, you fall into disharmony and inner conflict. Marcus Aurelius wrote constantly to himself about action. He reminded himself, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be one." These words cut through excuses. Philosophy is not for endless debate, but for lived practice. To rise in the morning and do what is required, to perform your duties without complaint, to serve others, to resist vice, to embody justice, temperance, courage, and wisdom. These are the marks of action. Lesson 28 asks you to look at your own day. Did you act with justice? Did you fulfill your responsibilities? Did you use your energy for what matters, or did you scatter it on trivialities? These questions may sting, but they are the compass that guides us back to the path. The Stoic does not demand perfection. The Stoic demands effort, vigilance, and honesty. Each day is a chance to act a little more in line with virtue. Each day is a chance to practice. Consider the way Seneca described time. He said that most men complain of its brevity, yet waste it as though it were endless. Action, in the Stoic sense, is the antidote to this waste. When you act with intention, when you shape each hour according to virtue, you discover that life, however long or short, is enough. Regret fades because you did not squander the day. Fear of the future softens because you know you will meet it with the same resolve. But what about rest, you may ask? What about sleep? The discipline of action does not call you to endless busyness. The Stoics despised vanity disguised as productivity. True action is not frantic, it is purposeful. Even rest, when taken with intention, becomes an act of wisdom. To sleep because the body needs renewal, to pause because the mind requires clarity, these are actions in harmony with nature. To waste hours in distraction, to lose yourself in trivial amusements while neglecting duty, that is the opposite of Stoic action. Picture two men at the end of a day. One has scattered his time on pleasures without meaning, on gossip, on idle complaint. He falls into bed with a heavy heart, his mind restless, his sleep uneasy. The other has spent his day in effort, in service, in learning, in fulfilling what was within his power. He too is tired, but his heart is light. His mind is calm. He sleeps deeply, for he has acted well. This is the fruit of the discipline of action. Lesson 28 also teaches us courage in the face of difficulty. To act well often means to act against fear. How many times do we delay, hesitate, or shrink because the task is daunting? Yet Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Simple, yes, but requiring immense courage. To live by such principles demands daily effort. But the one who does so stands firm, like a rock against waves. Epictetus reminded his students that each of us plays a role. Some are short, some are long, some are humble, some are grand. But the worth of a life is not in the length or in the role itself, but in how well it is played. A slave who acts with virtue can be freer than an emperor enslaved by vice. An unknown man or woman, forgotten by history, can live more nobly than the conquerors who fill the pages of books. What matters is not what stage you are placed upon, but how you act upon it. Bring this into your own life. Perhaps your role is that of a parent, a worker, a student, a friend. Do you fulfill it with patience, honesty, courage, or do you complain, delay, and seek escape? The Stoic path does not allow the luxury of avoidance. You must act. Not later, not tomorrow, but now. Each moment is an opportunity to live your role well, and yet action is not mindless movement. It is directed by reflection. Before you act, you ask, is this within my control? Is this aligned with virtue? Does this serve the common good? If the answer is yes, then act swiftly and firmly. If the answer is no, then refrain. This clarity prevents wasted energy and wasted life. Seneca often warned against scattering ourselves on too many pursuits. To act well means to focus. Better to do fewer things with excellence than to do many things poorly. Better to commit fully to one worthy action than to drift among countless distractions. The Stoic is not scattered. The Stoic is precise. Lesson 28 also reveals the paradox of Stoic action. Though the Stoic is inwardly free, he does not withdraw from the world. He does not hide in meditation while ignoring society. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire. Seneca advised emperors and engaged in politics. Epictetus taught students daily. They acted in the world, but they acted without attachment to results. They sowed seeds, but they did not demand harvests. This balance, engagement without attachment, is the heart of action. So tonight, as you reflect, ask yourself, did I act well today? Did I fulfill my duties? Did I serve others? Did I pursue virtue? If the answer is yes, then rest comes easily. If the answer is no, then do not despair. Tomorrow is another stage, another chance to act better. Reflection is not meant to shame, but to prepare. As you drift towards sleep, imagine tomorrow as a clean page. On that page, you will write with your actions. Let them be written with courage, with honesty, with patience, with discipline. Do not waste ink on resentment or triviality. Do not leave the page blank with inaction. Fill it with deeds worthy of the soul you carry. This is Lesson 28, the discipline of action. To live each day with purpose, to align every deed with virtue, to rest each night without regret. For in the end, happiness is not found in dreams or promises. It is found in how we act, moment by moment, choice by choice, day by day. Lesson 27, the discipline of judgment. If desire shapes what we long for and action guides what we do, then judgment is the lens through which we see the world. To the Stoics, this discipline was perhaps the most crucial of all, for it is not events themselves that disturb us, but the way we judge them. Epictetus declared it plainly, "Men are not troubled by things, but by the opinions they form of things." Lesson 27 is about mastering that lens so that your judgments bring clarity instead of confusion, calm instead of chaos, freedom instead of slavery. Picture two travelers caught in the same storm. The first curses the rain, sees it as an injustice and trembles with anger. The second accepts it as part of nature, finds beauty in the falling drops, and adjusts his path with calm. The storm is the same, but their judgments are not. Which traveler suffers more? The one who resists with false judgment. Which traveler finds peace? The one whose judgment aligns with reality. This is the heart of Stoicism. The storm is nothing. Your judgment is everything. But let us go deeper. Judgment begins in the smallest moments. A word spoken harshly by a colleague. Is it an attack or is it simply a sound? A delay in traffic? Is it an insult or is it merely a fact of the road? A sudden change in plans? Does it ruin your day or does it open a new possibility? The event itself is neutral. It has no power. It is your interpretation that gives it teeth or tenderness. This is why Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Lesson 27 teaches us to practice revoking false judgments. When anger rises, stop and ask, is this truly harmful, or is it my interpretation that makes it so? When fear tightens the chest, pause and ask, is the danger real, or am I creating it in my mind? When envy creeps in, reflect, is their success truly my loss, or is that a false story I tell myself? Each time you question your judgment, you weaken its hold. Each time you replace illusion with truth, you strengthen your freedom. Seneca warned us that much of human misery comes from anticipation of misery. We judge tomorrow before it arrives, and in doing so, we suffer twice, once in imagination and once in reality. A Stoic does not waste strength on imagined judgments. He waits for reality to unfold and meets it with calm. He prepares, yes, but he does not torment himself with endless scenarios. He knows that most fears never come, and those that do can be endured. This discipline also shapes how we see people. A Stoic refuses to judge others harshly, for he knows that all men act according to their understanding. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "When you wake in the morning, remember that you will meet people who are meddling, ungrateful, arrogant, dishonest, jealous, and surly. They are like this because they do not know good from evil." To judge them as enemies is to misunderstand. To judge them as teachers is wisdom. Their flaws become your practice in patience, compassion, and resilience. Think of your own life. How often have you misjudged someone, only to later discover you did not see the whole picture? How often have you condemned yourself for a mistake, when in truth you were learning what you did not yet know? Lesson 27 urges you, suspend rash judgment. Look deeper, seek understanding before condemnation. The Stoic does not rush to label every event as good or bad. He waits, he reflects, he asks whether his judgment serves truth or vanity. Now, why is this discipline essential for sleep and happiness? Because restless nights are often born not of reality, but of judgment. The body lies in bed, but the mind replays insults, magnifies worries, invents disasters. You judge the day as failure, the future as threat, the self as unworthy. These judgments gnaw at your peace. But when you practice Stoic judgment, you interrupt this cycle. You remind yourself, this event is neutral, my judgment is optional. You whisper, this too is opinion, and I can revoke it. The mind softens, the body follows, and rest becomes possible. Imagine now that you hold a lens in your hand. If it is clouded, every sight appears distorted. If it is clear, reality shines through. The Stoic discipline of judgment is the polishing of that lens. Each reflection, each pause before reaction, each question asked of your own thoughts is a stroke of cloth against the glass. With time, your vision clears. You see life as it is, not as fear or anger paints it. Seneca once wrote that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. This single line contains the essence of judgment. Most of your pain comes not from life itself, but from the stories you weave around life. Remove the false stories and much of the suffering dissolves. What remains may still be difficult, but it is clean difficulty, unpolluted by imagination. Lesson 27 also reminds us of humility. Our judgments are fallible. We do not see the whole picture. What seems misfortune today may reveal itself as blessing tomorrow. What seems unbearable now may one day be remembered as the turning point that shaped your strength. To cling too tightly to immediate judgment is to deny the vastness of perspective. The Stoic learns to hold judgments lightly, to wait for time to reveal truth. So tonight, as you lie in bed, practice this discipline. Take one worry that disturbs your rest. Hold it in your mind, then ask, is this fact or judgment? Separate what actually happened from the story you are telling. Reduce the story to its bones. I lost money. That is fact. This means I am ruined. That is judgment. My friend spoke harshly. That is fact. This means he hates me. That is judgment. See the difference and peace will begin to grow. Repeat to yourself as Marcus did. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. And this mantra is not empty comfort. It is the key to freedom. For the moment you seize your judgments, you seize your life. Lesson 27 is the practice of sovereignty over perception. It is the training of the inner eye. It is the refusal to be a slave to distorted thought. In mastering this, you master yourself. And in mastering yourself, you find the calm that no storm can shake. Lesson 26. The brevity of life. Among the most sobering yet liberating teachings of the Stoics is the constant reminder that life is brief. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." Lesson 26 confronts us with the reality of mortality, not to fill us with fear, but to awaken us to urgency, clarity, and gratitude. The Stoics called this practice memento mori. Remember that you must die. At first, these words may sound dark. Why dwell on death when life itself is already difficult? But the Stoics saw in this remembrance the sharpest tool to cut through illusion. When you remember your mortality, trivial worries fall away. When you remember time is fleeting, you live with intention. When you remember death is certain, you stop postponing what matters. Think of a candle. Its flame dances brightly, but always against the slow melting of wax. To pretend the candle will burn forever is folly. To resent its melting is useless. To cherish its light while it lasts, that is wisdom. So too with our lives. Lesson 26 teaches us that awareness of death is the beginning of true life. How many people move through their days as though time were endless? They delay their dreams, postpone their duties, neglect their loved ones, always saying, tomorrow. But tomorrow is not promised. Only this moment is truly yours. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think, not as despair, but as guidance. Why is this teaching so essential for sleep and happiness? Because much of our unrest comes from chasing illusions of permanence. We think we will always have more time, more chances, more tomorrows. This illusion breeds anxiety, regret, and fear. But when you face mortality directly, you free yourself from illusion. You stop expecting guarantees. You stop demanding eternity. You begin to live now. And when you have lived fully in the day, sleep comes easily at night. Seneca offered a piercing reflection. You are living as if destined to live forever. Your own frailty never occurs to you. You do not notice how much time has already passed, but you squander it as though you had a full and overflowing supply. His words cut through centuries and still strike us today. How often do we squander hours on distractions, scrolling endlessly, drowning in noise, postponing the essential? Lesson 26 is a wake-up call. Time is slipping even now. Every breath is one less in the account. This truth is not meant to frighten, it is meant to sharpen. Let us bring this closer. Imagine holding an hourglass in your hand. The sand falls grain by grain, steady and unstoppable. You cannot flip the glass, you cannot pause it, you cannot add more sand. All you can do is decide how to use the grains as they fall. Will you waste them in bitterness, envy, and idleness? Or will you spend them in gratitude, virtue, and love? The choice is always yours. The Stoics also taught that contemplating death reduces fear of it. We fear most what we refuse to face. By turning toward mortality, by reminding ourselves that it is natural, we take away its sting. Epictetus said, "Death is nothing terrible, else it would have appeared so to Socrates." Death is simply part of the order of things. Just as the seed dies to become the tree, just as the day dies to give way to night, so too do we die to give way to what follows. To fight this is to fight nature itself. To accept it is to live peacefully within the order of the universe. Lesson 26 also transforms how we treat others. When you remember they too are mortal, your patience grows, you forgive more easily, you cherish more deeply. The angry word unsaid, the kindness offered, the embrace given, these become treasures, for you know the opportunity will not last forever. Each encounter becomes sacred because it may be the last. Now, let us tie this teaching to rest. Why do you toss and turn at night? often because of worries about tomorrow, regrets about yesterday, anxieties about the future. But when you face the brevity of life, you remind yourself, tomorrow is not mine. Yesterday is gone. Only this moment, this breath, this night of rest is real, and suddenly the weight lifts. You no longer demand certainty of the future. You no longer cling to the past. You surrender into the present, and sleep arrives like a friend. Practice this tonight. As you lie down, whisper to yourself, if I should not wake, I am grateful for this day. If I should wake, I will meet tomorrow with courage. This is not morbidity. It is clarity. It is freedom from the restless grasping for guarantees. It is rest born of acceptance. Seneca also advised us to measure life not by its length, but by its quality. Life is long if you know how to use it, he said. One person may live 80 years, but waste them in distraction. Another may live 30 years, but fill them with wisdom and love. Which life is truly longer? Lesson 26 teaches you, length is not yours to control, but depth is. You cannot add years, but you can add meaning. You cannot stretch time, but you can enrich it. Consider Marcus Aurelius again. An emperor weighed by wars and plagues, he never pretended he was immortal. He wrote daily reminders of death in his journal, not to despair, but to keep his actions aligned with virtue. If the emperor of Rome, with armies at his command, acknowledged his frailty, how much more should we? To live well is to live with mortality before your eyes every day. So how do you practice this discipline practically? Begin by reflecting each morning, this day may be my last. Let that thought guide your choices. Do not delay gratitude. Do not postpone kindness. Do not waste hours on trivial anger. Then, at night, reflect, if this day were my last, did I live it with intention? If yes, sleep peacefully. If no, resolve to rise better tomorrow, if tomorrow is given. Lesson 26 is not about fearing death. It is about fearing wasted life. It is about using mortality as a compass, pointing us toward what matters. For when you live each day as though it might be your last, someday you will be right. And when that day comes, you will meet it without regret. So let the awareness of brevity sharpen your courage, deepen your love, and soften your rest. Live today fully, so that tonight you may rest fully. This is the Stoic way. This is the wisdom of Lesson 26. Remember death, and you will remember how to live. Lesson 25. The power of inner freedom. Among all the treasures the Stoics pursued, none was more prized than freedom. Not freedom granted by laws or rulers, not the fragile kind that can be revoked by chains or exile, but inner freedom. The kind no tyrant, no misfortune, no death itself can steal. Lesson 25 is about discovering this freedom within yourself and guarding it as your highest possession. Epictetus, born a slave, understood this truth more than most. His body could be bound, his movements commanded, his status denied. Yet he declared that the one who masters his own mind is free, and the one who allows himself to be enslaved by desires, fears, and opinions is in chains, even if he walks in palaces. Freedom, he taught, lies not in circumstances, but in sovereignty over the self. But how do we lose this freedom? By tying it to what is not ours to control. When your peace depends on wealth, then poverty enslaves you. When your joy depends on reputation, then gossip chains you. When your rest depends on certainty, then every change torments you. The Stoics remind us, none of these belong to us. They are external, subject to chance. To hinge your freedom on them is to build your home on sand. True freedom rests only on what is yours, your reason, your choices, your judgments. Lesson 25 teaches us to guard this inner citadel. Marcus Aurelius described it as a fortress within the mind, impenetrable to the assaults of the outside world. The mind is unconquerable, he wrote, if it refuses to be conquered. Your body may suffer, your fortune may collapse, your loved ones may leave, but your mind, if disciplined, remains free. No insult can enter without your permission. No fear can linger without your consent. No chain can bind what you refuse to yield. Why is this lesson essential for sleep and happiness? Because so much of our unrest comes from living as prisoners of what is outside us. We lie awake chained by worry about opinions, shackled by fear of loss, enslaved by cravings for what we lack. But when you reclaim your inner freedom, those chains fall. You remind yourself, the world may be uncertain, but my mind is mine. Fortune may be fickle, but my choices are steady. Death may be certain, but my spirit is unconquered. This realization releases the grip of fear and brings peace deep enough for rest. Consider two men again. One is rich, adorned in gold, but his joy rises and falls with the praise of others. A single insult shatters him, a single loss enslaves him. The other is poor, clothed in rags, yet his mind is firm, his peace unshaken. Who is free? The rags do not bind him, the gold does not liberate the other. Freedom is not in possessions, it is in mastery of the self. Seneca spoke often of this paradox. He said that the man who fears death will never be free, for fear makes him a servant to fortune. But the man who accepts death, who embraces nature's law, walks as a free soul through the world. This is why the Stoics practiced detachment, not to renounce life's gifts, but to enjoy them without chains, to hold them as travelers hold inns along the road, grateful while staying, ready to leave when called. Lesson 25 also teaches courage, for freedom demands strength. It is easier to be a slave to habit, to comfort, to opinion. It is harder to stand alone, to think independently, to live by virtue rather than fashion. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself to stand upright, not be set upright by others. Inner freedom is the posture of a soul that stands on its own, rooted in reason, unmoved by the winds of approval or scorn. Let us bring this closer. Tonight, perhaps you feel enslaved by worries about work, about relationships, about the future. You feel pulled in every direction, owned by obligations, by what others think, by fears you cannot quiet. Lesson 25 invites you to pause and ask, what is truly mine? Strip away what belongs to fortune. Strip away what belongs to others. What remains? My choices, my values, my judgments. These are enough. These are freedom. Practice this. As you lie down to rest, whisper to yourself, my mind is free. Repeat it slowly, letting the truth sink in. Whatever storms rage outside, this remains your fortress. Each time you remind yourself of this, the chains loosen, the grip of fear weakens, and peace grows. Epictetus often compared life to a festival arranged by someone else. You are not the master of the feast. You cannot decide how long it lasts, what dishes are served, or when it ends. But you can choose how you attend. Do you sulk, demand, and complain? Or do you enjoy what is given, contribute your part, and leave with dignity when the time comes? The one who chooses the latter is free, even in a world he does not control. Now let us tie this lesson to happiness. What is happiness if not freedom from disturbance? And what disturbs us more than enslavement to externals? When your peace depends on wealth, it vanishes with fortune. When it depends on reputation, it vanishes with gossip. When it depends on health, it vanishes with illness. But when it depends only on your own virtue, it endures through all. This is why the Stoic wise man is said to be free in chains, rich in poverty, serene in death. Lesson 25 reminds us also that freedom is responsibility. If no one can enslave your mind, then no one else can be blamed for your unrest. You are the master of your judgments. You are the guardian of your peace. This responsibility is heavy, but it is also liberating. For if the cause lies within you, so too does the cure. So tonight, as you close your eyes, claim your freedom. Release the illusions that enslave. Let go of what belongs to fortune. Hold fast to what belongs to you. Whisper again, "My mind is free." And let that truth guide you into sleep, into peace, into the kind of happiness that no external force can ever take away. This is Lesson 25, the power of inner freedom. Cherish it, guard it, and live it, day by day, choice by choice, thought by thought. For in the end, freedom is not given, it is claimed, and it is yours, here and now. Lesson 24. The strength of endurance. If there is one quality that shines most clearly through the lives of the Stoics, it is endurance. To endure is not merely to survive hardship, but to face it with dignity, patience, and calm. Lesson 24 teaches us that endurance is not passive suffering. It is active resilience, the refusal to let adversity conquer the soul. Marcus Aurelius, burdened with wars, plagues, and political strife, wrote to himself again and again, "If you are pained by external things, it is not they that disturb you, but your own judgment of them, and it is in your power to wipe out that judgment now." These words are the heart of endurance. Pain, loss, injustice, these are facts of human life. But whether they break you or strengthen you depends on the discipline of your mind. Epictetus endured slavery, a broken body, and exile, yet his spirit remained unbroken. He told his students, "You may fetter my leg, but not even Zeus himself can overpower my will." Here we see endurance in its purest form, a body bound, a spirit free. His hardships became his training ground, each blow of fate a test of his inner strength. Lesson 24 calls us to the same training. Endurance is not about waiting for life to become easy. It is about becoming strong enough to face life as it is. To endure means to carry pain without bitterness, to accept delay without complaint, to walk through difficulty without surrendering virtue. Why is this lesson vital for sleep and happiness? Because unrest comes not only from desires and fears, but from resistance to hardship. When you lie awake, turning over your struggles, often it is not the struggle itself that torments you. It is the wish that it were not so. You fight against reality, demanding that pain vanish, that life be easier, that obstacles dissolve. This resistance exhausts you more than the hardship itself. But when you choose endurance, you stop fighting what is. You accept the burden, and in acceptance, you discover strength. Think of a tree standing through seasons. The winds bend it, the snow weighs it down, the storms lash its bark, yet it endures. Its roots deepen, its trunk thickens, its branches grow resilient. The storm that might destroy a weaker tree only strengthens it. So too with the human spirit. Hardship is not the end of you. It is the making of you if you endure it rightly. Seneca reminded us that fortune tests the brave. He said, "Fire tests gold, misfortune tests brave men." To live without difficulty is not a blessing, it is a deprivation. For without tests, how would you know your strength? Without trials, how would you grow in courage? Lesson 24 reframes adversity. It is not punishment, but training. It is not cruelty, but opportunity. Each hardship endured with virtue is a step closer to wisdom. Bring this closer. Tonight, perhaps you face illness or grief or exhaustion. Perhaps you feel weighed down by responsibilities that seem endless. Instead of wishing them away, what if you whispered to yourself, "This is my training. This is my chance to grow roots deeper, to strengthen the fortress of my mind." Suddenly, the burden shifts. It may still be heavy, but it no longer enslaves you. It becomes your teacher. The Stoics practice this reframe constantly. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This is endurance not as resignation, but as transformation. The obstacle is not blocking your path, it is your path. To endure it with calm and courage is to walk the Stoic way. Endurance also teaches patience. Life unfolds at its own pace, not yours. Delays, frustrations, setbacks, these test your spirit. The impatient man rages, exhausts himself, and still must wait. The patient man endures quietly and keeps his strength. Endurance whispers, do not waste energy resisting the inevitable. Conserve your spirit for what you can shape. And endurance is not only for great tragedies. It is for the small irritations of daily life, the traffic jam, the rude remark, the unexpected delay. These are the minor weights that test your patience. To endure them with grace is to train daily for the greater trials. Each time you resist complaint, each time you choose calm, you strengthen your endurance. Why does this matter for happiness? Because happiness is not the absence of pain, it is the mastery of it. The one who endures with dignity is happier than the one who avoids discomfort but trembles at its return. Life will always bring hardship. The question is not whether pain will come, but whether you will meet it as a slave or as a master. Seneca once told Lucilius, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." This is the Stoic view. Hardship polishes the soul. Endurance is the cloth that rubs away weakness, leaving only strength and brilliance. Without it, you remain untested, fragile, unprepared. With it, you become unbreakable. Now let us tie this lesson to rest. When you remember that hardship is training, you stop fearing tomorrow. You lie down not with dread, but with readiness. You whisper, "Whatever comes, I can endure it." And in that whisper is peace. The body softens, the mind releases its fight, and sleep arrives. Endurance gives you not only strength for the day, but calm for the night. Practice this now. Breathe deeply. Recall one hardship that weighs on you. Do not resist it. Do not deny it. Simply say to yourself, "I can endure this." Let the words settle. Feel the shift in your spirit. This hardship is no longer an enemy. It is your teacher. You have endured before, and you will endure again. Lesson 24 is the call to resilience, the art of carrying burdens without letting them crush the soul. It is not glamorous, but it is the foundation of greatness. For without endurance, no virtue can survive. Without endurance, courage collapses, justice falters, wisdom fades. But with endurance, every virtue finds its strength. So let this truth sink in tonight. Life will test you, but you are capable of enduring more than you believe. Each hardship is proof of your resilience, each trial an opportunity for growth. Embrace endurance not as punishment, but as power. For the one who endures with dignity is free, is strong, is unbreakable. This is Lesson 24, the strength of endurance. Carry it with you through the storms of life, and you will find peace even in the fiercest winds. Lesson 23. The practice of gratitude. The Stoics are often remembered for their sternness, their discipline, their call to face hardship without complaint. Yet beneath this steel lies a warmth, the practice of gratitude. Lesson 23 reminds us that gratitude is not an ornament of philosophy, it is a foundation. To see life clearly, to endure with strength, to live with joy, one must learn to give thanks for what is given. Seneca urged his friend Lucilius to count his blessings, for even in poverty, misfortune, or exile, one still breathes, one still thinks, one still possesses the power of choice. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, began his meditations not with reflections on duty or fate, but with pages of gratitude, thanking his teachers, his family, even the gods for shaping his life. This was no accident. Gratitude clears the vision, softens the heart, and strengthens the spirit. Lesson 23 teaches us that gratitude is not passive. It is an active stance toward life. To wake each morning and whisper, "I am alive, I can think, I can choose," is to begin the day with power. To end each evening with thanks for what was given, no matter how small, is to close the day with peace. Gratitude is the guard against bitterness, the antidote to envy, the seed of serenity. Why is gratitude so essential for sleep and happiness? Because much of our unrest is born from neglecting what we already have. We lie awake, longing for more wealth, more recognition, more certainty. We dwell on losses, on what slipped away, on what we fear may never come. But gratitude shifts the mind. It turns the gaze from absence to presence, from scarcity to abundance. Suddenly, the restless hunger quiets. The mind softens. Peace grows. Think of two men again. One lives in luxury but always complains. His meal is not fine enough, his wealth not great enough, his reputation not high enough. He is surrounded by abundance yet blind to it. The other has little, but he counts each gift: a crust of bread, a ray of sunlight, a kind word from a friend. Who is richer? The Stoics would say, the one who is grateful. For wealth without gratitude is poverty, and poverty with gratitude is wealth. Marcus Aurelius practiced this even as emperor. Despite his power, he thanked the world for simple things: for waking, for the air he breathed, for the order of nature. He reminded himself that each day is a gift, not a guarantee. He knew that gratitude is not about possessions, but about perspective. Lesson 23 invites you to practice the same. Tonight, as you rest, turn your mind from what you lack to what you have. Begin with the simplest truths. You are alive, you are breathing, you are capable of reflection. Each breath is a gift, each heartbeat is a miracle. Then look wider, the people who care for you, the moments of beauty you have seen, the lessons hardship has taught you. Let gratitude gather in your heart like a warm fire. Seneca wrote that nothing is more honorable than a grateful heart. Gratitude transforms the soul. It turns burdens into teachers, trials into opportunities, life itself into a treasure. Without gratitude, even blessings become bitter. With gratitude, even hardship can be endured with grace. But gratitude is not only for great things, it is for the smallest details: the taste of water, the sound of birds, the kindness of a stranger. The Stoic trains himself to see gifts where others see nothing. For what is life itself if not a series of gifts? None of us earned the sunrise, the air, the beating of our hearts. All is given. Gratitude opens our eyes to this truth. Why does this matter for happiness? Because happiness is not found in chasing what we lack, but in appreciating what we already have. The man who always seeks more is never content. The man who gives thanks for what is present is always at peace. Gratitude is the foundation of joy, for it aligns the soul with reality. It says, "This moment is enough." Lesson 23 also teaches us to practice gratitude in hardship. This is not to pretend that pain is pleasant, but to look for meaning within it. Marcus Aurelius thanked life even for adversity, seeing it as training for the soul. Epictetus, though born in chains, thanked the gods for giving him reason, for giving him the ability to choose his response. Gratitude in hardship transforms victimhood into strength. It says, this too is part of the gift of existence. So tonight, let us practice. As you prepare for sleep, whisper to yourself 3 things for which you are grateful. Perhaps they are simple: a warm bed, a quiet moment, a body still breathing. Perhaps they are deeper: the love of a friend, the lessons of loss, the chance to begin again tomorrow. Whatever they are, name them. Let them soften your spirit. Let them ease you into rest, and tomorrow begin again. Greet the day not with complaint, but with thanks. Each sunrise is undeserved. Each day is on loan. Gratitude reminds us of this truth and teaches us to live accordingly. Lesson 23 is the practice of gratitude, the choice to see life as gift rather than burden. It is not naive, it is wise, it is not weakness, it is strength. For the grateful soul cannot be enslaved by envy or bitterness. The grateful soul walks lightly, sleeps peacefully, and lives joyfully. So let this be your mantra tonight. I am grateful. Say it slowly. Let it sink deep. Gratitude is not just a thought, it is a posture of the heart. Hold it and you will find both rest and happiness. This is Lesson 23, the practice of gratitude, simple, profound, transformative. For in gratitude lies the secret to peace. Lesson 22, the art of letting go. Among the hardest lessons for the human heart is this: everything we hold will one day be taken. Wealth will vanish, health will fade, loved ones will pass, even our own life will dissolve. To fight this truth is to chain ourselves to endless suffering. To accept it is to find freedom. Lesson 22 is about the art of letting go, not as despair, but as wisdom, not as weakness, but as strength. The Stoics returned to this teaching again and again, for they saw in it the very foundation of peace. Epictetus reminded his students, "Never say about anything, 'I have lost it,' but 'I have returned it.'" Nay, these simple words cut through the illusion of ownership that so often binds the human heart. We speak of my friend, my fortune, my health, my body, as though these things were possessions we had earned or secured. But the Stoics insisted that nothing external is ever truly ours. All things are loans from nature, entrusted for a time and reclaimed in their due season. A friend dies, you have not been robbed, you have returned him. Wealth disappears, you have not been plundered, you have returned it. Even your own body grows frail, you are returning it, piece by piece, to the elements from which it came. Nothing is truly yours, except your mind and your virtue. All else is borrowed. To cling as though it were permanent is to live in illusion. To let go when the time comes is to live in truth. This way of seeing life transforms loss. Where most people cry out in despair, "Why has this been taken from me?" The Stoic answers, "Why did I ever believe it was mine to keep?" To grieve is natural, and the Stoics did not demand that one become a stone, unmoved by affection. Marcus Aurelius mourned his children, Seneca felt the ache of exile, Epictetus knew hardship in his body. But they urged their students to see beyond the first wave of sorrow. Love does not vanish when we accept mortality. Gratitude does not weaken when we acknowledge impermanence. In fact, love and gratitude deepen when we hold all things lightly, knowing they may pass. A friend becomes more precious when we remember he is not ours to keep forever. A meal is sweeter when we know it will not return. A day is brighter when we realize it is unique. By treating all things as borrowed, we learn to savor them without fear, to enjoy them without chains. This teaching also frees us from bitterness. How many lives are poisoned by anger at fate, by the cry, "Life has stolen from me." But what if life has stolen nothing? What if life has only asked back what it once lent? The earth lends us bodies. In time, it reclaims them. Fortune lends us wealth. In time, it reclaims it. Love lends us companions. In time, it calls them home. To resist this truth is to live in endless resentment. To accept it is to live with serenity. The wise man does not curse when the lender asks for what is due. He gives it back with thanks, remembering the years of enjoyment that were permitted. Epictetus himself was no stranger to loss. He had been born a slave, his body crippled by cruelty, his freedom denied. Yet in all this, he never claimed to have lost what was his, for he believed the soul's freedom remained untouched. No master could chain his mind, no injury could destroy his virtue. Everything else could be taken, but not his will. That was his true possession, and so long as he guarded it, he was rich. His teaching became a beacon for generations. Distinguish what is borrowed from what is yours, and you will never again be enslaved by fortune. Marcus Aurelius echoed the same lesson in his private writings. When you kiss your child, he reminded himself, say to yourself, tomorrow you may die. This was not cruelty but clarity. It was a way of training the soul not to clutch, not to cling as if permanence were possible, but to love with full presence and without illusion. He knew that to pretend his children were immortal was to invite despair when nature reclaimed them. Better to see them as gifts entrusted for a time, to cherish them fully, and when the day came, to release them with love rather than rage. This is the paradox of Stoic detachment. By letting go in advance, one holds more tenderly in the present. Seneca, too, practiced this discipline. In his letters, he urged Lucilius to rehearse loss in his mind so that he would not be crushed by it in reality. He robs present ills of their power, Seneca wrote, who has seen their coming beforehand. To think often of impermanence is not to become gloomy, but to become free, for then nothing strikes as a total surprise, and nothing is mourned as though it were unjust. The wise man greets loss as an expected visitor, not as a thief in the night. To live this way is to step out of illusion. Illusion says, this is mine forever. Truth says, this is mine for a time. Illusion binds us with fear, for we dread the day when what we love will vanish. Truth frees us to enjoy without fear, because we no longer demand what cannot be given. Illusion makes us cry out at loss, as though life has betrayed us. Truth makes us grateful for the loan, as though life has been generous. In every case, truth brings peace. Illusion brings torment. But what of those who say this teaching makes life cold, stripping it of meaning? The Stoics would answer, it is the opposite. To cling is to love poorly, for clinging mixes love with fear. To release is to love purely, for releasing accepts the beloved as they are, not as possessions. To treat life as borrowed is not to despise it, but to treasure it more deeply, to be awake to its fragility, to live with gratitude for every breath, every touch, every sunrise. Nothing sharpens appreciation like the knowledge that nothing lasts forever. Lesson after lesson, the Stoics returned to this point because they knew how easily the human heart forgets it. We build houses as if they will stand forever, though we ourselves are mortal. We amass wealth as if it can follow us into death, though death claims all. We speak of my child, my spouse, my friend, though each is mortal, free, and not ours to keep. Epictetus, Seneca, Marcus, all urge the same reminder. Nothing external is truly yours. Only your mind, your will, your virtue belong to you. All else is lent by nature, and all else will be returned. To live in harmony with this truth is to live in freedom. You cannot be robbed if you own nothing permanently. You cannot be broken by loss if you have already acknowledged its necessity. You cannot be enslaved by fear if you no longer demand what cannot last. You can only be grateful, grateful for the gifts entrusted, grateful for the time allotted, grateful for the chance to act with virtue while you live. Lesson 22, then, is about letting go. To cling as though life were permanent is to live in illusion. To let go when the time comes is to live in truth. The Stoic path does not deny love or joy. It purifies them. It teaches us to love without chains, to live without fear, and to return without bitterness. In this way, we discover that nothing was ever truly ours except the freedom of the mind and the virtue of the soul. And these, unlike borrowed things, can never be taken unless we surrender them ourselves. Marcus Aurelius practiced this daily. He wrote, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." He knew that the throne of Rome itself was temporary, that all glory and power would fade like footprints in sand. By letting go in his heart, he freed himself from slavery to fortune. He enjoyed what was given, but he did not demand that it remain. Lesson 22 calls us to the same practice. Look at your life. What do you fear to lose? What do you cling to with desperation? These are the sources of your unrest. For every chain of attachment becomes a lever of suffering, but when you loosen your grip, when you hold things lightly, you protect your peace. You can still love deeply, still enjoy fully, but without illusion. You love as if the other is mortal. You enjoy as if the gift is temporary. You live as if nothing is guaranteed, because nothing is. Why is this lesson essential for sleep and happiness? Because much of our torment comes from clutching at what slips away. We lie awake fearing loss, regretting endings, dreading change, but when we practice letting go, we soften. We whisper, "This too will pass, and when it does, I will endure." That whisper is peace. It allows rest. It allows joy. Think of a man holding water in his hands. If he squeezes tightly, the water slips away faster. If he holds gently, he enjoys it while it lasts. So too with life. The more you cling, the more you suffer. The more you release, the more you live. Seneca wrote, "He suffers more than necessary, who suffers before it is necessary." Much of our suffering comes not from loss itself, but from anticipating loss, fearing loss, resisting loss. We grieve before grief arrives. We mourn what is still with us. Lesson 22 invites us to stop this, to let life unfold without demanding permanence, to let go not only when things leave, but also before, in the heart. This does not mean indifference. The Stoics did not teach us to stop loving, to stop caring. On the contrary, they taught us to love more deeply, precisely because all is fleeting. When you remember that your friend may be gone tomorrow, you love him more fiercely today. When you remember that this sunrise may be your last, you cherish it with full attention. Letting go does not weaken love. It strengthens it by freeing it from illusion. Now let us practice. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, bring to mind something you cling to. Perhaps it is a possession, a relationship, a status. Hold it in your mind and say, "This is not mine. It is on loan. When it leaves, I will return it with gratitude." Feel the weight of release. Feel the freedom that comes with it. This is the art of letting go. Marcus Aurelius compared life to a play. Life is like a play. It matters not how long the acting lasts, but how well it is performed. When the play ends, the actor bows and leaves the stage. He does not rage that the curtain fell. He is grateful for the part he was given, however short. So too with all things in life, roles, possessions, relationships. Perform them well, then let them go. Why does this matter for happiness? Because happiness cannot live where there is constant fear of loss. To cling is to suffer twice, once in holding and again in losing. But to let go is to suffer once, if at all. And often in letting go, suffering dissolves altogether. The soul becomes light, the heart becomes calm. Lesson 22 also trains us for death itself, the final letting go. The Stoics faced death not with terror, but with readiness, for they had practiced release in all things. If you can let go of wealth, of comfort, of status, then when the time comes, you can let go of life itself with the same calm. Seneca said, "He who has learned how to die has unlearned how to be a slave, for the fear of death enslaves more than any master. To let it go is to live free." So let us bring this back to rest. As you lie down, imagine releasing the day, its worries, its struggles, its triumphs, all let go. The day is over. You cannot change it. You cannot hold it. Release it. Then imagine releasing tomorrow. Its fears, its demands, its uncertainties, all let go. Tomorrow is not yet here. You cannot control it. Release it. Only this moment remains. Only this breath, this heartbeat. Hold it lightly, gratefully. This is peace. Lesson 22 is the art of letting go. It does not ask you to love less, but to love wisely. It does not ask you to stop caring, but to care without chains. It does not ask you to deny loss, but to face it with courage. For when you let go, you are no longer dragged by life. You walk with it. So tonight, whisper this: I let go. Let the words settle in your chest. Let them open your hands, loosen your mind, free your heart. For only the one who lets go can rest deeply. Only the one who lets go can live fully. This is Lesson 22, the art of letting go. Practice it daily, and you will find not only freedom, but joy. Lesson 21, the balance of control. One of the most powerful insights of Stoicism is the division between what is within our control and what is not. Epictetus, whose words still echo with clarity, placed this truth at the very beginning of his Enchiridion. Some things are up to us and some are not. Entire philosophies have been built on less, and yet this simple observation has the power to transform a life. Entire lives are wasted, entire hearts consumed, because people fail to see this distinction clearly. They exhaust themselves trying to command what does not belong to them. Fortune, reputation, the actions of others, the course of nature, and in doing so, they abandon the one kingdom that truly is theirs, their own reasoned will. Lesson 21 is about finding that balance, directing your energy only where it matters and releasing what does not belong to you. Consider how much of daily life is spent in futile struggle. We worry about how others perceive us, yet their opinions are not ours to govern. We rage at the weather, at chance, at the passing of time, yet these too lie outside our grasp. We torment ourselves with regrets of the past and anxieties about the future, forgetting that neither exists in our control, for the past is gone and the future has not yet come. The Stoics taught that such misdirected energy is the root of misery. To fight what is beyond us is to fight the very order of the universe. It is like a dog tied to a moving cart. It may run willingly beside it, or it may resist and be dragged, but the cart will not stop. Wisdom lies in choosing to run freely where necessity leads, while saving strength for what truly belongs to us, our own choices. What then is within our control? Epictetus answered clearly: our judgments, our desires, our aversions, in short, our own actions. Here is the true citadel of freedom, untouched by fortune, unconquerable by tyrants, immune to time. The body may be broken, the possessions stolen, the reputation slandered, but the power to choose rightly remains. Here lies the strength that no external force can strip away. And yet this citadel is often abandoned, for people rush to seize control of everything else while neglecting the one thing that is theirs. The practice of Lesson 21 is to reverse this mistake. Each day examine what is before you and ask, is this in my power or not? If it is not, let it go. If it is, then act with virtue. This simple discipline reshapes life. Insults no longer sting because they belong to the speaker, not to you. Losses no longer destroy because possessions were never truly yours to command. Illness no longer terrifies because the body is nature's gift, not your possession. What remains is freedom, the power to live in accordance with reason and justice, regardless of fortune's whims. This is not passivity. The Stoics did not teach resignation, but focus. They acted with great energy where action was possible. Marcus Aurelius ruling an empire, Seneca guiding politics and letters, Epictetus teaching students. but they wasted no strength railing at what was beyond them. They lived with clarity. Work hard where you can make a difference. Release all else. To confuse this balance is to be pulled apart. To see it clearly is to live with peace. Lesson 21 is thus a call to freedom. Direct your energy only where it matters, your choices, your judgments, your actions, and release what does not belong to you. The storms of fortune may rage, but the citadel of the soul will stand firm, for it rests on what is truly yours and cannot be taken. Epictetus began his Enchiridion with this simple truth: some things are up to us, and some things are not. This is the foundation of the Stoic life. What is up to us? Our judgments, our choices, our actions, our attitudes. What is not? Our health, our wealth, our reputation, the behavior of others, the events of fortune. Confuse these and you are a slave. Distinguish them and you are free. Yet though the principle is simple, the practice is difficult. How often do we spend our days trying to control what belongs to others? How often do we waste our nights worrying over what no effort can change? The mind clings to illusions of mastery. It demands the world bend to its will. But the world is vast, and we are small. To demand control of what is not ours is to guarantee frustration. To focus only on what is ours is to guarantee peace. Marcus Aurelius repeated this to himself constantly: you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. He knew the temptations of power, the illusion that an emperor could command the universe. Yet even he, with armies and riches at his disposal, bowed to this truth. He could control only his own mind. Disease, betrayal, death, these were outside his command. Virtue alone was his to guard. Lesson 21 teaches us to draw this boundary clearly, each day, each hour. When worry rises, ask, is this within my control? If yes, act. If no, release. When anger flares, ask, is this my choice or another's? If it is another's, let it go. When fear grips you, ask, can I shape this outcome? If not, why waste my strength? This constant questioning disciplines the mind until it learns to conserve its energy for what is truly ours. Why does this matter for sleep and happiness? Because unrest is born of misplaced control. You lie awake trying to master the future, trying to rewrite the past, trying to bend others to your will. But none of these belong to you. When you accept this, you free yourself. You turn your gaze inward to what you can control, your thoughts, your breathing, your attitude in this moment. Peace grows and sleep follows. Think of a sailor at sea. The winds and waves are not his to command. To curse them is folly. His task is the rudder, the sail, the discipline of his own hands. The sea may rage, but if he keeps to his role, he can endure any storm. So too with life. The winds are fortune, the waves are events, the ship is your mind. Steer what is yours, let go of the rest. Seneca warned that many men exhaust themselves chasing what belongs to fortune, then neglect what belongs to themselves. They strive for wealth yet neglect wisdom. They demand honor yet neglect virtue. They attempt to master the world yet cannot master their own minds. Lesson 21 calls you back to balance, to place effort only where it bears fruit, to release what is beyond reach. This practice also transforms relationships. How often do conflicts arise because we try to control others, their thoughts, their choices, their emotions? But the Stoic knows each soul is sovereign. You may guide, inspire, or correct, but you cannot command another's heart. To demand it is to suffer endlessly. To accept it is to live peacefully. Love, when freed from control, becomes deeper. You love without chains, without demands, without fear. Now let us practice. Tonight, as you lie in bed, bring to mind one worry. Hold it gently. Ask, is this mine to control? If yes, resolve to act tomorrow. If no, release it now. Whisper to yourself, "This does not belong to me." Feel the burden lift. This is the art of balance. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to act well in the present, for that is all that belongs to him. The past is gone, the future is uncertain. Only this moment is under your command. To live well in it is enough. And when you have lived the present well, sleep comes easily, without regret or fear. Lesson 21 is not about indifference, it is about wisdom. The Stoic does not ignore the world. He simply refuses to waste energy on what he cannot change. He acts with full effort where he can, and with full acceptance where he cannot. This balance is strength. This balance is freedom. So tonight repeat this mantra. I focus on what is mine. I release what is not. Let it settle into your mind. Let it soften your spirit. For the secret of serenity is not in mastering the world, but in mastering yourself. This is lesson 21, the balance of control. Practice it daily, and you will discover the peace that lies not in conquering life, but in living wisely within it. Lesson 20, the strength of temperance. Among the four cardinal virtues of Stoicism, wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance, the last is often overlooked, yet it holds a quiet power that sustains the others. Temperance is the virtue of balance, of moderation, of self-mastery. It is the discipline of neither indulging excessively nor denying needlessly, of walking the middle path with calm strength. Lesson 20 is about rediscovering this ancient art and applying it to our restless modern lives. The Stoics saw clearly that most human suffering is not caused by fate, but by excess. Excess of desire, excess of anger, excess of fear, excess of pride. To indulge every appetite is to lose freedom, for then we are no longer sovereign but ruled by cravings. Yet to deny ourselves harshly, to despise pleasure entirely, is also a distortion of nature, for nature has given us needs, hunger, thirst, rest, companionship, that deserve their place. Temperance is the art of balance, to give the body and soul what they truly require, but no more. To enjoy what is present with gratitude, yet to remain ready to let it go when nature calls for it. Seneca warned that wealth without moderation becomes a curse, for no amount of possessions can satisfy a restless soul. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that simple food, plain clothing, and modest shelter are enough for a human being, and that anything beyond necessity is decoration, not foundation. Epictetus taught his students to train themselves in small acts of temperance, such as eating simple meals or practicing silence, so that they might not become enslaved by habit or pleasure. None of them rejected the good things of life outright. Rather, they refused to let these good things become masters. To eat when hungry is natural. To eat endlessly out of boredom or pride is slavery. To rest when weary is natural. To live in idleness is corruption. Temperance protects us from this corruption by keeping desire within its natural bounds. Temperance is not about joyless austerity. The Stoic sage does not scowl at laughter, turn away from beauty, or despise friendship. On the contrary, he delights in them more fully because he delights with freedom. The man of excess clings desperately to pleasure, fearing its loss, and so he cannot truly enjoy it. The temperate man, holding lightly, enjoys with gratitude and releases without bitterness. A cup of water tastes sweeter to the thirsty than a banquet to the glutton. A moment of true companionship is richer than 100 shallow indulgences. Temperance refines pleasure by cleansing it of fear and dependence. This virtue also gives the soul stability. Without temperance, we swing violently between indulgence and regret, craving and disappointment. One day we eat too much, the next we starve ourselves. One day we boast, the next we feel ashamed. But temperance steadies the heart. It teaches us to live in rhythm with reason, not with whim. In this steadiness lies peace. The temperate soul is like a calm sea, untroubled by every passing wind of desire, reflecting clearly the light of wisdom. Temperance also makes possible the other virtues. How can we pursue wisdom if our attention is scattered by endless distractions? How can we practice justice if our greed overwhelms concern for others? How can we live courageously if fear of losing comforts paralyzes us? Temperance clears the ground, freeing us from chains of excess so that wisdom, justice, and courage can grow. It is the soil in which the other virtues root themselves, often unnoticed, but essential. In our modern world, the Stoic call to temperance is more necessary than ever. We live in an age of abundance, where pleasures are not scarce but overwhelming. Food is everywhere, yet we eat without savor. Information floods our eyes, yet we grow restless and unfocused. Entertainment fills every hour, yet we feel bored. Social media tempts us to speak endlessly, yet our words often mean less. This abundance, unchecked, makes the soul restless and unsatisfied. Temperance offers the remedy. It teaches us to step back, to choose carefully, to moderate consumption, to reclaim attention. It whispers, enough, and in enough, it finds peace. Practicing temperance need not be dramatic. It begins in small choices, eating until satisfied, not until stuffed, speaking when words are needed, not when silence is wiser, resting enough for strength, not for laziness, enjoying what we have without envying what we lack. These are modest acts, but each one strengthens the soul's command over itself. Each act of temperance says, I am not a slave to appetite, I am not a puppet of impulse, I am free. The reward of temperance is freedom, for nothing enslaves more than unchecked desire. The man who cannot control his thirst for wealth is poor even when surrounded by riches. The one who cannot restrain his hunger for praise is a beggar even when showered with applause. But the one who governs himself is rich in every circumstance, because he desires only what is fitting, and he is content with little. As Epictetus said, wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. Temperance teaches us to want less, and in wanting less, to discover that we already have more than enough. Lesson 20, then, is about rediscovering this quiet virtue. In a world that exalts indulgence, temperance may seem weak or dull, yet it is in truth a form of strength. It is the courage to say no when appetite demands yes, the wisdom to choose balance when excess calls, the justice of respecting both oneself and others by refusing to consume without measure. It is the art of living fully without being consumed by life. Temperance is the virtue of the middle path, the discipline of balance, the freedom of self-mastery. To walk this path is to walk with calm strength, free from the chains of excess, free from the emptiness of indulgence, free to enjoy what is simple and true. It may not dazzle, but it endures, and in that endurance lies peace, the peace of a soul that neither clings nor craves, but lives each day in harmony with reason and with nature. Epictetus reminded his students that freedom is not found in satisfying every craving, but in mastering them. No man is free who is not master of himself, he declared. The one who drinks without measure, who eats without restraint, who pursues pleasure without thought, may believe he is free. In truth, he is chained to his appetites, dragged by impulses he cannot resist. The Stoic sees this clearly. To be ruled by desire is slavery. To master desire is freedom. Marcus Aurelius practiced temperance even as emperor. Surrounded by luxury, he chose simplicity. His meals were plain, his dress modest, his habits disciplined. He knew that indulgence weakens the soul, while restraint strengthens it. Temperance does not reject pleasure, but it keeps pleasure in its rightful place. The wise man enjoys what comes without being owned by it. Lesson 20 teaches us that temperance is not about denial for its own sake. It is about harmony, to eat enough to nourish, but not to excess, to rest enough to restore, but not to laziness, to speak enough to serve truth, but not to vanity. The Stoic life is measured, balanced, and clear. Why is this virtue so essential for sleep and happiness? Because unrest is often born of imbalance. We eat too much and feel heavy. We drink too much and feel clouded. We work too much and feel burned. We indulge too much in distractions and feel hollow. Then at night, the body rebels, the mind churns, and sleep flees. Temperance restores order. It teaches the body moderation, the mind discipline, the spirit peace. Think of a musician tuning an instrument. Too tight and the string snaps. Too loose and the sound is flat. Only balance produces harmony. So too with the soul. Temperance is the tuning of life's strings, restraining where there is excess, strengthening where there is weakness, until the music of virtue can be played. Seneca warned that indulgence dulls the spirit. He wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more who is poor." Craving without temperance creates endless hunger. But when the soul is trained to be satisfied with enough, peace follows. The temperate man is never enslaved by longing, for he knows contentment. Let us bring this closer. Tonight, perhaps you feel the weight of imbalance. Perhaps you ate or drank beyond your need, or drowned your evening in distractions. Perhaps your body feels restless, your mind unsettled. Lesson 20 invites you not to condemn yourself, but to learn. Ask, where did I lack temperance today? Where did I go beyond enough? How can I return tomorrow to balance? Each reflection strengthens your discipline. Each effort brings you closer to harmony. Temperance also applies to emotions. To feel anger is human, but to indulge it is destructive. To feel joy is natural, but to lose yourself in it blindly is dangerous. The Stoic trains himself to measure even his emotions, to feel them, but not to be ruled by them. This is not coldness, but clarity. It is the difference between a horse running wild and a horse guided by reins. Temperance holds the reins of the soul. Now let us tie this lesson to happiness. The one who lacks temperance may taste pleasure, but he does not taste joy. For joy is not found in excess, but in balance. The glutton is never satisfied, the drunkard never content, the indulgent never at peace. But the temperate man, even with little, feels abundance. He knows how to enjoy without clinging, how to use without abusing, how to live without wasting. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, if you seek tranquility, do less, or more accurately, do what is essential. This is temperance applied to action. Do not scatter your strength on endless trivialities. Do what matters and do it well. In this, peace is found. So tonight, as you prepare for rest, practice temperance in thought. Release the excess of worry, of regret, of longing. Hold only what is essential. Gratitude for this day, readiness for tomorrow, calm for this moment. Let the mind settle into moderation, and the body will follow into sleep. Lesson 20 is the strength of temperance. It is not glamorous, but it is powerful. It builds freedom. It nurtures peace. It tunes the soul to harmony. The one who practices it will sleep soundly and live wisely. So whisper this as you close your eyes. Enough is enough. Let it free you from craving. Let it anchor you in contentment. For temperance is not about less. It is about balance. And in balance lies peace. This is Lesson 20, the strength of temperance. Practice it daily, and you will find freedom where once there were chains, harmony where once there was chaos, and happiness where once there was only restless hunger. Lesson 19, the practice of courage. If wisdom guides us, justice grounds us, and temperance balances us, then courage carries us forward. Without courage, all other virtues remain dormant. Wisdom may show us what is right, but only courage allows us to do it. Justice may demand action, but only courage gives us the strength to act. Temperance may point toward moderation, but only courage sustains moderation in the face of temptation. Courage is the fire that brings the other virtues to life, the force that animates philosophy and makes it more than thought. Lesson 19 is about this virtue, about facing fear with clarity, hardship with strength, and life itself with steady resolve. The Stoics lived in a world filled with uncertainty and danger. Wars threatened the borders of Rome, plagues struck the cities, exile or execution could fall suddenly upon anyone who displeased those in power. They knew that fear was a constant companion in human life, but they also knew that fear, if left ungoverned, could enslave the soul. Fear leads to cowardice, to injustice, to corruption, to silence in the face of wrong. Courage, by contrast, frees the soul. It allows a person to stand firm when fortune shakes, to act rightly when others falter, to remain steady even in the shadow of death. Epictetus reminded his students that most fears are illusions. We fear loss of possessions, but possessions were never truly ours. We fear insult, but insult cannot wound the soul unless we consent. We fear death, but death is a natural event, no more to be feared than the setting of the sun. Courage, he taught, is the refusal to let fear dictate our choices. It is not the absence of fear. No human being is without tremors, but the mastery of fear, the ability to act in spite of it. True courage comes from reason's recognition that fear concerns things outside our control, and that nothing outside our control can truly harm the soul. Marcus Aurelius, facing constant war along the Danube frontier, wrote to himself in his meditations that courage is simply the acceptance of what fate brings, met with the steadfast will to act according to virtue. You may leave this life at any moment, he reminded himself, so act as if every decision were your last. He knew that cowardice wastes life in delay, while courage seizes life by living rightly in the moment. For Marcus, courage meant rising each day to do the work of a human being, despite fatigue, despite danger, despite despair. His courage was not loud or theatrical, but steady, quiet, unwavering, the kind that endures battle, plague, and betrayal without surrendering to bitterness. Courage also demands clarity. We often mistake rashness for bravery, but the Stoics made a sharp distinction. True courage is guided by wisdom and grounded in justice. To fling oneself into danger for pride or vanity is not courage, but recklessness. To endure suffering needlessly is not courage, but folly. Courage is strength in service of what is right. It acts when reason demands it, and it endures when justice requires it. This is why courage is inseparable from the other virtues. Without wisdom, it becomes rash. Without justice, it becomes cruelty. Without temperance, it becomes self-destruction. Courage is not blind force, but directed strength, a fire contained and guided, not a wildfire consuming all. The practice of courage begins in small things. A person cannot expect to face death with calm if he cannot face daily discomfort with steadiness. Epictetus urged his students to practice endurance, bear hunger, bear thirst, bear insult, bear delay. Each small act of patience trains the soul for greater trials. Just as an athlete strengthens muscles through repetition, so the philosopher strengthens courage through daily exercise. Rise early when ease tempts you. Speak the truth when fear bids you to remain silent. Hold to justice when advantage urges you to abandon it. These small acts, repeated, prepare the soul to meet greater fears with the same resolve. Courage is also the antidote to despair. Life inevitably brings hardship, loss, illness, betrayal, failure. The undisciplined soul collapses under these blows, surrendering to hopelessness. But the courageous soul stands firm. It does not deny grief or pain, but it refuses to be broken by them. It says, "This too is part of nature, and I was made to endure it." Courage transforms suffering from a destroyer into a teacher. It reveals to us our own strength, showing that we can withstand more than we imagined. The Stoics believed that hardship is not an enemy, but an opportunity to practice courage, and in practicing courage, to grow in virtue. At its deepest level, courage is the readiness to face death. For the Stoics, death was not a calamity, but a natural boundary of life. To live in constant fear of it is to live only half a life, always shrinking back, always clinging, always unsettled. Courage frees us from this fear. It teaches us to meet death with calm, not as an enemy, but as a part of nature's order. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that death is like dissolution, like a leaf falling from a tree, like the breaking apart of elements into their source. Why fear what is natural? Courage is the strength to look at death with steady eyes and to say, when it comes, it will find me living rightly. This courage is not only for emperors and philosophers, it belongs to all. The parent who rises to care for a sick child despite exhaustion shows courage. The friend who speaks the truth when silence would be easier shows courage. The worker who labors with integrity in a corrupt world shows courage. The citizen who stands for justice against the tide of injustice shows courage. In each case, fear is present, but virtue prevails. Courage is not distant heroism, it is daily strength. Lesson 19 teaches us that courage is the virtue that carries us forward. Wisdom may guide us, justice may ground us, temperance may balance us, but without courage, they remain only ideas. Courage makes them real in action. It faces fear with clarity, hardship with strength, and life itself with steady resolve. The courageous soul is not one that feels no fear, but one that acts in spite of fear, guided always by reason and virtue. To cultivate this courage is to cultivate freedom, the freedom to live fully, to act rightly, and to meet whatever comes with calm and strength. And in that freedom lies the peace that the Stoics called happiness, a peace unshaken by fear, a peace as steady as the soul that has learned to stand firm. The Stoics never promised a life free of danger. On the contrary, they insisted that life will bring loss, pain, insult, illness, and death. They did not soften this truth, nor did they hide from it, for to deny reality is to live in illusion. Human life is woven with threads of joy and sorrow alike, and to shrink from the darker threads is to shrink from life itself. But to meet these inevitabilities with courage is to live fully, to embrace existence in its wholeness, and to transform suffering into an opportunity for strength. Seneca wrote, "It is not that we are given a short life, but that we make it short by wasting it." Life is long if you know how to use it. Courage is what enables us to use it well, to face reality instead of hiding from it, to take each day not as a guarantee but as a gift to be lived with virtue. To live courageously, in the Stoic sense, does not mean charging recklessly into danger or seeking suffering for its own sake. It means meeting what comes without surrendering to fear or despair. Loss will come, of wealth, of loved ones, of health, but courage teaches us that though externals may fall away, the essence of who we are remains within our control. We cannot dictate what happens to us, but we can dictate how we respond. Fear makes us waste our lives in anxious avoidance, forever worrying about what might happen. Courage releases us from this prison, allowing us to act rightly in the present moment, regardless of what the future holds. Consider illness. The Stoics lived in a world without modern medicine, where plagues could sweep through cities and death could come suddenly. Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, and Epictetus all faced sickness and frailty, yet none allowed illness to rob them of life's value. Courage meant continuing to live with dignity, even when the body was weakened. Epictetus, lame from childhood, reminded his students that the body may be broken, but the will remains free. The courageous person does not collapse when health declines, but adapts, endures, and continues to act in accordance with reason and virtue. Illness may limit the body, but only cowardice can limit the soul. Insult, too, was something the Stoics taught must be met with courage. The world is filled with harsh words, unjust accusations, and petty slanders. To react with rage is to surrender control, to let another dictate our peace. But to meet insult with calm is to stand firm in one's own judgment. Courage means not giving power to another's words, but holding fast to the truth of one's own character. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that the wrongdoer acts out of ignorance, and that his words harm only himself unless we consent to be wounded. The courageous soul does not hide from insult, but neither does it retaliate in kind. It remains steady, proving strength not through vengeance, but through unshaken calm. Pain is another teacher of courage. Seneca urged his students to practice endurance, reminding them that pain, though unpleasant, is temporary, and that fear of pain often hurts more than pain itself. He argued that the wise person accepts pain as part of nature, just as one accepts cold winters or hot summers. Courage transforms pain from an enemy into a test, an opportunity to prove resilience. It says, "This too I can bear, because I was made to bear what nature gives." The body may tremble, but the mind, guided by courage, remains firm. Above all, the Stoics insisted on courage in the face of death. Death is the ultimate fear, the shadow behind every other fear. Most people spend their lives trying to avoid it, pretending it is far away, wasting time on trivialities because they are too afraid to face its nearness. But the Stoics taught that to fear death is to waste life. Courage is the refusal to let death steal the present moment. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." To live with courage is to live as though every day might be the last, not with despair, but with clarity and urgency. When you accept death, you are freed to live, for nothing is left to fear. Courage, then, is not a single grand act, but a way of being. It is present when a parent rises in the night to care for a sick child, though exhausted. It is present when someone speaks the truth in a room where lies are easier. It is present when one continues to work honestly, though surrounded by corruption. It is present when one faces the loss of a loved one with grief, but without despair. Courage is woven into the fabric of daily life, for every day presents us with fears to confront, pains to endure, and duties to fulfill. Without courage, wisdom remains an idea, justice remains a dream, and temperance remains an intention. With courage, they become realities lived out in action. Seneca's reminder that life is long if you know how to use it is a call to courage. We shorten life not by the number of our years, but by wasting our time in fear and avoidance. The coward hides from hardship, shrinks from risk, clings to comfort, and so lets life slip away. The courageous person embraces what comes, acts with integrity, and uses each moment as material for virtue. In doing so, he stretches life, filling even a short span with richness, meaning, and dignity. For the Stoics, a single day lived with courage is worth more than a lifetime wasted in fear. To live fully, then, is to live courageously. This does not mean recklessness or bravado, but a steady resolve to face reality as it is. It means refusing to waste time on illusions, refusing to be enslaved by fear, refusing to let hardship or death define us. It means standing firm in our role as human beings, rational, social, and mortal creatures, capable of wisdom, justice, temperance, and above all, courage. For courage is what makes the others possible, what transforms philosophy from words into life. The Stoics never promised ease, they promised strength. They did not promise safety, they promised freedom. And the key to this freedom is courage. the courage to face loss, pain, insult, illness, and death, not as enemies, but as parts of the human story. To shrink from these is to shrink from life itself. To meet them with courage is to live fully. Life is long, Seneca told us, if we know how to use it. Courage is what enables us to use it well, to face reality instead of hiding, to live today not in fear but in virtue. And in that courage lies the true measure of a life, not how long it lasted, but how bravely it was lived. Epictetus told his students that courage begins in the mind. The battlefield is not first in the world outside, but within the soul, where thoughts arise and judgments are formed. Fear, he explained, is often nothing more than judgment. We imagine disaster before it arrives. We magnify pain into something unbearable. We chain ourselves with thoughts of what might happen rather than what is. In this way, we live twice through suffering, once in anticipation and once in reality. And often, the first wound, the wound of imagination, is sharper than the second. But Epictetus urged his students to test fear by bringing it into the light of reason. Ask yourself, what is it that I dread? Is it death? But death is natural, and to fear it is to fear the order of the universe itself. Is it pain? Pain is unpleasant, yes, but it can be borne as countless others before us have borne it. Is it insult? Insult is only sound in the air, powerless unless we grant it weight. Much of what terrifies us dissolves when examined closely. Fear thrives in shadows, but when dragged into clarity, it often vanishes like mist at dawn. What remains, the true dangers of life, can be endured. Hunger, loss, illness, even death. All these belong to the human condition. They are not foreign invaders, but natural companions on our journey. Courage, then, is not about denying their existence or pretending to feel nothing. It is about recognizing them for what they are, hardships, but not evils. The body may suffer, the fortune may turn, but the will remains free. Epictetus himself, crippled and once enslaved, showed through his own life that the soul can stand firm even when the body is broken. Courage, then, is not the absence of fear, but the mastery of it. To expect a life without fear is folly. To demand that the heart never tremble is inhuman, but to feel fear and still choose to act rightly, that is the heart of courage. It is the refusal to let fear be the tyrant of the soul. It is the steady voice that says, I hear you, fear, but I will not obey you. I will obey reason, I will obey virtue, I will obey the duty that is mine. In this way, courage is always a choice. It does not depend on the absence of danger or the promise of success. It depends on the will to act in accordance with what is right, even when fear whispers loudly. The soldier who stands in battle, the parent who comforts a dying child, the citizen who speaks truth against corruption, all feel fear. But their greatness lies in choosing action, not in waiting for fear to disappear. Epictetus taught his students that every moment of life offers such choices, and that courage, exercised daily in small things, prepares us for the great trials when they come. Thus, courage begins in the mind, is tested in action, and is proven in endurance. It is not an extraordinary gift given to a few, but a discipline available to all. Each time we face fear with clarity, each time we endure hardship with steadiness, each time we act rightly despite trembling within, we practice courage. And the more we practice, the freer we become. For courage is the key that unlocks the prison of fear, allowing the soul to walk in dignity, strength, and peace. Marcus Aurelius, surrounded by wars and plagues, reminded himself that death comes to all, but disgrace comes only to those who abandon virtue. It is not death that a man should fear, he wrote, but he should fear never beginning to live. To live without courage is to die while still breathing. To live with courage is to die only when nature commands. Lesson 19 calls us to practice courage in every sphere of life. Courage to speak truth when silence is easier. Courage to choose justice when injustice tempts. Courage to endure pain without self-pity. Courage to face death without trembling. The Stoic does not chase danger recklessly, but neither does he flee it when virtue demands action. Why is this lesson essential for sleep and happiness? Because fear is the thief of both. Fear keeps the mind restless at night, replaying worries of what might come. Fear weakens happiness during the day, chaining the soul to anxieties and what-ifs. Courage breaks these chains. The courageous man still feels fear, but he does not obey it. He rests more easily because he trusts himself to face whatever tomorrow brings. Think of a soldier in battle. One trembles, paralyzed by fear, unable to act, consumed by thoughts of death. The other feels fear too, but steadies his breath, remembers his training, and steps forward with discipline. Which man is free? Which man sleeps more peacefully after the battle? The answer is clear: the one who chooses courage. Seneca reminded us that fortune favors the brave, but more importantly, courage itself is fortune. For when you possess courage, no misfortune can enslave you. Pain becomes bearable, loss becomes endurable, death becomes natural. Courage transforms every hardship into an opportunity to practice strength. Now let us bring this closer. Tonight, perhaps you lie awake fearing tomorrow. A conversation, a decision, an uncertainty. Lesson 19 invites you to say, I will meet it with courage. Brave fear may still whisper, but courage will steady you. You need not know the outcome. You need only know that you will face it with virtue. That is enough. Courage also teaches us to endure suffering with dignity. Pain is part of life, but cowardice multiplies it. When you resist, complain, and curse, pain grows heavier. When you endure with courage, pain remains, but it loses its sting. Epictetus reminded his students that even in torture, the soul remains free if it chooses courage. This truth is radical but liberating. No one can force you to live in fear. Courage is always yours to claim. Let us practice. As you lie down, breathe deeply. Call to mind one fear that troubles you. Do not run from it. Look at it directly. Ask, is this fear fact or imagination? If fact, can I endure it? The answer is yes, for you have endured before, and you will endure again. If imagination, release it. Then whisper, I am stronger than my fear. Repeat it until the words take root. Why does courage bring happiness? Because the courageous man lives freely. He is not paralyzed by what may happen. He does not shrink from challenges. He does not waste life in hiding. He steps forward boldly, embracing both joy and sorrow, both success and loss. Such a man is alive. Such a man is free. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that the universe is vast, time is fleeting, and human life is but a moment. To tremble through that moment in fear is folly. To stand firm within it is wisdom. Courage allows us to live that fleeting moment fully without regret. Lesson 19, then, is the call to stand upright, to face life with an unshaken heart, not to seek danger recklessly, not to pretend fear does not exist, but to act rightly despite fear. This is courage. This is freedom. So tonight, whisper this. I will meet tomorrow with courage. Let it settle into your chest. Let it calm your breath, for fear may come, but you need not serve it. Courage is yours. Claim it, live it, rest in it. This is Lesson 19, the practice of courage. Without it, no virtue can stand. With it, no hardship can break you. Lesson 18, the practice of justice. If wisdom teaches us to see clearly, temperance trains us to live with balance, and courage strengthens us to face hardship, then justice completes the circle of Stoic virtue. Justice is not merely about laws or courts. It is the virtue of living rightly with others. of giving each person their due, of acting not for selfish gain but for the good of the whole. Lesson 18 teaches us that without justice, no life can be called good, no soul can be called free. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that he was not only an individual but part of a greater whole. In his meditations, written to guide and discipline his own soul, he returned again and again to this vision of interconnectedness. "What brings no benefit to the hive," he wrote, "brings none to the bee." By this, he meant that no person stands apart, no life is self-contained, and no action is without consequence for the larger body of humankind. Just as the bee depends on the hive, so the individual depends on the community. To live in disregard of this bond is to injure oneself as well as others. For Marcus, justice was the virtue that held this bond in balance. To live unjustly, whether by deceit, cruelty, or selfish exploitation, was not cleverness but blindness, because it weakened the very structure of the whole to which he himself belonged. To take advantage of others for personal gain was to act against nature itself, for human beings are rational and social creatures meant to live cooperatively, just as the hands, eyes, and feet serve the one body. If the hand hoarded strength for itself, if the eyes refused to guide the feet, the body would collapse. Likewise, if an individual lives only for private pleasure or profit, the harmony of the human community is broken, and with it, the soul of the individual becomes disordered. Justice, in Stoic thought, is not limited to courts or laws, though those too are its expressions. It begins in the heart, in the recognition that to wrong another is to wrong oneself. It is the refusal to exploit or to injure, even when one might get away with it, because one knows that virtue is the only true good and vice the only true harm. Justice is also positive, not merely avoiding harm, but actively seeking the common good, supporting others, contributing to the welfare of the whole. This is why Marcus Aurelius, though Emperor of Rome with immense power at his command, reminded himself constantly to act with fairness, humility, and compassion. He knew that his authority existed not for his own sake, but for the sake of the people he served. To live justly, then, is to live in alignment with nature. It is to recognize that the human being is not a solitary creature, but a part of the cosmos, bound by ties of reason, duty, and love. To betray justice is to live unnaturally, shrinking the soul into isolation. To practice justice is to live expansively, in harmony with the greater whole, and to discover that the good of the hive is indeed the good of the bee. Justice is the virtue that makes this harmony possible, the virtue that binds individual freedom to communal flourishing, the virtue that holds the human bond in balance. Epictetus told his students that our roles in life are given to us by nature: child, parent, friend, citizen. Each role carries duties. Justice means fulfilling these duties with honesty and fairness. To refuse them is to betray not only others, but our own reason. For human beings are rational and social creatures. To live against justice is to live against our own nature. Lesson 18 teaches us that justice begins in small acts, to speak truth instead of lies, to treat others with fairness even when no one is watching, to keep promises, to act with kindness even toward those who may not deserve it. Each act of justice strengthens the soul, just as each unjust act corrodes it. A man may appear rich or powerful, but if he lives unjustly, he is poor in virtue. Why is justice essential for sleep and happiness? Because the unjust soul is restless. A liar fears discovery. A cheat fears loss. A tyrant fears revolt. Injustice breeds anxiety, suspicion, and endless turmoil. But the just soul sleeps peacefully, for he has nothing to hide, nothing to regret, nothing to fear. Justice is the foundation of inner calm. Think of two men, One builds his wealth through deceit, stepping on others to climb higher. Outwardly he appears strong, but inwardly he trembles, for his foundation is fragile. The other works honestly, treats others fairly, and builds slowly. Outwardly he may appear modest, but inwardly he rests firm, for his conscience is clear. Who is truly rich? Who truly sleeps with peace? The Stoics answer, the just man. Seneca warned that injustice harms the one who commits it more than the one who suffers it. He who wrongs another wrongs himself, he wrote, for he makes himself unjust. This is a radical thought. Often we believe injustice is about victims and oppressors. But for the Stoics, the deepest wound of injustice is to the perpetrator who corrupts his own soul. To act unjustly is to poison oneself. Lesson 18 invites you to reflect on your own actions. Did you speak truth today, or did you bend it for convenience? Did you treat others fairly, or did you seek advantage? Did you honor your duties or neglect them? These questions may sting, but they are the doorway to growth. For justice is not a single act, but a daily practice. Each day you can align closer with fairness, with honesty, with respect for others. Justice also demands humility. We are quick to see injustice in others, slow to see it in ourselves. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself not to condemn others harshly, but to remember that they act from ignorance. This does not excuse injustice, but it teaches us patience. The just man corrects others gently, teaches by example, and guards his own heart from arrogance. Now let us tie this lesson to happiness. The just life is the happy life because it is the life of harmony. To live justly is to live in alignment with reason, with nature, with community. It is to remove conflict between what you know and what you do. And when that conflict is gone, the soul rests. Happiness is not found in wealth or power gained unjustly, but in a clear conscience. So tonight, as you prepare for rest, reflect on justice. Ask yourself, have I wronged anyone today? If yes, resolve to correct it tomorrow. Have I spoken truth? Have I treated others with fairness? Have I fulfilled my role with integrity? If the answer is yes, let peace fill you. If the answer is no, let resolve guide you, and then let rest restore you. For guilt serves no purpose without correction, and correction begins with a clear mind. Justice is also about service. Marcus Aurelius wrote that each of us was born not for ourselves, but for one another. To live only for self is to shrink the soul. To live for others expands it. The just man seeks not only his own good, but the good of the whole. This does not mean neglecting himself. It means seeing that his good and the good of others are not separate. Lesson 18, then, is not abstract. It is practical. It calls you to truth, fairness, duty, service. It calls you to live each day in a way that strengthens your soul and benefits your community. It calls you to sleep each night with peace, knowing you have harmed no one, deceived no one, betrayed no one. So whisper this tonight, I will act justly. Let it settle into your spirit. For justice is not grand speeches or distant ideals. It is the quiet strength of daily fairness, the steady practice of truth, the humble fulfillment of duty. This is Lesson 18, the practice of justice. Without it, there is no peace. With it, there is harmony, happiness, and rest. Lesson 17, the discipline of attention. If wisdom is the ability to see clearly, then attention is the doorway through which wisdom enters. The Stoics understood this with remarkable clarity. A person may live surrounded by knowledge, books, teachers, and examples, but if he lacks attention, if his mind drifts aimlessly from one thought to another, wisdom never takes root. Without attention, life itself slips by unnoticed. The days pass, the years vanish, and only at the end does such a person realize that he has never truly lived. Without attention, even the greatest teachings remain useless, for truth must be received by a mind that is present, awake, and focused. Lesson 17 is about reclaiming the power of attention, learning to be present, to focus on what matters, and to guard the mind against distraction. The Stoics lived in a world far less noisy than ours. No screens, no constant alerts, no endless streams of images and words competing for every spare moment. And yet even they warned of distraction, of the danger of scattering the mind across too many things. Seneca observed that people are not stingy with money, yet they are wasteful with time, the one resource that cannot be replaced. To guard our time, he said, we must learn to give our attention only to what truly matters. Marcus Aurelius echoed this in his meditations, reminding himself again and again to focus on the task at hand, to resist the lure of distraction, to remain anchored in the present moment. Do not be carried away by thoughts, he wrote, but confine yourself to the present. Attention, for the Stoics, was more than concentration on a task. It was the foundation of presence itself, the discipline of directing the mind toward what is within our control, what is in front of us, what is real. When attention strays too often to regrets of the past or fears of the future, the soul becomes restless, anxious, and divided. But when attention is centered on the present, clarity emerges. The mind sees what needs to be done, and the will is free to act without confusion. This power of attention is not something we are given automatically. It must be cultivated. Just as muscles weaken without exercise, the mind weakens without discipline. Every time we allow ourselves to be pulled by trivial distractions, we surrender a piece of our strength. Every time we resist and return our focus to what matters, we strengthen the citadel of the mind. Epictetus advised his students to train attention the way one trains the body, by constant repetition. Notice when your thoughts wander, he said, and gently return them. Notice when you are tempted to waste time, and ask whether this use of attention serves virtue. By such small acts of training, the soul becomes steady. The danger of distraction is not only that it wastes time, but that it blinds us to life itself. A person absorbed in distractions does not see the people around him, does not hear the words spoken to him, does not notice the beauty of nature or the lessons of experience. He lives as if half asleep. But the attentive person lives fully awake. He notices the small kindnesses of others, the opportunities for justice, the quiet joys of existence. Attention transforms ordinary life into something vivid, meaningful, and alive. It is the doorway through which wisdom enters, because only a mind that pays attention can learn, understand, and grow. To reclaim attention is to reclaim freedom. The undisciplined mind is dragged from one thing to another, ruled by impulse and noise. The disciplined mind chooses its focus and holds it. This choice is an act of sovereignty. It allows us to resist the flood of distractions that surround us and to dedicate ourselves to what is truly ours: the shaping of our character, the practice of virtue, the fulfillment of our roles. Attention is the guardian of the soul, protecting it from being scattered and lost. Lesson 17 calls us, then, to the practice of attention. To pause each day and ask, where is my mind? Am I present to what I am doing, to the person before me, to the duty at hand? Or am I elsewhere, consumed by what is trivial or beyond my control? By asking and by returning the mind again and again to the present, we strengthen our vision, we sharpen our wisdom, and we begin to live fully. For wisdom cannot enter a distracted mind, but only one that is still, steady, and awake. Attention is the doorway, and through it, the soul learns to see. Marcus Aurelius urged himself constantly to concentrate every minute like a Roman. By this, he meant to live each moment fully, without scattering the mind on what is trivial or out of reach. He knew that the mind left unguarded drifts into regret of the past or fear of the future. Attention calls it back to the present, to the only moment where life actually exists. Epictetus told his students that philosophy is not words but practice, and practice requires attention. To notice your judgments, to guide your desires, to master your actions. None of these are possible if the mind is always wandering. Attention is the foundation of self-mastery. Without it, you are a prisoner of impulse. With it, you are a sovereign of the self. Lesson 17 teaches us that attention is not simply focus, but discipline. In a world of endless noise, the mind is constantly pulled outward by gossip, by news, by idle chatter, by the buzzing of devices. Each pull weakens the soul, scattering it across 1,000 unimportant things. The Stoic trains himself to withdraw from this chaos and return his gaze inward, where true freedom lies. Why is this lesson essential for sleep and happiness? Because much of our unrest comes from a mind that cannot be still. You lie awake not because the body is restless, but because attention is scattered, jumping from memory to worry, from fear to fantasy. But when you train attention, you learn to direct it. You can place it on gratitude, on the breath, on the present moment. And when attention rests, the whole soul rests. Think of light passing through glass. Unfocused, it warms gently. Focused through a lens, it burns with power. So too with the mind. Unfocused, it drifts and weakens. Focused, it cuts through confusion and reveals truth. Lesson 17 is the practice of turning your mind into a lens, clear, sharp, steady. Seneca warned that life is wasted not because it is short, but because it is unfocused. We squander hours on distraction, only to complain that time has cheated us. But time is not the thief. Distraction is. Attention, properly trained, restores life to its full length. Each moment becomes vivid, meaningful, alive. Now, let us bring this closer. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, notice where your attention wanders. Do not fight it harshly. Simply guide it as a rider guides a horse. When the mind drifts to tomorrow's fears, bring it back to the present breath. When it drifts to yesterday's regrets, bring it back to gratitude for today. Each return is practice. Each return is victory. Marcus Aurelius practiced this discipline in his meditations. He reminded himself that the present is all we ever lose, for it is the only thing we ever have. Do not waste the rest of your life, he wrote, worrying about others, unless it affects the common good. It will keep you from doing anything useful. Attention is not only about focus, but about choosing what deserves focus. Lesson 17 teaches that attention must be guarded. The Stoics believed the mind is like a fortress. If you leave the gates open, enemies rush in, anger, fear, envy, distraction. If you guard the gates with discipline, only what serves virtue enters. Attention is the guard at the gate. Why does this matter for happiness? Because happiness is not found in vague drifting, but in clear presence. The one who pays attention to his blessings is grateful. The one who pays attention to his duties is diligent. The one who pays attention to his thoughts is free. Without attention, life is wasted in shadows. With attention, life is illuminated. So tonight, let us practice. Lie still. Breathe deeply. Place your attention on the breath. Feel it rise and fall. When the mind drifts, do not scold it. Gently return it again and again. This is Stoic meditation, not escape from the world, but training for it. Each return builds strength. Each moment of presence builds peace. Lesson 17 also extends to action. Attention means doing one thing at a time with full presence. To eat with attention is to taste fully. To walk with attention is to see the world. To speak with attention is to choose words wisely. To listen with attention is to honor others. In this way, every act becomes sacred. Epictetus told his students, "When you walk, just walk. When you eat, just eat." This is not simplicity for its own sake. It is training the mind to be where the body is, to live where life is happening. Lesson 17 is a call to attention, a call to notice your thoughts, to focus on virtue, to guard your mind. It is not glamorous, but it is powerful. For the attentive soul is never wasted, never lost, never enslaved. So tonight, whisper this: I am here now. Let the words settle, let them anchor you in the present, for only in the present is peace found. Only in the present is life lived. This is Lesson 17, the discipline of attention. Guard it, practice it, and it will give you clarity by day and rest by night. Lesson 16, the art of patience. The Stoics lived in a world of constant turmoil, wars, plagues, exile, betrayal. They knew well the sting of delay, the ache of waiting, the fire of frustration, yet they trained themselves in a discipline that remains as vital today as it was 2,000 years ago: patience. Lesson 16 is about cultivating the art of patience, learning to endure time, to accept delay, and to face frustration without losing peace. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that nature never hurries, yet everything is accomplished. The seed becomes the tree not in a day, but through seasons. The river carves the valley not in a year, but through centuries. The sun itself rises and sets by steady law, never rushing, never delaying. Patience, then, is alignment with the rhythm of nature. To demand that life move faster is to demand that rivers flow backward. To accept its pace is to walk in harmony with the universe. Epictetus warned his students not to demand immediate results from practice. Philosophy, he said, is like training for the Olympics. Strength is not built in a single day, nor mastery in a single hour. Patience is required, for the soul is shaped slowly, as iron is tempered by many strikes. The impatient man abandons the path. The patient man perseveres and reaps the reward. Lesson 16 teaches us that patience is not weakness, it is strength under restraint. The impatient man is ruled by anger, lashing out at every delay. The patient man rules himself, waiting calmly until the right time to act. One is a slave to impulse, the other is a master of himself. Why is patience so essential for sleep and happiness? Because much of our unrest comes from resistance to time. We want tomorrow's answers today. We want healing before the wound closes. We want certainty before events unfold. This impatience breeds anxiety, frustration, and endless restlessness. But when we practice patience, we release the demand for control. We accept that time unfolds as it must. We breathe, we wait, we rest. Think of two farmers. One plants his seeds and demands fruit by morning. He rages when he finds only soil. The other plants and waits through seasons, tending the field with care. In time, the harvest comes and he rejoices. Which farmer lives wisely? Which one lives with peace? Patience is the difference. Seneca wrote that time heals wounds if only we allow it. Impatience picks at the wound, reopening it again and again. Patience lets it close, slowly, naturally. In this way, patience is not passive. It is active cooperation with nature's healing. Lesson 16 also trains us in dealing with others. How often do we grow frustrated with the slowness of people, their mistakes, their flaws? Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that he would meet the ungrateful, the arrogant, the dishonest. To respond with anger is easy, but it enslaves the soul. To respond with patience is strength, for it keeps the mind free of poison. Patience turns irritation into training, each delay into a lesson, each flaw into an opportunity for compassion. Now, let us bring this closer. Tonight, perhaps you feel impatient for answers, for change, for relief. Perhaps you lie awake, demanding that tomorrow be different. Lesson 16 invites you to release this demand. Whisper to yourself, I will wait with calm. Feel the shift as the heart loosens, as the breath steadies. Rest becomes possible when impatience is surrendered. Patience also teaches us humility. To wait is to acknowledge that we are not masters of time. We cannot hurry the sunrise, nor delay the sunset. We cannot rush growth nor pause decay. To demand otherwise is arrogance. To accept it is wisdom. The patient man bows to nature's law and finds peace in his bowing. Why does patience bring happiness? Because happiness is found in harmony with reality. Impatience fights reality, demanding it move at our pace. This fight exhausts the soul. Patience flows with reality, accepting its pace. This flow nourishes the soul. Happiness is not found in control, but in acceptance. So let us practice. As you lie down, breathe slowly. Imagine your life as a river. You cannot push it forward, nor hold it back. You can only float, guided by its current. Whisper, I will move at the pace of nature. Let the words soften you. Let them prepare you for rest. Lesson 16 is the art of patience. It is not glamorous, but it is profound. It frees us from frustration, anchors us in peace, and allows us to endure both small delays and great trials. This is Lesson 16, the art of patience. To practice it daily is to live in harmony with time itself. To rest in it nightly is to sleep with a calm heart. Lesson 15, the strength of humility. If there is a virtue that quietly sustains all others, it is humility. Without humility, wisdom becomes arrogance, courage becomes recklessness, justice becomes pride, and temperance becomes vanity. Lesson 15 is about cultivating humility, not as weakness but as strength, not as self-denial but as self-knowledge. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, the most powerful man of his age, wrote to himself daily reminders of his smallness. He told himself, soon you will have forgotten all, and soon all will have forgotten you. He reminded himself that his flesh would decay, his name fade, his empire crumble. If even the ruler of the known world needed humility, how much more do we? Epictetus warned his students against boasting of progress. He knew how tempting it was for those who had just begun to study philosophy to parade their learning, to wear their discipline like a badge, to speak proudly of their insights as though words were proof of wisdom. Yet for Epictetus, this was a fundamental mistake. Philosophy was not meant to be a subject for display, but a way of life. Do not proclaim yourself a philosopher, he said. Act as one. He taught that humility was not weakness, but the foundation of real growth. Humility for him meant letting deeds speak louder than words, allowing one's life to testify more powerfully than any claim could. True strength, he reminded them, does not need to announce itself. It is steady, quiet, unwavering. The danger of boasting is that it shifts attention from what matters, actual practice, to what is trivial, appearances. A person who talks endlessly about philosophy but fails to restrain anger, who praises virtue but indulges vice, is no philosopher at all. Epictetus often compared such people to sick patients who listen attentively to the doctor's instructions but never take the prescribed medicine. Knowledge without action is useless, and worse, it creates the illusion of progress where none exists. To boast of wisdom is to reveal that one has not yet learned its first lesson, that virtue is humble, modest, and hidden in daily choices, not in public display. Humility is necessary because philosophy is not a performance, but a discipline. The Stoics believed that philosophy is training for the soul, just as athletics is training for the body. An athlete does not boast of his regimen while failing in competition. He demonstrates his strength on the field. Likewise, the philosopher does not need to declare his beliefs, for his choices reveal them. If he eats simply, restrains anger, treats others with justice and faces hardship with calm, then all who see him will know the truth. He is living by philosophy. Words are not required. His actions are his testimony. Marcus Aurelius, though emperor, echoed this teaching in his meditations. He reminded himself never to seek praise for virtue, for praise adds nothing to the good act itself. The emerald, he wrote, does not say, "Notice how green I am." It is enough to be emerald. So too with virtue. It shines quietly without advertisement. The man who constantly points to his own wisdom, his own restraint, his own virtue, betrays insecurity. The man who simply lives with virtue has no need of such claims, for strength is its own proof. Humility also protects against pride, which the Stoics considered a subtle but dangerous vice. Pride makes us complacent, convinced that we have arrived, that no further effort is needed. But philosophy is a lifelong training. No matter how far one has progressed, there is always room to grow, always weaknesses to correct, always temptations to resist. To boast of being a philosopher is to close oneself off from learning. To act as one, quietly, is to remain always a student of life, always ready to improve. Epictetus knew that true humility is not false modesty. It does not mean denying one's progress or pretending to be ignorant. Rather, it means recognizing that virtue is measured not by words or appearances, but by steadfastness of character. The humble man does not say, "I am nothing," but "I am still becoming." He does not draw attention to his growth, but he continues to grow, regardless of who notices. His satisfaction lies in the work itself, not in recognition. Humility is also powerful because it builds trust. People are suspicious of those who loudly proclaim their wisdom or virtue, but they are drawn to those whose actions quietly reveal integrity. A person who lives modestly, speaks gently, and acts justly will inspire confidence far more than one who boasts of knowledge. The Stoic philosopher seeks not applause, but alignment with nature and reason. By letting deeds speak louder than words, he creates harmony both within himself and with those around him. Moreover, humility allows us to endure hardship without complaint. The one who boasts of progress often collapses when tested because his strength was in appearance, not in reality. But the one who has quietly practiced self-mastery, who has trained the soul through discipline, will remain calm when storms arrive. His humility has prepared him, for he was never concerned with seeming strong, only with being strong. True strength does not tremble at trials, for it was forged in silence. Humility, then, is a form of freedom. When we no longer feel the need to proclaim ourselves wise, we are freed from the burden of appearances. We need not constantly perform or prove ourselves to others. We can live simply, honestly, steadily, without fear of judgment. Virtue becomes its own reward, and the opinions of others lose their power over us. This is the heart of Stoic peace, to live according to reason and virtue, regardless of praise or blame. Epictetus warned his students that philosophy is not about the tongue, but about the soul. Words are cheap, easily spoken, quickly forgotten. Actions endure. A single act of justice speaks more loudly than 1,000 lectures on justice. A single instance of courage in hardship teaches more than endless pages on bravery. To act as a philosopher is to embody wisdom, not to proclaim it. It is to live so that others see philosophy at work, not in speeches but in daily life. In our own time, this lesson is perhaps more urgent than ever. We live in a world filled with proclamations, where people announce every thought, display every opinion, and perform virtue for recognition. But the Stoic path calls us to another way. Less noise, more substance. Instead of telling others what we believe, we must show it by how we live. Instead of boasting of discipline, we must practice it. Instead of declaring progress, we must embody it. silence and action will prove more persuasive than any self-praise. So we return to Epictetus's command, do not proclaim yourself a philosopher, act as one. To follow it is to choose humility over pride, substance over appearance, action over words. It is to recognize that true strength does not announce itself because it does not need to. It is steady, quiet, unwavering. The oak tree does not boast of its roots. It simply stands firm through the storm. The river does not declare its constancy. It simply flows to the sea. The philosopher does not proclaim his wisdom. He simply lives with virtue, and in that living proves all that needs to be said. Seneca, in his letters, confessed his own flaws openly. He admitted that he struggled with anger, with distraction, with inconsistency. This honesty was not weakness, it was the humility of a man who knew himself. For the Stoics, humility is not pretending to be less than you are. It is seeing yourself as you truly are, a mortal, a student, a part of the whole. Lesson 15 teaches us that humility brings freedom. Pride binds us to appearances, enslaves us to the opinions of others. The proud man fears criticism, clings to reputation, hides his flaws. But the humble man is free. He does not fear correction, for he seeks truth, not praise. He does not cling to reputation, for he knows it is fleeting. He does not hide his flaws, for he works daily to improve them. Why is humility essential for sleep and happiness? Because pride fills the mind with noise. You lie awake replaying insults, defending yourself in imagination, building castles of appearance. But humility quiets the mind. It reminds you, I am mortal, I am flawed, I am learning. There is no need to prove, no need to boast, no need to fight shadows. In this acceptance, peace grows. Think of two men again. One boasts constantly, needing others to affirm his greatness. A single insult wounds him deeply. A single failure shakes his soul. The other acts quietly, seeking virtue, not applause. He accepts correction, admits weakness, and continues forward. Which man sleeps peacefully? Which man lives freely? The Stoics answer, the humble one. Lesson 15 also teaches us to see ourselves as part of a larger whole. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that he was not the center of the universe, but a citizen of it. Humility expands our vision. It teaches us to place our small life within the vastness of time and nature. When we see this clearly, our pride dissolves, our complaints soften, our gratitude deepens. Now, let us practice. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, reflect on your day. Where did pride disturb you? Where did you seek approval rather than virtue? Where did you hide flaws rather than face them? Do not condemn yourself harshly. Simply acknowledge, as a student acknowledges lessons still to learn. Whisper, I am mortal, I am learning. Let the words humble and free you. Humility also transforms relationships. Pride demands domination. Humility fosters harmony. The humble man listens, seeks understanding, forgives more easily. He does not need to win every argument, for truth is his only victory. He does not need constant recognition, for virtue is his only reward. Such a man is a friend to all, an enemy to none. Why does humility bring happiness? Because happiness is not in being praised, but in being free. The humble soul is free from envy, free from arrogance, free from the endless chase for validation. He walks lightly, lives simply, sleeps peacefully. Lesson 15 is also a shield against despair. Pride makes us fragile, for when we fall, the crash is great. Humility makes us resilient, for we never claim to stand above others. To fall is human, and the humble accept this truth. They rise again with patience, learning, and renewed strength. Seneca once wrote that the wise man is never ashamed of learning, no matter how late in life. This too is humility, to always remain a student, never a master, to see every person, even the lowliest, as a potential teacher, to accept correction not as insult, but as gift. So tonight, whisper this: I am a student of life. Let it soften your pride, calm your mind, and prepare you for rest. For humility is not a lowering of the self, it is a lifting of the soul into truth. This is lesson 15, the strength of humility. Practice it daily, and you will find freedom from pride, peace from envy, and happiness rooted not in appearances, but in virtue. Lesson 14, the value of silence. The Stoics spoke much about words, but they spoke even more about silence. Lesson 14 is about rediscovering the value of silence, not only the absence of noise, but the presence of clarity, discipline, and peace. Epictetus warned his students to be cautious in speech. He knew that the tongue, though small, has immense power over the course of life. Let silence be your general rule, he said, or say only what is necessary and in few words. To the Stoics, speech was not a casual pastime, but a moral act, for words reveal the state of the soul and shape the bonds between human beings. To speak rashly is to betray a lack of self-mastery. To speak wisely is to show harmony between thought and virtue. Words, Epictetus reminded his students, are like arrows. Once released, they cannot be recalled. An arrow loosed in haste cannot be stopped in mid-flight, no matter how desperately the archer might wish to draw it back. So it is with speech. A careless tongue wounds others, and often wounds the one who speaks. The Stoics observed how much human suffering is born not of actions done in calm deliberation, but of words flung out in heat, pride, or folly. How many friendships have been broken by words spoken in anger? How many bonds of trust have been weakened by a careless jest or a thoughtless remark? How many reputations, patiently built over years, have been stained in a moment by gossip or slander? And how many regrets come not from what we did with our hands, but from what we said without thinking, without restraint, without wisdom? The Stoics knew that silence is a shield. In silence, no insult can escape, no rash promise can bind, no falsehood can spread. In silence, the tongue rests, and the mind has time to govern what ought to be spoken and what ought not. Silence spares us the pain of words we might wish to take back, and spares others the harm of words that cannot be undone. For once the arrow has flown, it strikes. Once the word has left the lips, it lives a life of its own beyond our control. A rumor may spread like fire. A harsh word may echo in another's heart for years. Silence, then, is not emptiness, but protection. It guards both speaker and listener. Epictetus did not call for eternal silence, nor for the suppression of all speech. He understood that words, when guided by reason and virtue, are among the greatest tools we possess. To speak truth with kindness, to offer counsel with care, to comfort the sorrowful, to teach wisdom. These are noble uses of the tongue. But the tongue must be trained. Just as the archer does not release every arrow at random, but only when the target is in sight, so too the philosopher does not release every thought into words, but speaks only when it is necessary, measured, and just. In this way, silence is not the enemy of speech, but its ally. By restraining ourselves from speaking hastily, we give greater weight to the words we do choose to utter. Few words, wisely chosen, shine brighter than torrents of chatter. The Stoics believed that speech should be like medicine, rare, precise, and healing. Too much medicine poisons, too many words confuse. The disciplined tongue heals by truth and harms by silence, only when silence would betray justice. To master speech is not to speak often, but to speak rightly. Therefore, Epictetus's lesson endures. Guard the tongue, for words once released cannot be recalled. Let silence be your shield, and let speech, when chosen, be guided by reason, virtue, and care. In this discipline lies not only protection from regret, but also the possibility of harmony, for when we speak less, we listen more, And when we listen more, we understand both others and ourselves more deeply. Silence, wisely kept, is not emptiness, but discipline. It is the choice to rule speech rather than be ruled by it, to be silent when anger burns, to hold back when gossip tempts, to refrain from boasting when pride swells. These are acts of strength, not weakness. The untrained soul believes that to speak always is freedom, but the wise know that restraint is the truer freedom, for it spares the soul from slavery to impulse. Yet Epictetus did not forbid speech altogether. He taught that when we do speak, our words should be necessary, measured, and guided by reason. Few words, spoken with honesty and clarity, carry more weight than torrents of chatter. To praise with sincerity, to advise with gentleness, to correct with justice, to comfort with compassion, these are the rightful uses of speech. All else is noise, and noise is the enemy of peace. Thus, the Stoic discipline of silence is not cold withdrawal, but the art of guarding the soul and honoring others. In silence we preserve our dignity, in measured speech we preserve harmony. To practice this is to learn that wisdom often speaks most loudly when it says little, and that peace often enters where words are few. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself not to waste breath in complaint or idle chatter. He saw that much of human conversation is trivial, scattered, or harmful. To indulge in gossip, to argue needlessly, to boast of virtue, these are not the marks of a philosopher. The Stoic uses words sparingly, like a craftsman using tools with care. Lesson 14 teaches us that silence is not emptiness. It is space for reflection, for self-mastery, for growth. In silence, the mind can observe its own judgments, can see where it errs, can correct itself. In silence, the soul can breathe. Why is silence essential for sleep and happiness? Because noise is not only external, it is internal. The constant chatter of the mind, the endless dialogue of regrets, worries, and fantasies keeps us restless. To practice silence is to quiet that chatter, to listen instead of speaking, to breathe instead of arguing, to reflect instead of reacting. This is the silence that prepares the soul for peace. Think of two men. One fills every moment with words, explaining, defending, gossiping, boasting. He is drained and his listeners are weary. The other speaks rarely, but when he does, his words carry weight, because they rise from silence. Which man sleeps with peace? Which man lives with clarity? The Stoics answer, the one who honors silence. Seneca wrote that it is better to be silent and be thought a fool than to speak and remove all doubt. Silence protects the fool, but more importantly, it strengthens the wise. For silence allows thought before speech, reflection before action. In silence, you choose your words carefully, guided not by impulse, but by reason. Lesson 14 also teaches us to resist provocation. When insulted, the impulsive reply with sharp words, escalating conflict. The Stoic remains silent, remembering that insult harms only if judgment permits it. Silence in such moments is not weakness, but strength. The strength to refuse surrender to anger. Now let us practice. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, turn inward. Close the door on the day's noise, set aside the burdens of work, and give yourself fully to the present moment. Notice the chatter of the mind, the endless parade of thoughts, worries, and memories that clamor for your attention. Do not resist them harshly, for resistance only gives them more strength. Simply watch them, as if you were sitting beside a river and the thoughts were leaves drifting by on the current. Let them pass without grasping, without judgment, without fear. The Stoics knew that the mind, when left untrained, behaves like a restless animal, leaping from one thought to another. But they also knew that through patient practice it can be calmed. So tonight, do not fight the noise of your thoughts. Allow it to quiet itself, just as a pond settles when stones stop falling into it. At first, the waters are stirred, rippling with movement, but slowly the surface becomes smooth, reflecting the stars above. So too with the soul. Once you stop feeding it with constant impulses, silence begins to bloom within. Whisper to yourself, "I choose silence." Say it softly, not as command, but as invitation. Let the words themselves dissolve into the stillness you seek, like a candle melting into the dark. You need not banish every thought. You need only cease to follow them. You need not silence the world. You need only rest in the silence already waiting beneath it. In this gentle stillness, the heart begins to rest, the muscles unclench, the breath deepens, the mind releases its grip. What troubled you hours ago now seems distant, like clouds fading at dusk. What you feared tomorrow now feels smaller, like shadows shrinking before the dawn. Sleep does not need to be forced. It comes as a gift, naturally, when the soul has laid down its burdens. So tonight, practice the discipline of silence. Let it be your companion, your guardian, your peace. Say little, think gently, release much. Allow yourself to be as nature intended, at rest, whole, free. And when sleep arrives, let it carry you not into escape, but into renewal, so that tomorrow you may rise with a clearer mind, a steadier heart, and a soul more firmly rooted in wisdom. Silence also deepens relationships. To listen is often more powerful than to speak. Many seek not advice, but presence. The silent, attentive friend offers more healing than 1,000 careless words. Silence honors others, giving space for their thoughts, their truths, their pain. Why does silence bring happiness? Because happiness is not in endless words, but in clarity. Silence protects from regret, the regret of harsh words, careless lies, needless chatter. Silence nourishes gratitude, reflection, and presence. It anchors us in what is essential. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, does what I'm about to say improve upon silence? This is a question we too can ask. Before speaking, pause. If your words serve truth, kindness, or necessity, speak. If not, remain silent. In this way, silence becomes a filter, guarding both your soul and the souls of others. Lesson 14 is not about muteness. It is about discipline. It is about choosing words with wisdom, guarding the mind from noise, and embracing silence as a teacher. For in silence you hear your own reason. In silence you touch peace. So tonight, whisper this: I rest in silence. Let the words be the last you speak. Then let silence take over, guiding you into calm, into sleep, into happiness. This is lesson 14, the value of silence. To practice it daily is to protect your soul, strengthen your virtue, and discover peace in both day and night. Lesson 13, the weight of responsibility. The Stoics believe that each person is entrusted with roles by nature, roles that must be fulfilled with integrity and strength. Lesson 13 is about responsibility, the recognition that our lives are not accidents, but assignments. We are children, parents, friends, citizens, human beings, each carrying duties that cannot be ignored without betraying ourselves. Epictetus reminded his students that every role carries obligations. For him, philosophy was not an escape from life, but a deeper immersion in it, guided by reason and virtue. He taught that we are never isolated beings drifting without ties, but parts of a larger whole, woven into families, communities, and the universe itself. To recognize our roles is to recognize who we are, and to live them rightly is to live in harmony with nature. If you are a son or daughter, you owe respect. If you are a parent, you owe care. If you are a friend, you owe loyalty. If you are a citizen, you owe service. These obligations are not chains laid upon us by force. They arise from our very nature as rational social beings. The Stoics understood that responsibility is not the enemy of freedom, but its fulfillment. To a selfish or careless mind, obligations feel heavy, as though life were a set of duties imposed by others. But Epictetus insisted that these duties are the natural expression of our being. Just as the eye exists to see, the hand exists to grasp, the feet exist to walk, so too the human being exists to live in community, to act with justice, to give and receive care. To refuse these obligations is to refuse our nature, and in refusing our nature, we harm not only others, but ourselves. When you fulfill your role with virtue, you are not enslaved, you are free. A son or daughter who honors their parents is not bowed under a burden, but lifted by gratitude and respect. A parent who cares for their child is not shackled, but ennobled by love. A friend who keeps loyalty is not diminished by duty, but strengthened by trust. A citizen who serves the common good is not stripped of freedom, but exercises the truest form of it, the freedom to live rightly. Responsibility in this light is not a denial of freedom, but the highest expression of it. It is freedom put to noble use. The Stoics warned against confusing freedom with license. To do whatever one pleases, without regard for others or for reason, is not freedom, but folly. It makes a person the slave of impulses, deaf to the voice of nature. True freedom is the ability to govern oneself, to act according to reason, to live in harmony with the roles that life assigns. This is why Epictetus constantly reminded his students to ask, "What is my role here, and what does it require of me?" If you are a father, act as a father. If you are a neighbor, act as a neighbor. If you are a citizen, act as a citizen. Each role calls for certain virtues, and to neglect them is to step outside the order of life itself. Responsibility, then, is a form of alignment. It aligns our actions with who we truly are. The bird is not enslaved when it flies, nor the fish when it swims, nor the tree when it bears fruit. They are fulfilling their nature, and in that fulfillment is their freedom. So too with us, when we live as sons, parents, friends, citizens, when we act with respect, care, loyalty, and service, we are not less free, but more fully ourselves. Responsibility is not slavery. It is the song of human freedom, sung in harmony with nature. Marcus Aurelius, though emperor, saw himself not as master, but as servant. He lived in the palace, wore the purple, commanded armies, and presided over the affairs of the vast Roman Empire. Yet in his own writings, he constantly reminded himself that these honors did not make him greater than others. They only made him more bound to them. He reminded himself daily that his duty was to Rome, to justice, to the common good. "What is not good for the hive," he wrote, "cannot be good for the bee." And to Marcus, he was the bee, Rome was the hive, and the measure of his life was not how much he gained for himself, but how much he gave to others. He bore the weight of responsibility without complaint, for he knew that to live only for oneself is to shrink the soul, but to live for others is to expand it. In the Meditations, Marcus Aurelius often spoke to himself as if giving commands. Rise early, do your work, fulfill your duty. He had no illusions about the temptation to laziness or self-indulgence. Even as emperor, with countless servants who could have attended to every detail of his life, he pushed himself to simplicity and discipline. He reminded himself that his life was not his own, that he was born to serve the greater whole. "When you arise in the morning," he wrote, "remember that you are rising to do the work of a human being." What is that work? To act with justice, to contribute to society, to live according to reason and nature. To him, this was the noblest calling, and to abandon it was to betray both himself and humanity. Marcus knew well the burdens of leadership. During his reign, he faced invasions along the frontiers, famine, plague, and political intrigue. The weight of empire pressed heavily upon him, yet he did not see this weight as an accident or an injustice. He believed that fate had given him this role, and his task was to play it well, just as an actor does not choose his role, but must play it with dignity. So Marcus accepted the role of emperor. Everything, he reminded himself, is only for a day, both that which remembers and that which is remembered. He knew his reign would pass, his fame would fade, and even the empire would one day fall. What endured was not the throne, but the quality with which he had fulfilled his duty. His sense of service was grounded in Stoic philosophy. The Stoics taught that human beings are rational and social creatures, born not to live in isolation, but to work together. Just as the hand exists to serve the body, the individual exists to serve the community. Marcus applied this principle not only to his role as emperor, but to all roles in life. He wrote that no man is an island, and that to live for oneself alone is to tear oneself away from the nature of the universe. The selfish man shrinks his soul, making it small and fragile, while the man who serves others expands his soul, making it broad and strong. The hive prospers only when each bee contributes, and so too does humanity prosper only when each person fulfills their duty to the common good. This vision gave Marcus strength when others might have despaired. The plague that swept through Rome in his time killed thousands, perhaps millions, including those in his own family. Yet Marcus did not curse the gods or wallow in bitterness. He reflected instead on what remained in his control, his own response. He could not stop the plague, but he could govern with justice. He could not guarantee life, but he could ensure dignity in death. His reflections show a man carrying a crushing weight, yet steady under it, because he saw it as his role to carry it. To shirk responsibility would not free him. It would enslave him to fear and self-pity. By embracing responsibility, he found peace. Marcus Aurelius also understood that responsibility demanded humility. He resisted the temptations of pride and arrogance that came with his position. He reminded himself that he too was mortal, subject to sickness, aging, and death. "You are a soul carrying a corpse," he told himself, echoing Epictetus. He wrote that the applause of the crowd was nothing but air, that statues and monuments crumble, that history forgets even the greatest names. If all these trappings were fleeting, then only one thing mattered: whether he lived justly, whether he fulfilled his obligations to others. This humility kept him grounded, reminding him that the emperor and the beggar share the same human nature and the same final end. To Marcus, service was not merely a duty to Rome, but a duty to the universe. He believed that each person is part of a greater whole, and to live rightly is to live in harmony with that whole. When he wrote, "What is not good for the hive cannot be good for the bee," he was not speaking only of Rome, but of all humanity. Justice, kindness, honesty, these are not private virtues, but universal ones. To act against them for the sake of personal gain is to harm not only others, but oneself, for it tears one away from the order of nature. Service, then, is not loss, but alignment. It is to act as we were made to act, and in that alignment is true freedom. His example shows that responsibility, far from being a burden, is a path to greatness. The emperor who lived for luxury or conquest would be forgotten as just another ruler, but the emperor who lived for justice, who bore his duties with calm and humility, remains remembered as a philosopher king. His words survive not because of his power, but because of his wisdom, not because of his victories, but because of his character. In Marcus Aurelius, we see that responsibility, embraced fully, expands the soul until it outlives the body. For us, the lesson is clear. We may not rule an empire, but we too have roles. as sons or daughters, as parents or friends, as neighbors or citizens. Each role carries obligations, and to fulfill them is to live well. To treat responsibility as slavery is to resist our own nature and to live in bitterness. But to treat responsibility as service is to discover freedom, for then we live not in the small circle of selfishness, but in the wide circle of humanity. The soul grows expansive when it gives itself to others, and in that expansion lies joy. Marcus Aurelius bore the weight of empire, yet he did not complain. He accepted it as the role given to him by nature and played it with dignity. He reminded himself that what matters is not how long we live, nor how high we rise, but how faithfully we serve the common good. His life shows us that greatness is not in ruling others, but in ruling oneself, and that the soul finds its nobility not in grasping, but in giving. To live only for oneself is to shrink, but to live for others is to expand. And in that expansion lies the peace and strength that the Stoics called virtue, the only true good, and the only true path to happiness. Lesson 13 teaches us that responsibility is not an obstacle to happiness, but its foundation. The man who shirks his duties may feel free in the moment, but he is enslaved by guilt and regret. The man who fulfills them may feel burdened, but he sleeps peacefully, for his conscience is clear. Why is responsibility essential for rest? Because the soul knows when it has failed in duty. Unfulfilled promises, neglected tasks, broken commitments, they gnaw at the mind in the silence of the night. But when you live responsibly, when you do what is yours to do, the soul rests. The body may be weary, but the spirit is light. Think of two men. One spends his days chasing pleasure, avoiding obligation, leaving duties to others. At night, he lies awake, restless, knowing deep down that he has wasted his strength. The other spends his days fulfilling his roles, working, caring, serving. At night, he lies down exhausted, yet at peace, knowing he has lived rightly. Who is free? Who is truly happy? The Stoics answer, the responsible man. Seneca warned that those who flee responsibility are not free but fugitives. They carry the heavy burden of avoidance, always running, never resting. But the one who embraces duty walks steadily, bearing his load with dignity. Responsibility is weight, yes, but it is also balance. It grounds us, steadies us, gives meaning to our steps. Lesson 13 also teaches us to embrace responsibility without resentment. Many complain about duties, seeing them as chains, but the Stoic reframes them as opportunities for virtue. To fulfill the role of a parent is to practice love and patience. To fulfill the role of a worker is to practice diligence. To fulfill the role of a citizen is to practice justice. Each responsibility is a chance to grow in strength. Now, let us bring this closer. Tonight, reflect. What responsibilities did I fulfill today? Which did I neglect? Do not condemn yourself, but acknowledge honestly. Resolve to improve tomorrow. Whisper to yourself, I will carry my duties with strength. This intention frees the mind from guilt and prepares it for rest. Responsibility also connects us to community. The Stoics saw all human beings as citizens of one great city, the cosmos itself. To shirk responsibility to others is to harm the whole. To fulfill it is to strengthen the whole. Justice and responsibility are intertwined, for justice is nothing more than giving others their due, and responsibility is the daily practice of this giving. Why does responsibility bring happiness? Because happiness is not found in indulgence, but in meaning. A life of avoidance may feel easy, but it is empty. A life of responsibility may be heavy, but it is full. To carry weight is to live with purpose. To refuse weight is to drift without anchor. Lesson 13 also teaches balance. Responsibility is not to take on every burden, but to carry rightly what is yours. Do not seek to live another's role, nor to control what is not yours. Fulfill your part faithfully, steadily, without resentment. This is enough. This is freedom. So tonight whisper this: I carry my duty with strength. Let it settle in your chest. Let it calm your mind. For when responsibility is embraced, not avoided, the soul finds peace. This is lesson 13, the weight of responsibility. To bear it is not punishment but privilege, for it is through responsibility that we live not only for ourselves but for others, and in doing so we discover meaning, peace, and joy. Lesson 12, the gift of simplicity. The Stoics lived in palaces and prisons, in courts of emperors, and in the huts of exiles. Yet they all pointed to the same truth. Happiness is found not in excess, but in simplicity. Lesson 12 is about rediscovering the gift of simplicity, the freedom of needing little, and the peace that comes from aligning our lives with what is truly essential. Seneca warned that wealth without simplicity becomes a curse. It is not the man who has too little who is poor, he wrote, but the one who hankers after more. In this short line, he captured a truth that still strikes at the heart of human restlessness. Poverty is not measured by possessions, but by desire. The one who cannot be content, who always stretches his hand toward more, lives in perpetual scarcity, even if surrounded by abundance. The cup is never full if the thirst is unending. Desire without limit enslaves the soul. The more we grasp, the more fragile our peace becomes. For every gain breeds fear of loss, and every indulgence awakens new cravings. A man who builds his happiness on wealth alone is like someone building a house on shifting sand. What he believes secure can be washed away at any moment. Fortune may give, but fortune also takes, and the one who cannot live without its gifts lives always in dread. No matter how much is gained, it is never enough, for the hunger of unchecked desire grows by what it feeds on. But simplicity frees you. To need little is to fear little. To be satisfied with what is at hand is to step outside the reach of fortune. Seneca himself, though born into wealth and power, reminded his friends to practice living with less, to eat plain meals, to wear humble clothing, to sleep on hard beds, not out of disdain for comfort, but to train the soul not to depend on it. Set aside a certain number of days, he wrote, during which you shall be content with the scantiest and cheapest fare, with coarse and rough dress, saying to yourself the while, "Is this the condition I feared?" Such exercises were not punishment, but liberation, for they revealed that life could still be rich when stripped of excess. Simplicity does not mean rejecting what life offers, but holding it lightly. The Stoics did not forbid wealth, comfort, or pleasure. They only warned against being mastered by them. To accept wealth with gratitude when it comes, but to let it go without grief when it departs. That is freedom. To enjoy the sweetness of life without being enslaved by its luxuries. That is wisdom. The simple life is not barren but abundant because it discovers joy in what is essential. Friendship, virtue, the beauty of nature, the strength of the soul. When you learn to be satisfied with less, you discover that you already possess more than enough. Food, water, shelter, and the companionship of those you love. What more is truly necessary? The chase after endless possessions blinds us to the sufficiency of the present. But when we strip life to its core, we find that the world already gives us enough to live well. In simplicity, gratitude blossoms. In gratitude, peace takes root. And in peace, the soul becomes unshakable, no longer tossed by the winds of desire, but steady in its own freedom. Marcus Aurelius practiced simplicity even as emperor. He ruled the vast Roman Empire with armies under his command, wealth flowing into Rome from every province, and legions of courtiers ready to obey his slightest gesture. Yet he lived in awareness that all this splendor could vanish in an instant, and that none of it was the measure of his worth. He reminded himself daily that true strength does not lie in possessions, in luxury, or in the fleeting applause of others, but in the quiet command of one's own soul. His meals were plain, his clothing modest, his words direct. Though he could have surrounded himself with golden cups and silken robes, he preferred to eat simple bread and wear garments that spoke not of status, but of utility. For Marcus knew that to crave endlessly is to be weak, but to live simply is to be unshakable. His philosophy was not mere theory, it was a way of life, and simplicity was its cornerstone. The world of Rome in Marcus's time was one of excess. Senators flaunted their estates, generals returned from war parading spoils of conquest, and aristocrats filled their homes with art, perfumes, jewels, and delicacies. The temptation to indulge was everywhere. Yet Marcus Aurelius chose another path. He believed, as all Stoics did, that desire without restraint is slavery. A man who depends on luxury becomes fragile, for he fears its loss more than he values its presence. He cannot live without it, and so he is no longer free. Marcus, despite being emperor, sought to be free. His writings in the Meditations reveal a constant dialogue with himself, a vigilance against corruption, a reminder that power and wealth mean little if the soul is sick. He reminded himself that the applause of the crowd is empty, that reputation is a shadow, that fortune gives only to take back again. Simplicity was his shield against these illusions. This simplicity was not poverty, but strength. It was the conscious choice to need little, so that fortune could not threaten him. If his meals were plain, then famine could not terrify him. If his clothing was modest, then wealth could not seduce him. If his speech was direct, then praise could not deceive him. By living simply, Marcus trained his soul to be sufficient in itself. He wrote that happiness depends not on what happens, but on how we choose to see it. He knew that the man who always wants more is always poor, but the man who can be satisfied with less discovers that he already possesses more than enough. Simplicity was, for him, a path to abundance of the truest kind. Marcus Aurelius was not alone in this. Seneca, his predecessor in Stoic thought, warned that wealth without simplicity becomes a curse, declaring, "It is not the man who has too little who is poor, but the one who hankers after more." Epictetus, born a slave, taught that true freedom comes from desiring only what is in our power, and that luxuries enslave us by creating needs where none truly exist. Marcus inherited these teachings and applied them in the most unlikely setting, the throne of the Roman Empire. If even an emperor, with every temptation at his fingertips, could live simply, then anyone could. His example demonstrates that simplicity is not about what one has, but about how one holds it. To eat with golden plates or with clay bowls is indifferent, provided one's peace does not depend on them. The danger lies not in possessions, but in attachment. Simplicity severs attachment and restores sovereignty to the soul. The simplicity of Marcus's life was also a conscious protest against distraction. He lived in a palace, yet carried a soldier's mindset, reminding himself daily that death was near, that time was short, and that only virtue mattered. He did not wish to be remembered as a ruler who built monuments or gathered treasures, but as a man who governed himself. He reminded himself in his writings that fame is nothing more than a whisper of air among the dead, that power lasts only as long as fortune allows, and that even the greatest empires fall to dust. For Marcus, the only kingdom worth ruling was the kingdom within, the citadel of the mind, unshaken by pride or fear. Simplicity was his way of clearing the path to this inner kingdom, cutting through the noise of the world to focus on what endures. This choice was not easy. He faced pressures unique to his station: Generals demanded victory, senators demanded favor, citizens demanded bread and games. He could have drowned his anxieties in feasts and indulgence, as many rulers before him had done. Yet Marcus sought calm, not in excess, but in reflection. He retreated into himself, not into luxury. When he wrote in the quiet of the night, it was not about the splendor of Rome, but about the fragility of life, the need for justice, the value of humility. His journal was his medicine against pride, fear, and distraction. Each page of the Meditations is a reminder to himself that simplicity is not loss, but liberation, that to live without endless craving is to live with unshakable peace. To live simply is also to love more freely. When possessions no longer chain the soul, we are free to value what truly matters: friendship, family, kindness, duty. Marcus knew that relationships warped by greed or vanity were shallow, but relationships rooted in virtue endured. By practicing simplicity, he could be present to others not as an emperor wrapped in majesty, but as a human being bound by the same mortality. Simplicity made him humble, and humility allowed him to treat others with compassion. His philosophy was not a cold withdrawal from life, but a warmer embrace of what is essential. He could enjoy the laughter of his children, the loyalty of his friends, the beauty of the natural world, without needing them to be more than they were. He could love without chains because he knew how to let go. Simplicity also prepared him for suffering. During his reign, Marcus faced plagues that decimated the population, wars that strained the empire, and betrayals that tested his heart. Had he been attached to wealth, pleasure, or ease, he would have been crushed. But his simplicity made him resilient. He had trained himself to endure hunger, so famine did not weaken him. He had trained himself to accept loss, so grief did not destroy him. He had trained himself to value virtue above all, so failure in fortune did not equal failure in life. Simplicity was not an ornament to his philosophy, it was its backbone, the source of strength that allowed him to stand steady when the empire trembled. Even in matters of death, simplicity gave Marcus peace. He reminded himself constantly that death is natural, that it is not to be feared but accepted. To those who cling to luxury, death is terrifying, for it threatens to strip away all they treasure. But to one who lives simply, death takes little, for he never built his identity upon what could be lost. Marcus could face mortality with calm because he had already practiced letting go. Each day of simplicity was a rehearsal for the final release, a preparation for the moment when life itself would be returned to nature. His acceptance of death was not resignation but clarity, a recognition that the measure of a life is not how long it lasts, nor how much it gathers, but how well it is lived. For us today, Marcus Aurelius's example is as urgent as it was in Rome. We live in a world flooded with desires, surrounded by advertisements that whisper we are incomplete unless we buy more, consume more, achieve more. The chase never ends, and peace always seems just out of reach. Yet the Stoic path offers another way. Simplicity is not deprivation, but freedom. It is the art of needing little, of discovering that joy is already present in what we have. To eat a simple meal with gratitude is richer than to feast endlessly with discontent. To wear modest clothes with confidence is stronger than to cloak oneself in luxury with insecurity. To live without endless craving is to live without endless fear. In simplicity, we find that we are already complete. Marcus Aurelius showed that this is possible even in the midst of power and wealth. He demonstrated that an emperor could choose simplicity, that dignity does not depend on excess, and that peace is found not in what surrounds us, but in how we govern ourselves. His life teaches us that simplicity is not for monks alone, nor for those who abandon society, but for everyone who wishes to live freely. Simplicity does not require giving up all possessions, but giving up the belief that possessions define us. It does not mean rejecting pleasure, but refusing to be enslaved by it. It does not mean despising wealth, but holding it lightly, ready to let it go when fortune demands. Marcus Aurelius practiced simplicity even as emperor, and by doing so, he remained unshakable. He chose plain meals, modest clothing, direct speech. He reminded himself daily that strength lies not in possessions, but in virtue. He taught by example that the man who craves endlessly is weak, but the man who can live simply is free. And in that freedom lies true power, the kind of power no empire can give and no fortune can take away. To follow Marcus is to learn that simplicity is not less but more peace, more freedom, more life. Lesson 12 teaches us that simplicity is not deprivation, it is liberation. To eat with moderation, to live with fewer possessions, to spend time on what matters most. This is not loss, but gain. Simplicity strips away noise, distraction, and excess, leaving space for peace. Why is simplicity essential for sleep and happiness? Because much of our unrest comes from clutter. Clutter in our homes, clutter in our schedules, clutter in our minds. We chase possessions, fill our hours, drown in distractions, and then wonder why peace escapes us. Simplicity clears this clutter. It teaches us to rest lightly, to carry only what is necessary, to quiet the noise. With less, we sleep better. With less, we live better. Think of two men. One fills his house with treasures, yet each night he fears thieves, worries about loss, and longs for more. The other owns little, but cherishes each possession, free of fear, free of endless craving. Who is richer? Who rests more peacefully? The Stoics answer, the simple man. Epictetus told his students to practice from the start, saying to each harsh appearance, "You are an appearance and not at all the thing you appear to be." He taught them to strip away illusion, to see life as it is, not as desire paints it. Simplicity begins in the mind. When you simplify your judgments, your desires follow. You stop demanding extravagance. You learn to see beauty in the ordinary. Lesson 12 also teaches us that simplicity is strength in the face of loss. When you own little, you fear little. When you need little, you suffer little. The man who depends on endless possessions trembles when fortune shifts. The man who depends only on virtue stands firm in any storm. Now let us bring this closer. Tonight, reflect on your day. Where did excess disturb you? Where did you chase more than you needed? Where did you fill silence with noise? Lesson 12 invites you to let go. Whisper, "Enough is enough." Let the words loosen the grip of desire. Let them prepare your mind for rest. Simplicity also applies to thought. The Stoics trained themselves to reduce problems to their essence. Instead of saying, "This is unbearable," they would say, "This is pain." Instead of saying, "I have lost everything," they would say, "Something has changed hands." By simplifying thoughts, they reduced suffering. The mind, when uncluttered, sees clearly and rests deeply. Why does simplicity bring happiness? Because happiness is not in abundance, but in sufficiency. To have what you need, to need only what you have. This is the Stoic formula for joy. The one who craves endlessly is poor even in wealth. The one who is content with little is rich even in poverty. Seneca reminded us that poverty is not in the absence of possessions, but in the absence of contentment. The poor man is not the one who owns little, but the one who never feels he has enough. Simplicity teaches us to feel enough, to be enough, to live enough. So tonight, practice gratitude for simplicity. Give thanks for the bed that holds you, the breath that sustains you, the silence that surrounds you. These simple gifts are treasures greater than gold. Let them be enough. Lesson 12 is the gift of simplicity. It calls you to let go of excess, to embrace sufficiency, to rest in gratitude. It is not glamorous, but it is profound. For in simplicity lies freedom, peace, and happiness. So whisper this: simplicity is freedom. Let it settle into your spirit. Let it guide you into sleep. For the simple life is the free life, and the free life is the happy life. This is Lesson 12, the gift of simplicity. Live it, and you will discover that less is not loss, less is liberation. Lesson 11. The strength of self-discipline. The Stoics believed that no man could be free unless he first ruled himself. Lesson 11 is about the strength of self-discipline, the ability to guide your actions, restrain your impulses, and live according to reason rather than desire. Without discipline, life is chaos. With discipline, even hardship becomes manageable and peace becomes possible. Epictetus reminded his students that philosophy is not about words, but about training. To him, wisdom was never meant to be a collection of clever sayings or a debate won in the marketplace. It was a way of living, forged day by day in the furnace of practice. No great thing is created suddenly, he said, any more than a bunch of grapes or a fig. If you tell me that you desire a fig, I answer that there must be time. Let it first blossom, then bear fruit, then ripen. In these lines lies the Stoic understanding of self-discipline, that character is not formed in a single moment of resolve, but through patient training, through the steady accumulation of small acts that shape the soul. Self-discipline is, for the Stoics, the art of consistency. Just as the body is strengthened by repeated exercise, the soul is trained by repeated choices. A single act of courage does not make a courageous man, nor a single act of temperance a temperate one. Virtue becomes stable only when practiced over and over, until it becomes the natural rhythm of life. Epictetus told his students that they could not expect to be philosophers if they only admired words but neglected action. To admire the idea of simplicity is easy, but to eat a coarse meal without complaint, that is training. To agree that anger is destructive is easy, but to restrain the tongue when provoked, that is training. To declare that death is natural is easy, but to face loss without despair, that is training. This training requires patience. Just as no fig ripens overnight, the soul does not ripen in haste. The desire to be wise at once, to be free of flaws at once, is itself a form of impatience, a hidden attachment to ease. Epictetus taught that progress must be measured not in sudden leaps, but in steady steps. Today, you may fail to hold your temper, but tomorrow you may hold it a moment longer. Today you may desire too much, but tomorrow you may desire less. Slowly, by degrees, the soul is strengthened until what once required effort becomes effortless. Self-discipline is not chains, but freedom. The undisciplined soul is a slave to anger, to appetite, to fear, to the judgment of others. It is carried this way and that, like a ship without a rudder. But the disciplined soul is sovereign. It chooses where to go, how to act, how to respond. By small acts of training, it gains command of itself, and in gaining command of itself, it gains peace. This is why the Stoics placed self-discipline at the heart of philosophy, not as punishment, but as liberation, the path by which the soul becomes unshakable. Marcus Aurelius, though emperor, held himself to strict routines. He rose early, worked tirelessly, ate moderately, and reminded himself never to indulge in luxury. His power gave him freedom to do whatever he wished, yet his reason guided him to live simply. This was discipline, to choose what is right, not what is easy. Lesson 11 teaches us that discipline is not punishment but power. The Stoics knew that to the untrained soul, discipline often looks like loss, like something cold and harsh, an unnecessary denial of pleasures that life sets before us. Yet they insisted that true discipline is not a chain, but a key. To deny yourself excess is not deprivation, it is mastery. The one who eats with measure is not starved, but free, because appetite no longer rules him. The one who speaks with restraint is not silenced, but sovereign, because impulse does not drag his words where he later regrets. The one who works with focus is not imprisoned, but liberated, because distraction no longer scatters his energy across 1,000 trivialities. Each act of discipline is a declaration of freedom. For the Stoics, this freedom was the essence of philosophy. They did not practice discipline to impress others, nor to punish themselves, but to build strength in the only place where strength matters, within the soul. The undisciplined man, they observed, is carried by every desire, every fear, every impulse. He eats because his body demands. He speaks because his temper flares. He wastes time because distraction beckons. He calls this freedom, but in truth it is slavery, for he does not command himself. The disciplined man, by contrast, may at first appear bound by rules, but in fact he alone is free. He has gained mastery over the tyrants within, appetite, anger, sloth, vanity, and so he walks through life with calm authority. Discipline, the Stoics taught, is a muscle. It grows by use, by the daily practice of small victories. To rise when it is time instead of yielding to idleness, to eat when you are nourished rather than when you are tempted, to hold silence when anger presses for release. Each of these is a repetition in the gymnasium of the soul. Just as a soldier trains in peace to stand firm in war, so the philosopher trains in small matters to stand firm in great ones. No one becomes unshakable in an instant. Discipline is the slow, patient building of inner strength until, like a fortress, the soul can withstand any storm. This training is not grim. To live with discipline is not to strip life of joy, but to restore joy to its rightful place. For joy chained to excess becomes misery, food becomes gluttony, wine becomes drunkenness, desire becomes obsession. But joy, bounded by discipline, remains pure. The simple meal, enjoyed with gratitude, satisfies more deeply than endless feasts. The quiet word, spoken with care, builds more lasting harmony than torrents of uncontrolled speech. The focused task, completed with effort, brings more peace than hours wasted in distraction. Discipline does not shrink life, it deepens it, because it clears away the noise that clouds the soul. The Stoics believed that in every act of discipline we exercise our most human faculty, reason. To restrain desire, to bridle anger, to guide attention. These are the acts that distinguish us from beasts. Animals are driven by appetite and impulse. The rational soul can choose. To live without discipline is to surrender this gift of choice, to live as though reason were asleep. To live with discipline is to awaken reason, to honor the highest part of ourselves. Thus, each act of discipline is not only a declaration of freedom, but also a declaration of dignity, a statement that we are more than flesh, that we are sovereign beings capable of ruling our own lives. Lesson 11, therefore, calls us to see discipline not as punishment, but as power, not as denial, but as mastery, not as chains, but as wings. Every time we eat with measure, we declare, "I am not a slave to appetite." Every time we speak with restraint, we declare, "I am not a slave to impulse." Every time we work with focus, we declare, "I am not a slave to distraction." And in these declarations, repeated daily, we build the freedom that no fortune can give and no misfortune can take away. Why is self-discipline essential for sleep and happiness? Because the undisciplined life is restless. Overindulgence in food, drink, or distraction leaves the body heavy, the mind scattered, the soul uneasy. The disciplined life, by contrast, brings order. When you act with restraint, your body feels lighter, your mind clearer, your conscience calmer. At night, discipline rewards you with peace. Think of two men. One gives in to every craving, chasing pleasure without thought. He feels free, but his freedom enslaves him. He is ruled by appetite, by distraction, by impulse. The other denies himself when reason commands, choosing moderation, choosing focus. Outwardly, he may appear restricted, but inwardly, he is free. Who sleeps better? Who lives stronger? The Stoics answer, the disciplined man. Seneca wrote that no man is more miserable than he who is the slave of pleasure. Pleasure itself is not evil, but when pursued without measure, it destroys the soul. Discipline is the art of keeping pleasure in its rightful place, of enjoying it without being owned by it. Lesson 11 also teaches us that discipline is built through habit. No man becomes disciplined overnight. Each day is training. Each time you resist an impulse, you strengthen your will. Each time you act according to reason instead of desire, you polish the soul. Over time, discipline becomes natural, not forced. The Stoic life is nothing more than a life shaped by such habits. Now let us practice. Tonight, reflect. Where did I lose discipline today? Did I eat beyond need, speak without thought, waste time on what did not matter? Do not condemn yourself harshly, but acknowledge honestly. Resolve to do better tomorrow. Then whisper, I am training my soul. This thought turns failure into fuel, weakness into strength. Discipline also prepares us for hardship. Life will bring pain, loss, and temptation. The undisciplined man collapses at the first trial. The disciplined man endures, for he has trained his will. Epictetus compared discipline to a soldier's training. No one enters battle unprepared. Discipline is the daily training that prepares you for life's battles. Why does discipline bring happiness? Because happiness is not found in indulgence, but in mastery. This is a truth that the Stoics returned to again and again, for they saw clearly that indulgence, far from satisfying, only multiplies desire. The one who is ruled by desire is never satisfied because he seeks endlessly for what he does not have, and when he attains it, his appetite grows again, demanding more. It is like filling a vessel with holes. The more you pour in, the more leaks out, and the thirst never ends. But the one who rules his desires is always at peace. He does not need more because he governs what he already has. He drinks when he chooses, eats when it is fitting, speaks when it is just, and works with steady purpose. His joy is not the feverish excitement of indulgence, but the calm endurance of self-command. To understand why discipline brings happiness, we must first understand the nature of desire. Desire by itself is neither good nor bad. It is part of our nature to want food when hungry, water when thirsty, companionship when lonely. These desires preserve life. But when they grow without measure, when they escape the guidance of reason, they turn from allies into tyrants. The body craves beyond its needs, the ego craves beyond its dignity, and the soul becomes restless. Indulgence, then, is not freedom, but slavery. To give in to every desire is to place the reins of your life in the hands of impulses that never rest, never tire, never know contentment. The Stoics compared this condition to being dragged by a chariot. Imagine a man bound by ropes to the wheels of a racing vehicle. He does not choose his direction. He is carried, bruised, and broken by whatever course the chariot takes. So it is with the soul ruled by untrained desire. One day it is carried toward gluttony, another toward anger, another toward greed, another toward vanity. There is no peace, no stability, no freedom. The undisciplined person may appear to enjoy abundance, but within he is tormented, because what he has is never enough. Discipline, by contrast, is the cutting of those ropes. It is the reclaiming of the reins, the choosing of a direction. The disciplined soul is not dragged by desire, but leads it, guiding it with reason. Discipline is not the absence of pleasure, but the mastery of it. The disciplined man may enjoy a fine meal, but he is not undone if it is simple bread. He may appreciate a kind word of praise, but he does not collapse when criticism comes. He may enjoy wealth, but he does not lose himself when fortune withdraws it. His joy is not dependent on circumstances, it is rooted in his own strength. This rootedness is why the Stoics call discipline a form of freedom. For to need little is to fear little, and to fear little is to live with calm. Happiness, then, is not in the abundance of possessions, but in the order of the soul. The Stoics saw that discipline gives life direction, order, and freedom. Direction, because the disciplined man knows what he seeks, not the endless pursuit of appetite, but the pursuit of virtue. Order, because discipline harmonizes the parts of the soul. Reason governs, desire obeys, and together they serve what is good. Freedom, because discipline releases a man from the bondage of his cravings, allowing him to act not as a slave, but as a sovereign over himself. It is easy to mistake indulgence for happiness, because indulgence offers quick bursts of pleasure. Yet pleasure without discipline leaves us empty the moment it fades. Consider the man who chases every appetite. He eats to excess, he drinks without measure, he spends without thought, he seeks pleasure in every corner. Does he rest content? No, his hunger grows, his health declines, his wealth vanishes, his spirit trembles with dependence. He calls this happiness, but it is only exhaustion masked by sensation. The Stoics would say he is poor not because he has too little, but because he always wants more. Now consider the man of discipline. He too eats, but with measure, and so his body is strong. He too drinks, but in moderation, and so his mind is clear. He too spends, but wisely, and so he is secure. He too enjoys pleasure, but he is not ruled by it, and so he remains free. His joy is quieter, less dazzling than indulgence, but far more enduring. It is the joy of sufficiency, the joy of knowing that what he has is enough, the joy of not fearing loss because his peace does not depend on possessions. Discipline also trains us for hardship. Life, the Stoics knew, will not spare anyone from suffering. Illness, poverty, betrayal, death, all will come. The undisciplined soul, accustomed only to ease and indulgence, collapses when hardship strikes, for it has never learned to endure. But the disciplined soul, accustomed to restraint, trained to do without, stands firm. It does not welcome suffering, but it does not despair. It knows that hardship can be borne because it has borne smaller hardships every day in the training of discipline. In this way, discipline becomes not only the path to happiness in times of ease, but also the shield of resilience in times of trial. It is worth remembering that discipline is not grim. To the undisciplined, restraint looks like chains, like a life of denial and sorrow. But the Stoics saw it differently. The man of discipline is not deprived, for he has joy in simplicity. He is not cold, for he has warmth in friendship and gratitude. He is not empty, for he has fullness in virtue. What he denies himself are not true goods, but illusions, the false belief that more will finally be enough, that indulgence will bring peace. By giving up excess, he gains abundance of a deeper kind. Discipline is like the tuning of a musical instrument. A lyre with loose strings produces noise, not music. To tighten the strings requires effort, but once tuned, the instrument produces harmony. So too with the soul. Without discipline, life is noise, chaotic and disordered. With discipline, life becomes music, a harmony between reason and desire, between action and intention. The disciplined life is not rigid silence, but beautiful song. This is why the Stoics insisted that discipline is a form of power. It is not the power to control others, nor the power to accumulate wealth, but the highest power of all, the power to govern oneself. Kings and emperors who cannot control their appetites are not truly rulers, for they are ruled by their own passions. but the simplest person, who can say no to excess and yes to virtue, is sovereign of himself, and therefore greater than any tyrant. Happiness belongs to this kind of sovereignty because it cannot be taken away. Fortune may strip away wealth, fame, or health, but the disciplined soul remains free because it possesses itself. Discipline brings happiness because it teaches us to live in accordance with nature. Nature gives us bodies that need food, but not gluttony. Nature gives us desire for companionship, but not for domination. Nature gives us the ability to rest, but not to waste life in sloth. Discipline aligns us with these natural limits, reminding us that enough is enough. By staying within nature's boundaries, we find balance, and balance is the essence of peace. Each act of discipline, then, is a small declaration of freedom. To rise early when comfort tempts us to linger is to say, I am not a slave to ease. To eat simply when appetite urges us to excess is to say, I am not a slave to hunger. To keep silence when anger urges us to speak is to say, I am not a slave to impulse. To focus on our work when distraction tempts us away is to say, I am not a slave to noise. These small acts, repeated daily, shape the soul into strength until freedom becomes not an occasional victory but a permanent state. Happiness, the Stoics remind us, is not a gift fortune gives, but a state the soul builds. It is built not on indulgence, which fades and enslaves, but on discipline, which endures and frees. Discipline gives the soul direction, order, and freedom. It does not punish but empowers. It does not diminish but completes. It is the soil in which virtue grows, the foundation on which peace stands, the path by which we discover that the good life is not the life of having everything, but the life of needing little and governing ourselves with wisdom. And so, discipline brings happiness because it teaches us the rarest art, the art of sufficiency. The man who rules his desires has enough in every circumstance because he carries his freedom within. The man who is ruled by desires has nothing even if he possesses the world because he is never content. To live with discipline is to discover the secret of contentment, and in contentment, the soul finds the unshakable joy that fortune cannot touch. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, at dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I have to go to work as a human being. What do I have to complain of if I'm going to do what I was born for? This is discipline in action, the refusal to give in to laziness, the choice to fulfill duty with strength. So tonight, whisper this, I will master myself. Let it settle in your chest. Let it guide you into rest. For discipline is not a burden, but a gift. The gift of freedom from impulse, the gift of peace born of mastery. This is Lesson 11. The strength of self-discipline. Practice it daily, and you will discover that the true ruler of your life is not fortune, but your own reasoned will. Lesson 10. The power of perspective. The Stoics taught that reality often matters less than the way we choose to see it. Lesson 10 is about perspective, the art of shaping your view so that life's challenges become opportunities and its hardships become training. For events themselves are neutral. It is judgment that paints them good or bad. Epictetus declared, men are disturbed not by things, but by the views which they take of them. This single truth holds the key to serenity. The same storm may terrify one man and strengthen another. The same loss may break one soul and refine another. Perspective is the difference. Marcus Aurelius practiced perspective daily. In his meditations, he reminded himself that insults are only sounds, that pain is only sensation, that death is only nature's law. By reducing events to their essence, he stripped them of power. He asked himself, is this unbearable? No. Is this eternal? No. Then why should it disturb me? His perspective gave him calm in the midst of chaos. Lesson 10 teaches us to train perspective as one trains the body. Each day events come, some small, some heavy. You cannot stop them, but you can decide how to see them. To call them curses is to suffer. To call them teachers is to grow. The Stoic chooses the latter. Why is perspective essential for sleep and happiness? Because unrest comes from distorted vision. You lie awake replaying an insult, magnifying a mistake, imagining disaster. But if you shift perspective, the weight lessens. The insult becomes nothing more than words. The mistake becomes a lesson. The imagined disaster becomes preparation. With new perspective, the mind rests and sleep arrives. Think of two travelers delayed by the same storm. One curses fate, filled with anger. The other smiles, seeing it as time for reflection. The event is the same, the perspectives differ. Which man suffers more? Which man lives more wisely? The Stoics answer, the one who chooses perspective aligned with reason. Seneca reminded us that fortune controls events, but reason controls perspective. We cannot command the world, but we can command how we meet it. To meet it with bitterness is slavery. To meet it with perspective is freedom. Lesson 10 also teaches us to see life in its vastness. Marcus often reminded himself that the earth is but a point in the cosmos, that human life is but a blink of time. When seen in this light, our troubles shrink. What is an insult in the span of eternity? What is a loss in the vastness of the universe? Perspective lifts the soul from narrow vision to cosmic vision, and in that lifting, peace arises. Now, let us bring this closer. Tonight, perhaps you feel burdened by a problem. Hold it in your mind, then reduce it. Ask, what is its essence? Strip away exaggeration. Is it a delay, a change, a challenge? Call it by its true name. Then shift perspective. Can this train me in patience, in strength, in wisdom? If yes, then it is not a curse, but a gift. Whisper, this is training. Feel the burden lighten. The Stoics also practiced turning obstacles into opportunities. Marcus Aurelius wrote, the impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This perspective transforms life. The illness becomes training in endurance. The insult becomes training in patience. The loss becomes training in detachment. Nothing is wasted. Everything is useful. Why does perspective bring happiness? Because happiness is not found in control of events, but in mastery of vision. The man who sees only curses lives in misery. The man who sees training lives in peace. Perspective does not change the world, but it changes the soul. And when the soul changes, happiness follows. So tonight, whisper this. It is not the thing, but my view of it. Let the words sink in. Let them soften your thoughts. For perspective is the painter of reality, and you hold the brush. This is Lesson 10, the power of perspective. Practice it daily, and life will no longer feel like punishment, but like training for the soul. With this vision, you will live with strength, sleep with peace, and meet every challenge with calm. Lesson 9, the power of reflection. The Stoics did not measure wisdom by the number of books read, nor by the eloquence of speech in philosophical discussions. They measured it by practice, by how a person lived each day, by the alignment of thought, word and deed with the principles of virtue. And among the daily practices most valued was the discipline of reflection, the honest examination of one's own thoughts, actions, and intentions. Reflection was not meant to be harsh condemnation, but clear-eyed honesty, not to trap oneself in guilt, but to create the opportunity for growth. For the Stoics, self-examination was medicine for the soul, a cleansing ritual that allowed the mind to correct what was wrong, reinforce what was right, and keep life's course steady against the drifting tides of passion, distraction, and vice. Seneca, in his letters to Lucilius, described his own nightly practice. When the light has been removed and my wife has fallen silent, I examine my entire day and go back over what I have done and said. I hide nothing from myself. I pass nothing by. Sassit, in these quiet moments, he became both judge and defendant, reviewing his choices against the measure of virtue. If he found fault, he resolved to correct it. If he found progress, he resolved to strengthen it. He believed this was the path to true moral growth, not endless theorizing, but steady daily self-honesty. The practice of reflection is like holding a mirror to the soul. Just as we look into a mirror to see if our appearance requires attention, so too must we look inward to see if our character needs correction. Without such a mirror, flaws remain unseen, and what is unseen cannot be healed. Anger may govern us while we believe ourselves calm. Greed may disguise itself as necessity. Pride may mask itself as confidence. Reflection strips away these disguises and shows us who we truly are. It is uncomfortable, but it is also liberating, because in knowing ourselves clearly, we gain the power to change. The Stoics did not believe reflection should be occasional. Just as the body requires daily nourishment and cleansing, so does the soul. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations as an act of daily reflection, a dialogue with himself to strengthen his principles and restrain his faults. He reminded himself of the challenges he would face each day, selfishness, deceit, anger, and prepared his mind to meet them with patience and justice. At the end of the day, he examined how he had responded, not to shame himself, but to continue the slow, steady work of improvement. Seneca's nightly review followed a deliberate structure. He asked himself, what did I do well today? Where did I falter? How did I respond to hardship? Did I act justly toward others? Did I let anger or desire carry me away? In doing so, he treated himself as both doctor and patient. Faults were corrected not with cruelty, but with discipline, as a physician might treat an illness. Progress was celebrated because growth deserved encouragement as much as faults deserved correction. This rhythm of reflection built an inner balance, humility when he failed, but confidence when he improved. Reflection is also the key to freedom. We cannot govern what we cannot see. The person unaware of their impulses is ruled by them. The one blind to their vices is a slave to them. To the Stoics, reflection shone the light of reason into the hidden corners of the soul, making what was unconscious conscious, what was hidden visible, what was uncontrolled governable. This was not an easy task, but it was the work of philosophy itself, the pursuit of self-mastery through clarity. Reflection leads to growth, because growth is always gradual. No one becomes wise in a single day, just as no tree becomes tall in a single season. But daily reflection ensures steady progress, like drops of water wearing away stone. Each day offers the chance to see a little more clearly, to correct a little more firmly, to act a little more justly. Small changes, compounded daily, shape character over time. The Stoics insisted that virtue is built through habit, and reflection is the habit that guides all others. This practice also helps us guard against self-deception. We are quick to excuse ourselves while judging others harshly. We blame circumstances for our failures, but claim credit for our successes. Reflection breaks through these illusions. By confronting ourselves honestly, we cut through excuses and see that our choices, not fortune, shape the quality of our lives. Seneca urged his students to hide nothing from themselves during reflection, for lies told to the self are the most dangerous of all. Reflection is not about dwelling on guilt. The Stoics were clear that guilt, if left unchecked, becomes another form of slavery. To repeat endlessly, "I have failed, I am worthless," is neither wise nor useful. The aim of reflection is growth, not despair. When faults are found, the Stoic response is not self-hatred, but self-correction. If you gave way to anger today, resolve to restrain it tomorrow. If you were unjust today, commit to justice tomorrow. The point is not to remain fallen, but to rise again stronger. Reflection also cultivates gratitude. In looking back over the day, one not only sees failures, but also notices blessings. Perhaps a kind word was spoken, a temptation resisted, a moment of peace enjoyed. These are victories worth celebrating. Gratitude for progress fuels resilience, reminding the soul that virtue is not beyond reach, but within its grasp, growing with each honest effort. In modern times, the practice of reflection is more necessary than ever. We live in a world that constantly pulls attention outward, toward news, noise, distractions, and endless comparisons. Without intentional reflection, we risk being carried along without ever pausing to ask whether we are living as we ought. Reflection calls us back inward, reminding us to measure life not by others' opinions, but by our own commitment to virtue. To sit quietly each evening, to replay the day with honesty, is to reclaim authorship of one's life. It is to say, I will not drift unconsciously. I will not live merely by habit or impulse. I will examine, I will correct, I will grow. In this way, every day becomes a chance to begin anew. Lesson 9 teaches us the power of reflection, the discipline of looking inward each day to see where we lived by virtue and where we strayed, not to condemn ourselves, but to grow. As Seneca wrote, the daily review is a cleansing of the soul, a chance to rid ourselves of what is base and strengthen what is good. The unexamined life is indeed unworthy of our humanity, but the examined life, lived with honesty and intention, becomes a path toward wisdom, freedom, and peace. Marcus Aurelius did the same through his meditations. These writings, so cherished today, were never intended for an audience, nor for praise or publication. They were his private journal, a record of the struggles of his own soul, a dialogue between the emperor and himself. In these pages, Marcus examined his judgments with ruthless honesty, reminding himself again and again of Stoic truths and calling himself back to the path whenever he strayed. He was not writing to teach others, but to heal himself. His journal was a mirror where he could see his faults more clearly, and a compass that helped him turn back toward virtue. Reflection for Marcus was daily medicine, a remedy against the poisons of pride, fear, and distraction. As emperor, surrounded by luxury, flattery, and immense power, he knew how easy it was to be corrupted by praise or weakened by indulgence. In his writings, he reminded himself that fame is fleeting, that power is borrowed, that death comes to all. These reminders were not gloomy, but protective. They anchored him in humility when pride threatened, in courage when fear whispered, and in focus when distraction beckoned. Each line of the meditations was a shield forged in the quiet of the night, so that when dawn arrived, he could face the world with clarity. His reflections often returned to the brevity of life. "You could leave life right now," he wrote to himself. "Let that determine what you do, say, and think." This was not morbid speculation, but a way to sharpen his attention on the present, to remind himself that time wasted on anger, vanity, or worry was time lost forever. By reflecting each day on mortality, Marcus trained himself to live fully in each moment, to act justly, and to speak truthfully, without delay. He also used reflection to check his treatment of others. Surrounded by courtiers and generals, he reminded himself that every person he encountered shared the same nature, born of the same reason, and destined for the same end. If someone wronged him, he examined not only their action, but his own reaction. "The wrongdoer has done you no harm," he reminded himself, "because you have not been made worse by it." This was philosophy in practice, not to argue about virtue, but to measure one's life against it, each and every day. The meditations show us that reflection is not a luxury, but a necessity even for a man who held the world's highest office, perhaps especially for such a man. For Marcus, reflection was a safeguard against being swept away by power, wealth, or ambition. It was his way of returning again and again to what truly mattered: the discipline of the mind, the cultivation of character, the pursuit of virtue. And though he wrote only for himself, his reflections remain a timeless example of how daily self-examination can steady the soul, keeping it clear, humble, and strong in the face of life's storms. Lesson 9 teaches us that reflection is not mere memory. It is judgment of judgment, thought about thought. It is asking, did I live today according to virtue? Did I act with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance? Where did I fail, and why? How can I do better tomorrow? Such questions refine the soul. Without reflection, mistakes repeat. With reflection, mistakes become teachers. Why is reflection essential for sleep and happiness? Because an unexamined day weighs heavily. Regrets linger, confusion grows, conscience stirs. But when you reflect, you face your flaws directly. You resolve them in thought, even if not yet in action. This lightens the spirit, clears the mind, and prepares it for rest. Reflection transforms the night from restless guilt to peaceful readiness. Think of two men. One rushes from day into night without pause, carrying mistakes unexamined. He tosses and turns, chased by shadows of regret. The other pauses, reflects, acknowledges faults, and resolves to improve. He lies down calmly, for his conscience is clear, his path set. Who sleeps more peacefully? The Stoics answer, the reflective man. Epictetus reminded his students that philosophy is practice, not theory. Reflection is the practice that makes progress visible. Without it, you cannot know if you are advancing or retreating. Reflection is the compass of the soul, guiding you back to virtue when you wander. Lesson 9 also teaches humility. Reflection requires honesty, the courage to see your own flaws without excuse. Many avoid reflection because they fear what they will find, but the Stoic embraces it, knowing that to see clearly is the first step to growth. To deny flaws is slavery, to face them is freedom. Now let us bring this closer. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, set aside a moment for reflection. Ask yourself, what did I do well today? Where did I fail? What can I learn from both? Write it down if you can, or hold it in thought. Do not condemn yourself. Do not flatter yourself. Simply see, then whisper, tomorrow I will do better. This simple practice transforms both night and day. Why does reflection bring happiness? Because happiness is not in perfection, but in progress. The one who never reflects remains chained to the same errors, restless and blind. The one who reflects grows steadily, finding joy in the path itself. Reflection is not always pleasant, but it is always fruitful. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself not to expect perfection, even from himself. He accepted his flaws, but he never excused them. Each day was a chance to practice anew. Reflection gave him this renewal, this daily rebirth. Lesson 9, then, is the call to live examined days, to pause, to see, to adjust. Without reflection, life rushes by in a blur. With reflection, each day becomes a step upward, each night a cleansing, each morning a new beginning. So tonight, whisper this, I examine myself. Let the words steady you. Let them prepare your soul for rest. For reflection is not condemnation, it is healing. It is the practice that shapes the soul toward wisdom and peace. This is lesson 9, the power of reflection. To live without it is to drift. To live with it is to grow. And growth, steady and honest, is the path to happiness. Lesson 8, the discipline of desire. The Stoics taught that human suffering often comes not from events themselves, but from misplaced desires. Lesson 8 is about the discipline of desire, the training of the heart to long only for what is within our control and to hold lightly everything that belongs to fortune. Epictetus began his teaching with this truth. Freedom is secured not by the fulfillment of men's desires, but by the removal of desire. He did not mean that we should feel nothing, but that we should choose our desires carefully. To crave wealth, reputation, or pleasure without limit is to be enslaved by them. To desire virtue, wisdom, and peace of mind is to be free, because these depend only on us. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily to desire only what nature gives. He wrote, "Do not seek for things to happen as you wish, but wish for them to happen as they do, and your life will go smoothly." This was not resignation, but alignment. To want the world to follow your private script is to live in endless frustration. To want what actually unfolds is to live in harmony with the universe. Lesson 8 teaches us that desire itself is not evil. Desire is natural, but untrained desire is a fire without control, burning all it touches. The Stoic learns to master this fire, directing it toward what cannot be taken away, the pursuit of virtue, the shaping of character, the clarity of reason. Why is this discipline essential for sleep and happiness? Because restless nights are often born of restless desire. You lie awake craving more success, more money, more approval, more certainty. These desires gnaw at the mind, keeping peace away. But when you train desire, when you want only what is yours to choose, the hunger quiets. You whisper, "I desire only virtue," and the soul rests. Think of two men. One craves endlessly, wealth, fame, admiration. Each gain only feeds new hunger. He is restless, dissatisfied, never full. The other desires little beyond wisdom and virtue. He accepts what fortune gives, lets go of what fortune takes. He is content, free, at peace. Who sleeps more soundly? The Stoics answer, the man of disciplined desire. Seneca warned that craving without measure makes men poor, no matter how rich they seem. It is not the man who has too little who is poor, he wrote, but the one who hankers after more. The undisciplined soul builds its own prison, while the disciplined soul builds its freedom. Lesson 8 also teaches us to practice premeditation. The Stoics would remind themselves each day, "I may lose wealth, I may lose friends, I may lose health." This was not to darken their hearts, but to prepare them, so that when loss came, they could endure without despair. By practicing letting go in thought, they trained themselves to let go in reality. Desire, when purified, becomes gratitude for what is given, and readiness to release it when it departs. Now let us bring this closer. Tonight reflect, what do I desire most? Is it within my control? If yes, pursue it with reason. If no, release it. Whisper, "I desire only what is mine to shape." Let the words free you from chains of craving. Let them open the door to rest. Why does disciplined desire bring happiness? Because happiness is not in having everything, but in wanting rightly. The one who desires what fortune controls will always be disappointed. The one who desires what lies within, virtue, courage, wisdom, will always find fulfillment. This is why the Stoic is content in poverty, calm in loss, unbroken in hardship. His desires are untouchable by fortune. Epictetus taught his students to begin each day by examining their desires. When you are about to undertake anything, remind yourself what kind of thing it is. If it is outside your power, do not tie your peace to it. If it is within, desire it strongly, for it is yours to master. This simple practice frees the soul from endless turmoil. Lesson 8 is not about suppressing the heart, but about training it. To love without chains, to long without slavery, to desire without restlessness. This is the Stoic way. So tonight, whisper this: I desire virtue. Let it be the anchor of your soul, For virtue cannot be stolen, cannot decay, cannot fade. To desire it is to desire freedom itself. This is Lesson 8, the discipline of desire. To practice it daily is to master longing, to free the heart, and to discover peace both in wakefulness and in sleep. Lesson 7, the constancy of nature. The Stoics built much of their philosophy on a profound observation. The universe is orderly, rational, and constant. They looked at the turning of the seasons, the rising and setting of the sun, the movement of the stars, the flowing of rivers, and the cycles of birth and death, and they saw not chaos, but harmony. Nature follows its course with unshakable rhythm. What appears to us as change or disruption is, in truth, part of a larger order, an order vast, ancient, and wise. Lesson 7 is about learning from this constancy of nature, aligning ourselves with it, and finding peace in its steady laws. The Stoics believed that the universe was governed by logos, the rational principle that shapes and sustains all things. This was not mere abstract speculation for them. It was the foundation of how they lived. If nature is ordered, then we too, as parts of nature, must strive to live in accordance with that order. To rebel against it is to rebel against reality itself. To align with it is to find serenity. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, reminded himself again and again, live in accord with nature. This was not a call to rustic simplicity, but to wisdom, to see that life unfolds as it must, and that our peace depends not on resisting, but on harmonizing with its flow. The constancy of nature teaches patience. The Stoics urged us to look at the cycles of the world, how winter gives way to spring, how day follows night, how after loss comes renewal. Just as we do not rage against the setting sun, so too should we not rage against the passing of youth or the loss of fortune. Change is not destruction, but transformation, a rhythm older than humanity itself. To align with this rhythm is to free ourselves from futile resistance, to say with calm, this too is nature's way, and therefore it is right. The constancy of nature also teaches humility. The stars move in their courses without regard for human ambition. The seas rise and fall whether we prosper or fail. To see ourselves within this vast order is to remember our smallness. The Stoics did not find this humbling thought discouraging, but liberating. If the universe is vast and orderly, then our task is not to control it, but to fulfill our small part within it. Just as a hand must play its role within the body, so each of us must play our role within the cosmos. Peace comes when we accept this role with dignity, rather than fighting to be what we are not. At the same time, the constancy of nature is a source of strength. When all else feels uncertain, when fortunes shift, relationships falter, or society seems unstable, we can look to the eternal rhythms of the world and be reminded that some things remain steady. The sun rises, the stars shine, the seasons turn. Beneath the noise of human affairs, there is a foundation that does not change. To remember this is to steady our own soul, to root it not in the fleeting opinions of others or in the fragile gifts of fortune, but in the eternal order of nature itself. Living in harmony with this constancy means training ourselves to accept what comes. Illness, old age, death, these are no less natural than the blooming of flowers or the falling of rain. To call them evils is to misunderstand their place in the whole. For nature, nothing is evil. Everything has its role. The Stoics invite us to see even hardship as part of the larger pattern, and thus to bear it with calm. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, everything harmonizes with me, which is harmonious to thee, O universe. Nothing is too early or too late for me, which is in due time for thee. Lesson 7, then, is a call to alignment. Just as rivers do not resist their flow, nor trees resist their growth, so we too must learn to live in accordance with the nature that formed us. This does not mean passivity, but wisdom, to act where action is fitting, to yield where yielding is necessary, to accept where acceptance is right. By aligning our will with the order of the universe, we discover freedom, not the freedom of control, but the freedom of harmony. To live against nature is to live in constant struggle, like a hand trying to sever itself from the body. To live with nature is to find peace, for then every event, whether joyful or painful, is seen as part of the same great law. We no longer ask, "Why has this happened to me?" but "How shall I live rightly within this that has happened?" This shift of vision is the essence of Stoic peace. The universe is orderly, rational, and constant. The Stoics saw this clearly, and they built their philosophy on it. Lesson 7 invites us to see it too, to look at the turning of the seasons, the flowing of rivers, the movement of the stars, and to learn patience, humility, and strength. For if we align ourselves with nature, we align ourselves with truth, and in that alignment, the soul finds peace. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that he was a citizen not only of Rome, but of the universe. He wrote, "All that is in accord with you, O universe, is in accord with me." He saw that to resist nature was to fight the very order that sustains life. To accept it was to live in harmony, to rest in peace. Epictetus told his students to remember that they are actors in a play written by another. The length of the play, the role given, the setting and events, these are not ours to decide. What is ours is how we perform our role. Nature writes the script. We act upon the stage. To demand otherwise is folly. To accept it is wisdom. Lesson 7 teaches us that constancy does not mean stagnation. Nature is constant in order, but not in form. The river is always flowing, the seasons always changing, yet their rhythm is steady. So too in life, change is constant, but order remains. To fear change is to fear nature itself. To embrace it is to walk calmly in its path. Why is this lesson essential for sleep and happiness? Because unrest often comes from resistance to change. We demand that life stay the same, that health never fail, that loved ones never leave, that fortune never shift. But nature does not obey these demands. When we resist, we suffer. When we accept, we rest. To see change as part of nature's constancy is to free the soul from turmoil. Think of two men. One rages at the passing of time, resents aging, curses loss. The other sees these as natural, as leaves falling in autumn, as snow melting in spring. He accepts them with calm. Which man sleeps more peacefully? Which man lives more wisely? The Stoics answer, the one aligned with nature. Seneca reminded us that nothing is truly lost, only transformed. Fire consumes wood, but gives heat. Water evaporates, but becomes cloud. Man dies, but returns to earth, feeding life again. Nature is constant in this transformation. To fear it is ignorance. To accept it is understanding. Lesson 7 also teaches humility. The universe is vast, time is endless, and we are but a moment. To see this clearly dissolves pride. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Alexander the Great and his mule driver both died, and both came to the same end. Nature spares no one, but embraces all equally. The wise man accepts his place without complaint." Now let us bring this closer. Tonight, as you lie down, reflect on the constancy of nature. The sun has set as it always has. The night has come as it always will. Your breath rises and falls, steady, constant, like the tide. Whisper, "I am part of nature's order." Let the thought calm you, let it prepare you for sleep. Why does constancy bring happiness? Because it replaces fear with trust. The one who resists change is anxious. The one who trusts nature is calm. He does not demand that events follow his will. He accepts that they follow a greater order. In this acceptance lies peace. Lesson 7 is also about gratitude. Nature gives freely: air, water, food, light. We did not earn these, yet they sustain us. To see this is to live with wonder. To take it for granted is to live in blindness. Gratitude for nature's constancy deepens happiness, even in hardship. So tonight, whisper this: I flow with nature. Let the words anchor you. For when you align with the constancy of nature, life becomes less of a struggle and more of a harmony. This is Lesson 7, the constancy of nature. To live in accord with it is to live with wisdom, humility, and peace. Lesson 6, the strength of acceptance. The Stoics taught that peace is not found in controlling every event, but in accepting what lies beyond control. Lesson 6 is about the strength of acceptance, the ability to receive whatever life brings, not with despair or resentment, but with calm agreement to the order of nature. Epictetus reminded his students daily, do not seek for things to happen as you wish, but wish for them to happen as they do, and your life will go smoothly. And these words contain the essence of Stoic acceptance. The universe unfolds by laws greater than our will. To demand that it bend to us is to live in frustration. To align our will with its course is to live in harmony. Marcus Aurelius, surrounded by war, plague, and betrayal, practiced this acceptance in every page of his meditations. He reminded himself that pain, death, and loss are natural, not enemies. He wrote, everything that happens is either endurable or not. If it is endurable, then endure it. If it is not, then it will end soon. With these words, he turned even suffering into peace. Lesson 6 teaches us that acceptance is not weakness. It is strength of the highest kind. To fight against the inevitable is to exhaust the soul. To accept it is to conserve strength for what can be changed. The Stoic does not surrender to despair, but to reason. He accepts what cannot be altered and directs his effort where it matters. Why is acceptance essential for sleep and happiness? Because unrest is born from resistance. You lie awake wishing the past were different, wishing tomorrow was certain, wishing life would obey your will. But these wishes are chains. Acceptance breaks them. When you whisper, let it be as it is, the grip of restlessness loosens. Peace enters and sleep follows. Think of two men. Both face illness. One curses fate, demands answers, resents the pain. His suffering multiplies, for he fights what he cannot win. The other accepts the illness as nature's course. He tends to what he can, endures what he must, and lets go of what is beyond him. His suffering lessens, for he flows with reality. Which man is freer? Which man rests more easily? The Stoics answer, the man of acceptance. Seneca wrote, a good character, when established, is not disturbed by any storms. It is not shaken by poverty, nor crushed by grief, nor consumed by fire. Such strength is born of acceptance. When you no longer demand that the world protect you from pain, you discover that pain cannot break you. Lesson 6 also teaches us that acceptance deepens love. To accept that loved ones are mortal is to cherish them more deeply now. To accept that moments pass is to savor them while they last. To accept that life is fleeting is to live fully in the present. Acceptance does not diminish love, it enriches it by freeing it from illusion. Now let us bring this closer. Tonight, as you lie down, reflect, what am I resisting? Is it the past, already gone, the future not yet arrived, the present already unfolding? Whisper, I accept this. Let the words soften your heart. Let them guide you into rest. Acceptance also teaches resilience. The one who resists every hardship is broken by them. The one who accepts them bends, but does not break. Like a tree in the wind, acceptance allows us to endure by yielding where resistance would destroy. Why does acceptance bring happiness? Because happiness is not found in bending reality to our will, but in aligning our will with reality. The man who accepts lives lightly, he wastes no strength on the impossible. He invests all his strength in what is his to shape. Such a man is calm, even in storms. Lesson 6 is not easy. It requires daily practice, daily surrender of illusion. But each time you accept, you free yourself. Each time you whisper, "Let it be," you step closer to peace. So tonight, whisper this: I accept. Let the words settle in your chest. Let them release regret, fear, and resistance. For acceptance is not defeat. Acceptance is strength. This is lesson 6, the strength of acceptance. To practice it is to walk in harmony with nature, to rest in peace, and to live with calm courage. Lesson 5, the practice of detachment. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes not from the events of life themselves, but from the way we cling to them. We clutch at possessions as if they were eternal, hold people as if they belong to us, guard our reputation as though it were our soul, and even cling to life itself as though we could escape death. Yet all these things, wealth, relationships, status, the body, are subject to change, loss, and decay. To bind our happiness to what cannot last is to build our peace on sand. Lesson 5 is about the practice of detachment, not as coldness or indifference, but as freedom, the ability to love fully without being enslaved, to live deeply without being chained, and to let go when nature calls for it. For the Stoics, detachment was not a rejection of life, but a right relation to it. They did not say, "Do not love," but rather, "Love wisely." Indeed, they did not say, "Do not enjoy," but "Enjoy without illusion." They did not say, "Do not live," but "Live in harmony with nature and accept when nature calls you to depart." The Stoic sage was not a statue, untouched by joy or sorrow, but a human being who could delight in beauty, cherish friendships, and work with devotion, yet always remembering that these gifts are temporary and that their loss does not destroy the soul. Detachment begins with understanding what belongs to us and what does not. Epictetus reminded his students that our true possessions are not external things, but our judgments, choices, and character. Everything else, our bodies, wealth, relationships, reputation, are on loan from nature. They may be taken back at any time. If we confuse what is lent with what is ours, we suffer bitterly when they are reclaimed. But if we accept their temporary nature from the start, then we can enjoy them with gratitude and release them without despair. This way of seeing life transforms love itself. To love with attachment is to hold in fear, to grasp tightly because one cannot imagine living without the beloved. This love is fragile, for it trembles at every shadow of loss. But to love with detachment is to love freely. It is to give one's heart without trying to possess, to cherish another while recognizing their freedom and mortality. It is a love rooted not in need, but in generosity. When the time of parting comes, the grief is real, but it does not destroy, for the soul never built its foundation on the illusion of permanence. Detachment also frees us from the tyranny of possessions. The Stoics warned that wealth, far from being a servant, often becomes a master. The more one clings to riches, the more one fears their loss. But if wealth is held lightly, it becomes a tool, not a chain. One can enjoy it while it lasts, use it for good, and release it without bitterness when fortune shifts. Poverty, then, is no curse to the detached soul, for the soul never defined itself by what it owned. Reputation, too, loses its sting under the lens of detachment. Most of our anxiety comes from worrying about what others think, as though their opinions were the substance of our being. But the Stoics remind us that reputation is not in our control. To make it the measure of our worth is to hand over our freedom to the crowd. Detachment teaches us to act with justice and integrity, letting the world think as it will. Praise and blame alike become passing winds, incapable of moving the soul that anchors itself in virtue. And finally, detachment prepares us for the greatest letting go of all, life itself. Death, for the Stoics, was not an enemy, but a natural event. To cling to life at all costs is to live in constant fear, to shrink from the very cycles that govern the universe. But to practice detachment is to accept mortality, not with bitterness, but with peace. Life is a gift, but not a possession. It is entrusted to us for a time, and when nature asks for it back, the wise person returns it without complaint. To live with detachment, then, is not to live less, but more. To live each moment fully, precisely because we know it will not last. This practice of detachment is often misunderstood as coldness, but the Stoics meant something far richer. It is not a rejection of life, but a liberation from fear. The detached soul can love more deeply because it is not consumed by the terror of loss. It can live more joyfully because it is not enslaved by possessions. It can act more justly because it is not swayed by the hunger for reputation. It can face death more calmly because it has already learned to let go. Lesson 5 then teaches us that freedom does not come from clutching at life, but from holding it with open hands. To practice detachment is to love without chains, to live without fear, and to release without despair. For everything that fortune lends us is fleeting, but the soul that accepts this truth is unbreakable. Epictetus taught his students to see all things as loans from nature. Nothing we call ours is truly ours in permanence. It is entrusted to us for a time to be used wisely and with gratitude. He urged them, never say about anything, "I have lost it," but "I have returned it." These words carry the essence of Stoic detachment. A friend, a child, a fortune, all are gifts on temporary loan. When they are taken back, it is not theft, but return. To see life this way is to live with gratitude, not with chains. This teaching does not diminish love or joy, it deepens them. When we believe that people or possessions belong to us, we hold them with a desperate grip, fearing the day they may be lost. But when we remember that they are entrusted to us by nature, we hold them tenderly, with reverence, knowing their presence is a gift, not a guarantee. Gratitude replaces fear, and appreciation replaces clinging. We love more freely when we no longer love to possess. The same is true of wealth and fortune. To the one who clings, every loss feels like robbery, every change of circumstance like injustice. But to the one who remembers Epictetus's words, wealth is never truly possessed. It is only borrowed for a season. If it is returned, why protest? The wise person does not demand that loans last forever. They simply give thanks that they were granted for a time. Even life itself, Epictetus reminded his students, is a loan. The body we inhabit, the breath we take, the days we are given, all will eventually be reclaimed. To view death as loss is to mistake the nature of the gift. To view it as return is to walk with peace. For what was given without our asking must one day be returned without our resistance. In this acceptance lies freedom from fear, and in that freedom lies the possibility of living fully, here and now. Thus, detachment is not indifference, but liberation. It frees us from chains of false ownership and teaches us to live gratefully with what is present without terror at its passing. Everything, Epictetus taught, is a loan from nature. To see life this way is to walk lightly, love deeply, and let go peacefully when the time comes. Marcus Aurelius practiced detachment even as emperor. Surrounded by luxury, he reminded himself that palaces crumble, power fades, names vanish. "Soon," he wrote, "you will have forgotten all, and soon all will have forgotten you." These words were not despair, but freedom. They kept him humble, grateful, detached from illusions of permanence. Lesson 5 teaches us that detachment does not mean refusing to love or enjoy. It means loving without illusion, enjoying without fear. To love as though the other is immortal is to cling desperately. To love with detachment is to cherish every moment, knowing it is fragile, fleeting, precious. Detachment deepens love by freeing it from possession. Why is detachment essential for sleep and happiness? Because much of our unrest comes from fear of loss. You lie awake guarding possessions, fearing death, resisting change. But when you practice detachment, fear loosens. You whisper, "This is not mine, it is given. When it departs, I return it with gratitude." The heart softens, the mind rests, sleep comes. Think of two men. One clings tightly to wealth, trembling at every market shift. He sleeps poorly, for he fears loss. The other enjoys wealth while it lasts, but is ready to release it when it departs. He sleeps soundly, for he is free. Who is richer? Who is at peace? The Stoics answer, the detached man. Seneca reminded us that fortune is fickle. What it gives today, it may take tomorrow. To depend on it is to live in constant fear. But the man who holds it lightly is never enslaved. When fortune smiles, he is grateful. When fortune withdraws, he is calm. Detachment is armor against fortune's whims. Lesson 5 also prepares us for death, the ultimate letting go. To live without detachment is to live in terror of death, clinging desperately to what cannot be kept. To live with detachment is to meet death as part of nature, a return, not a robbery. Epictetus told his students, "When you kiss your child, say to yourself that you are kissing a mortal, not to darken love, but to deepen it, to remind us that nothing is guaranteed." Now let us bring this closer. Tonight, as you lie down, reflect, what am I clinging to? Is it a possession, a status, a memory, a fear? Whisper, "This too will pass." Let the words loosen the grip of attachment. Let them prepare your heart for rest. Detachment also strengthens resilience. The one who clings to possessions breaks when they are lost. The one who clings to people despairs when they depart. The one who clings to health trembles when it fades. But the detached man endures all with calm, for he never believed these were permanent. His peace is built on virtue alone, and virtue cannot be taken. Why does detachment bring happiness? Because happiness cannot depend on what is fleeting. The man who ties joy to wealth will suffer when it vanishes. The man who ties joy to reputation will suffer when it fades. But the man who ties joy to wisdom, to courage, to virtue will never lose it. Detachment redirects the heart from the fragile to the eternal. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." This is the Stoic formula for happiness. To receive each gift with gratitude, to release each gift without despair. Life becomes lighter, freer, calmer. Lesson 5 is not easy. It demands daily practice, daily loosening of the grip. But each act of detachment frees you. Each whisper of "this too will pass" strengthens your soul. Each acceptance of loss builds unshakable peace. So tonight, whisper this, "I hold lightly." Let it guide your thoughts, soften your heart, and prepare you for sleep. For detachment is not loss, it is liberation. This is Lesson 5, the practice of detachment. To master it is to live freely, love deeply, and rest peacefully. Lesson 4, the strength of resilience. The Stoics believed that life would not spare anyone from hardship. To live, they taught, is to walk a road where suffering lies in wait at every turn. Illness weakens the body, loss tears at the heart, betrayal wounds our trust, poverty humbles our pride, exile strips away our home, and death waits as the final horizon. No human being, no matter how wealthy, powerful, or fortunate, can escape these trials. But the Stoics also believed in the extraordinary strength of the soul, the power to endure all things, if only it trains itself rightly. Lesson 4 is about resilience, the strength to rise again after being struck down, the calm to endure pain without surrendering to despair, and the wisdom to see hardship not as an enemy, but as a teacher. Resilience in the Stoic sense is not mere toughness or blind endurance. It is a harmony between strength, clarity, and acceptance. To the Stoics, adversity was not an interruption of life, but a part of it, woven into the fabric of existence. To resist this truth is to double our suffering, for we fight not only the pain itself, but also the reality of pain's inevitability. Wisdom begins when we accept that hardship is not optional. As Epictetus reminded his students, do not ask that events happen as you wish, but wish them to happen as they do, and your life will flow smoothly. To resist reality is to break against it. To accept it is to endure and even grow. But how does one cultivate this resilience? The Stoics taught that it begins in the mind, long before hardship strikes. Just as soldiers train in times of peace so they are ready for war, the philosopher trains the soul daily for life's battles. Marcus Aurelius prepared himself each morning by remembering that he would meet with trouble, selfishness, ingratitude, deceit. Epictetus urged his students to rehearse loss in their thoughts, to remember that loved ones are mortal, possessions fragile, fortune fickle. This was not pessimism, but preparation. When hardship arrived, the mind, already acquainted with its possibility, would not be shattered. Resilience also rests on the distinction between what is in our control and what is not. Pain may come, but whether we meet it with courage or cowardice is ours. Loss may strike, but whether we sink into despair or stand with dignity is ours. Fortune may take much, but it cannot take the power of choice. In this recognition lies an unshakable freedom. The Stoics believed that the soul, armed with this knowledge, could endure anything, because nothing could touch its essence without consent. Resilience is not only survival, it is transformation. Hardship, if faced rightly, refines character. Just as fire tests gold and storms test ships, adversity tests the soul. It reveals what is weak, what is fragile, and what must be strengthened. To the Stoic, each trial is an opportunity to practice virtue. Pain calls for courage, loss for acceptance, betrayal for forgiveness, poverty for simplicity, exile for independence, death for serenity. Hardship, far from being an enemy, becomes a teacher, shaping the soul into something nobler and freer. This perspective changes how we see suffering. Instead of asking, "Why me?" the Stoic asks, "How shall I meet this?" Instead of cursing fate, the Stoic thanks fate for an opportunity to practice strength. This does not mean denying grief or pain. Marcus Aurelius himself mourned the loss of children, but it means refusing to let grief consume the soul. It is the calm endurance that weathers storms without losing its compass, the inner strength that bends but does not break, the quiet resolve that says, "This too is part of life, and I will meet it as I should." Modern life, though different from the ancient world, offers no shortage of hardships. Anxiety, failure, illness, loneliness, and loss remain universal. The Stoic lesson of resilience is perhaps more vital than ever. In a culture that often promises comfort and ease, hardship can feel like a betrayal. But if we take the Stoic path, we will not be surprised by it, nor will we be destroyed. we will have trained our souls to endure, to stand firm, and to transform trials into stepping stones of wisdom. Ultimately, resilience is about freedom. The person who collapses under every hardship is at the mercy of fortune, but the person who endures, who rises again and again, is unconquerable. Fortune may strike, but it cannot defeat such a soul. This is the Stoic ideal, to live with dignity, strength, and calm, not because life is easy, but because the soul is unbreakable. Lesson 4, then, teaches us to embrace hardship as a natural part of life, to cultivate the strength to rise after every fall, to endure pain without surrendering to despair, and to welcome adversity as a teacher. For in the end, it is not the absence of trials that makes a life great, but the resilience with which we meet them. Epictetus, who had lived as a slave and endured lameness from a broken body, spoke with authority on resilience. His life was a testimony to suffering, and yet also to the unyielding strength of the human spirit. He knew firsthand that pain, loss, and misfortune cannot be avoided, but he also knew that the soul has the power to endure and even to triumph if it chooses rightly. It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters, he told his students. These words hold the heart of Stoic strength. Fortune may strike, but your response belongs to you. Pain may come, but whether it breaks you or builds you is your choice. For Epictetus, resilience was not a matter of physical endurance alone, but of mental sovereignty. His own body had been scarred, his freedom denied, his youth spent in servitude. Yet none of these defined him. What defined him was his choice to see adversity not as destruction, but as training. The hardships of his life became his teachers, shaping his philosophy and sharpening his spirit. He discovered that the secret to freedom was not in changing external events, over which we have little power, but in ruling one's own judgments and responses. The tyrant may command chains, but he cannot chain the will unless the will consents. This is the essence of resilience, the refusal to let external blows dictate the state of the soul. Epictetus taught that every trial offers a chance to practice virtue. When pain comes, it is an opportunity to practice courage. When loss arrives, it is a chance to practice acceptance. When insult strikes, it is a moment to practice patience. The event itself is indifferent. It is neither good nor bad. But our use of it, our response to it, makes it a step toward vice or toward virtue. Thus, hardship is not wasted. It becomes the forge where character is strengthened. The power of these words is not only in their philosophy, but in their practicality. Imagine two people struck by the same misfortune, say the loss of wealth. One collapses into despair, consumed by bitterness, unable to see life beyond what has been lost. The other accepts the loss with calm, recognizing that possessions were never truly theirs, and turns instead to gratitude for what remains. The misfortune is the same, but the outcomes are worlds apart. What makes the difference? Not the event, but the response. Resilience is this difference, the inner strength that transforms, blows into lessons and pain into progress. Modern life, with its own forms of hardship, disease, failure, rejection, uncertainty, makes Epictetus's wisdom as vital as ever. We cannot control the rise and fall of fortune, the opinions of others, or the sudden turns of fate. But we can always control our reaction. To train ourselves in this truth is to build an inner armor, not of denial, but of strength. It is to walk through life knowing that, though we may be wounded, we need not be conquered. Resilience does not mean indifference, nor does it mean the absence of grief. Even the Stoics mourned losses and felt pain, but they refused to let these feelings consume them. Grief could visit but not rule, pain could hurt but not corrupt, hardship could bend but not break. The soul remained sovereign, free in its choice of how to meet what life delivered. Epictetus's words remain a compass. It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. To live by them is to shift our power inward, away from the whims of fortune and back to the citadel of the soul. Life will strike, but the choice of how to respond will always remain ours. In that choice lies our resilience, our strength, and our freedom. Marcus Aurelius faced wars, plagues, and endless burdens as emperor, yet he wrote in his Meditations, "If you are pained by external things, it is not they that disturb you, but your judgment of them. And it is in your power to wipe out that judgment now." With this insight, he endured every storm. His resilience was not resistance to hardship, but transformation of it. Lesson 4 teaches us that resilience is not the absence of pain. Pain is certain. Resilience is the refusal to let pain master the soul. It is the calm voice within that says, "This is difficult, but I can endure." It is the steady strength that bends without breaking, that suffers without despair, that falls but rises again. Why is resilience essential for sleep and happiness? Because much of our unrest comes from fearing hardship. You lie awake imagining losses, rehearsing disasters, mourning what has not yet happened. But when you practice resilience, fear loosens. You remind yourself, whatever comes, I can endure it. This thought brings peace, for it transforms the unknown from terror to training. Think of two men. Both lose their wealth. One collapses in despair, convinced life is over. The other grieves, yes, but steadies himself. He says, "Wealth was never mine to keep, virtue remains, I will rebuild." Who is truly poor? Who is truly strong? The Stoics answer, the resilient man. Seneca taught that fortune tests us not to destroy us, but to reveal us. "Fire tests gold," he wrote, "and adversity tests brave men." Hardship, seen rightly, is the furnace that refines the soul. Without tests, there is no proof of strength. Without trials, there is no growth. Lesson 4 also teaches us to prepare the mind through premeditation. The Stoics practiced imagining difficulties before they arrived. Illness, loss, exile, even death. This was not to darken the heart, but to strengthen it, so that when hardship came, they could say, "I expected you. I am ready." Resilience begins in thought, in preparing the soul before the storm strikes. Now let us bring this closer. Tonight as you lie down, call to mind one hardship that weighs on you. Do not resist it. Do not curse it. Whisper, "This too is training." Feel how the weight shifts. Hardship becomes less of an enemy, more of a teacher. The heart softens, the mind steadies, and rest becomes possible. Why does resilience bring happiness? Because happiness is not the absence of pain, but the mastery of it. The man who trembles at every hardship is never at peace. The man who endures calmly is always at peace. For nothing can take his strength. Resilience transforms suffering into opportunity, weakness into growth, despair into calm. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that obstacles can advance us. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. This is resilience at its highest. The stone that blocks the path becomes the very path. The loss that wounds becomes the chance to practice endurance. Nothing is wasted. Everything can be used. So tonight, whisper this: "I can endure." Let it sink into your chest. Let it strengthen your spirit. For resilience is not a shield that keeps pain away. It is armor that allows you to face pain without fear. This is lesson 4, the strength of resilience. To live it is to transform hardship into wisdom, suffering into strength, and life itself into training for the soul. Lesson 3, the discipline of the mind. The Stoics believed that the mind is the true citadel of human life. They taught that within each person exists a fortress stronger than stone walls, deeper than trenches, and more enduring than any earthly defense. Armies may conquer cities, Fortune may strip away possessions, illness may weaken the body, and death itself may loom at the horizon. But no force can enslave the mind unless it willingly surrenders. Lesson 3 is about the discipline of the mind, the training that allows us to rule our thoughts, to guard our judgments, and to live in peace no matter what storms rage outside. For the Stoics, the mind was the seat of freedom, the source of dignity, and the foundation of virtue. All external things were uncertain, unstable, and fleeting, but the mind, properly trained, could remain steady and sovereign. Epictetus compared the mind to a fortress, impregnable when defended by reason, but vulnerable the moment one opens its gates to fear, anger, or desire. Marcus Aurelius echoed this when he wrote in his Meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The discipline of the mind was, therefore, not optional, but essential. It was the art of keeping one's inner citadel unshaken, regardless of the chaos that surrounded it. This discipline begins with the recognition that thoughts shape life. The Stoics observed that suffering often comes not from events themselves, but from the judgments we attach to them. An insult is only sound waves in the air until the mind interprets it as an attack. Poverty is only a condition of lacking possessions until the mind interprets it as shameful. Pain is only a physical sensation until the mind interprets it as unbearable. If we train the mind to judge rightly, then nothing can disturb our peace. But if we allow it to fall into error, then even small inconveniences can become sources of misery. To discipline the mind is, first, to become aware of its movements. The Stoics urged constant self-examination. What am I thinking? Why am I judging this event as bad or good? Is this within my control, or am I attaching value to something external? By watching the flow of thoughts, we begin to see how quickly the mind reacts, how it colors the world with desire or fear, how it enslaves itself to illusions. Awareness is the first step to freedom, for one cannot rule what one does not observe. Once awareness is cultivated, the next step is training the mind to resist false impressions. Life presents us with endless appearances, wealth that seems desirable, insults that seem intolerable, pleasures that seem irresistible. The untrained mind rushes to embrace or flee from these appearances, becoming a slave to them. The disciplined mind pauses, examines, and withholds judgment until reason has spoken. This practice, called epoche, the suspension of judgment, was central to Stoic training. By refusing to be carried away by first impressions, the mind learns to remain calm and sovereign. Guarding our judgments also means choosing carefully what we consider good or bad. For the Stoics, only virtue is truly good, and only vice is truly bad. Everything else, wealth, health, reputation, pleasure, pain, even life itself, is indifferent. They may be preferred or avoided, but they do not touch the essence of the soul. If the mind remembers this, it cannot be shaken. Poverty cannot corrupt virtue, nor can pain erase dignity. Fortune may scatter externals, but the mind remains rich in wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. To live by this scale of values is to live free. This training requires daily effort. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his private reflections, not because he had already mastered the discipline of the mind, but because he was practicing it. He reminded himself of death to diminish fear, of human weakness to soften anger, of the smallness of fame to loosen pride. Each morning he prepared his mind for the day's trials, and each evening he examined how he had responded. Philosophy, for the Stoics, was not abstract theory but mental exercise, a constant strengthening of the citadel within. The rewards of this discipline are immense. When the mind is ruled by reason, peace follows. External chaos may rage, but the inner life remains calm. Insults fail to penetrate because they depend on the judgment of others, not on truth. Loss does not cripple because the mind holds nothing as its permanent possession. Fear loses its sting because death itself is understood as natural, not evil. The disciplined mind is like a lighthouse standing against the storm, its light steady, though waves crash against its base. But this discipline does more than protect, it also empowers. A mind at peace can act with clarity, courage, and justice. It can face challenges without panic, resist temptation without weakness, and serve others without being swayed by praise or blame. Such a mind becomes not only free, but noble. It embodies the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with nature, accepting what is given, and using reason to guide every choice. In the modern world, the lesson of the citadel of the mind is perhaps more urgent than ever. We live surrounded by distractions designed to hijack attention, by voices seeking to provoke outrage, by endless comparisons that stir envy and despair. Without discipline, the mind becomes a battlefield, pulled in every direction by forces beyond its control. But with discipline, the mind can stand firm, choosing what to let in, what to believe, and how to respond. The fortress of the soul can be rebuilt, stone by stone, through mindfulness, reflection, and the steady practice of virtue. Ultimately, Lesson 3 teaches us that peace is not the absence of storms, but the presence of strength. We cannot command fortune, silence critics, or banish suffering from human life. But we can command our thoughts, guard our judgments, and choose how to live. The mind is the true citadel. If we defend it well, then no enemy, no misfortune, no shadow of death can conquer us. We remain free, serene, and whole, no matter what rages outside. Epictetus taught his students, "You may fetter my leg, but not even Zeus himself can overpower my will." This was not boast, but truth. The body may be bound, but the mind remains free if it refuses to consent to slavery. The disciplined mind is unshakable, for it rests only on what belongs to it: reason, choice, and virtue. Marcus Aurelius described the mind as a fortress, impregnable if guarded rightly. "The mind is unconquerable," he wrote, "if it refuses to be conquered." He reminded himself daily not to let anger, fear, or envy breach its walls. External events may press against the gates, but only the mind can open them. Discipline is the guard that keeps them shut. Lesson 3 teaches us that undisciplined thoughts are the root of suffering. A single insult, if believed, becomes poison. A single fear, if indulged, becomes chains. A single desire, if unchecked, becomes slavery. But disciplined thought examines each impression, asking, is this true? Is this useful? Does this serve virtue? If not, it is dismissed at the gate. Why is discipline of the mind essential for sleep and happiness? Because the restless mind is the thief of peace. You lie awake not because of the day's events, but because of judgments about them, exaggerations, fears, regrets. Discipline teaches you to say, "This thought does not serve me." You release it, and calm returns. The body rests when the mind is steady. Think of two men. Both are insulted by strangers. One repeats the words endlessly, feeding anger, unable to sleep. The other says, "These are only words, they do not touch my virtue." He lets them pass and rests. The event was the same. The difference was discipline. Seneca warned that the mind can be its own worst enemy. "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality," he wrote. "Fear multiplies in thought, regret magnifies in memory, desire expands in fantasy. But the disciplined mind cuts through these illusions, focusing only on what is real, present, and within control." Lesson 3 also teaches us the power of attention. The Stoics understood that where the mind looks, life follows. Attention is the steering wheel of the soul. It directs our thoughts, shapes our emotions, and ultimately molds our character. The disciplined mind does not wander aimlessly, scattering its energy on gossip, envy, or trivial distractions. Instead, it chooses its focus deliberately. It turns away from what is base and unworthy, and it fastens itself upon what is noble and enduring: gratitude, duty, and virtue. To practice the discipline of attention is to become the master of one's own gaze. We live in a world filled with noise, where countless things compete for our awareness. Most people drift through this storm, pulled in every direction, consumed by what others say, do, or possess. Yet the Stoic seeks to reclaim sovereignty over the most precious resource we have: the mind's focus. For what we attend to grows stronger in us, and what we neglect withers. To dwell on envy is to nurture discontent. To dwell on gratitude is to cultivate peace. Attention is the seed from which either misery or wisdom will grow. This discipline is not chains. It is freedom. The mind ruled by impulse is a slave, carried along by every desire, provoked by every slight, unsettled by every rumor. Such a mind has no stability, no sovereignty, no true dignity. But the mind ruled by reason is sovereign. It decides what is worthy of notice, what is deserving of thought, and what must be ignored. By this choice, the soul liberates itself from distraction and dwells in what is essential. The Stoics remind us that we always have the power to say, "This is not worth my attention. I will not give it the power to shape me." The practice of directing attention toward gratitude is one of the surest paths to tranquility. Life, with all its difficulties, also offers countless gifts. The air we breathe, the beauty of nature, the companionship of friends, the ability to think and choose. To focus on these is to train the mind to see abundance rather than lack, to dwell on the good rather than the missing. Gratitude does not deny hardship, but it prevents hardship from consuming us. By choosing to notice blessings, we build a fortress of joy within. Likewise, attention directed toward duty strengthens character. The Stoics believed that each person has roles to play: child, parent, friend, citizen, fellow human being. To focus on these duties is to align oneself with nature, and to live not for pleasure or approval, but for service and justice. When the mind is trained to look first to what must be done, rather than what is pleasing or easy, it becomes steady and strong. Such attention transforms ordinary life into a path of virtue. For every action, however small, becomes an opportunity to act rightly. And finally, the mind must direct itself to virtue itself, the pursuit of wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice. These are the treasures that no thief can steal and no fortune can destroy. By holding them in constant view, the Stoic keeps the soul oriented toward what is eternal rather than what is fleeting. Attention to virtue makes the soul resilient, for it remembers what truly matters when all else falls away. The power of attention, then, is not merely about avoiding distraction, but about building freedom. It is the freedom to decide what will shape your thoughts, emotions, and actions. By mastering attention, the Stoic masters life itself. Fortune may try to scatter the mind, but reason gathers it back. The world may tempt the soul to envy or despair, but discipline turns it toward gratitude and strength. In this way, the citadel of the mind remains unshaken, not because the world is calm, but because the soul has chosen where to rest its gaze. Now, let us bring this closer. Tonight, as you lie down, notice your thoughts. Do they serve you? Do they strengthen you? If not, dismiss them. Whisper, "This thought is not mine." Feel the release as the mind clears, as calm enters. Discipline is not harshness, but care, the care of a guardian watching over the soul. Why does mental discipline bring happiness? Because happiness is not in events, but in judgments about them. The undisciplined mind calls minor troubles disasters, minor discomforts torture, minor losses ruin. The disciplined mind sees clearly. This is small, This is bearable, this is natural. Perspective brings peace, and peace brings happiness. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that the mind shapes life. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. To discipline the mind, then, is to discipline life itself. Lesson 3 is not mastered in a day. It is daily training, like strengthening a muscle. Each time you resist anger, you grow stronger. Each time you dismiss fear, you grow freer. Each time you redirect desire, you grow calmer. Slowly, steadily, the citadel of the mind becomes unshakable. So tonight, whisper this: my mind is my fortress. Let it steady you. Let it protect you. For the disciplined mind cannot be conquered, not by insult, not by loss, not by death. This is lesson 3, the discipline of the mind. To practice it is to live in freedom, to rest in peace, and to meet life with unshakable strength. Lesson 2, the power of choice. The Stoics believed that while fortune may rule over the body, wealth, reputation, and even life itself, there remains one domain that no external force can conquer: the power of choice. This conviction stood at the very heart of their philosophy. To them, empires could crumble, health could vanish, friends could betray, and death could come at any moment. But the inner citadel of choice, the faculty of reason and decision, was inviolable. Lesson 2, therefore, is about discovering, nurturing, and guarding this power. The freedom to decide how we respond to events, to shape our character, and to live with virtue regardless of what the world places before us. For the Stoics, this power was not a vague or abstract idea. It was the most practical tool for survival and flourishing. Epictetus, once a slave, taught his students that while his master could chain his leg, beat his body, or command his labor, no one could dictate his inner judgment. His freedom did not lie in external conditions, but in the sovereignty of his will. This insight was radical. Even in the harshest of circumstances, one could remain free, because true freedom was not about control over things, but about control over oneself. Choice, as the Stoics saw it, was not just the ability to select between alternatives. It was the faculty of prohairesis, the rational power to assent or withhold assent, to accept or reject impressions. When an insult is hurled, the insult itself is beyond our control. But whether we take offense, whether we let it wound us, is a matter of choice. When hardship arises, the event belongs to fortune, but whether we meet it with courage or despair belongs to us. The world gives us raw material, events, encounters, challenges, but it is our choice that sculpts this material into a life of virtue or a life of vice. This realization leads to a profound sense of responsibility. If our choices remain always ours, then our character is not imposed by others, but authored by us. No injustice, no misfortune, no cruelty can force us into bitterness unless we consent. No praise, no gift, no success can make us virtuous unless we choose virtue. This means that the quality of our life does not depend on what happens to us, but on how we choose to respond. Fortune may strip us of everything, but virtue, born of choice, remains untouchable. Yet this power is fragile if not guarded. The Stoics urged vigilance, for the world is filled with distractions that seek to seduce or intimidate us into surrendering our freedom. Wealth tempts us with its glitter, reputation with its approval, power with its illusion of control. Fear threatens us with loss, pain, and death. To guard our power of choice means to recognize these forces for what they are: external things, neither good nor bad in themselves, but indifferent. They may affect our circumstances, but they cannot touch our will unless we hand it over to them. The Stoic discipline is to remind oneself daily, this is not within my control, my response is. In that simple but difficult recognition lies the path to inner freedom. To live in this way requires courage, for it often means standing firm when the world urges us to bend. It requires wisdom, for we must discern what belongs to us and what does not. It requires justice, for our choices must honor the good of others as well as ourselves. And it requires temperance, for the desires of the body and the seductions of pleasure must not rule the mind. Thus, the power of choice is not only a defense, but also the foundation of virtue. Without it, virtue would be impossible, for what meaning could courage, wisdom, or justice have if we had no freedom to choose them? This is why the Stoics likened life to a great play. The roles are assigned by fortune. One is cast as a beggar, another as a king. One enjoys health, another suffers illness. One lives long, another dies young. We do not control the script, the stage, or the length of the performance, but how we act our role, that is ours. The noblest actor does not complain of the part, but plays it well. So too the Stoic. It does not matter what fortune assigns, but how we choose to bear it. The dignity of life lies not in its circumstances, but in the excellence of our choices. Consider also how this lesson transforms our daily struggles. A delay in traffic, an insult from a colleague, a disappointment in love. These are opportunities to practice the sovereignty of choice. We may not change the traffic, silence the insult, or undo the heartbreak, but we can decide whether to answer with anger or patience, resentment or forgiveness, despair or resilience. Each decision, no matter how small, shapes our character. Over time, the practice of choosing wisely builds a fortress within, a strength that no storm can topple. But the Stoics also warned that this inner power is easily forgotten. We live as though others could dictate our happiness, as though fortune could grant or steal our peace. To reclaim our freedom, we must train daily. Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Such reminders, repeated often, help anchor the soul in its true domain. Just as a soldier sharpens his sword, not only in battle but also in peace, so the philosopher sharpens the power of choice every day, preparing for whatever may come. Ultimately, Lesson 2 is not only about freedom, but about dignity. To live as a slave to circumstances, passions, or the opinions of others is to live diminished, to hand away the noblest gift we possess. To live by choice, however, is to rise to our full stature as rational beings, to honor the divine spark within us that no tyrant can extinguish. Fortune may take everything else, but the freedom to choose how we live, moment by moment, remains our own. And in that freedom lies not only survival, but greatness. Lesson 2, then, calls us to guard the inner citadel, to discover anew each day that the most precious possession we have is the power of choice. By exercising this power with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, we align ourselves with virtue. And in virtue, the Stoics tell us, lies true happiness. A happiness that does not depend on fortune, but stands unshaken, serene, and free. Epictetus made this truth the foundation of his teaching. His very first lesson, the opening words of the Enchiridion, are a declaration of this principle. Some things are in our control and others not. In our control are opinion, pursuit, desire, aversion. In a word, whatever are our own actions. Not in our control are body, property, reputation, command. In a word, whatever are not our own actions. With these lines, Epictetus drew a sharp boundary around the human condition, a map of freedom and slavery, of serenity and suffering. To confuse these two realms, he insisted, is to live in constant turmoil. To distinguish them is to find true freedom. At first glance, the distinction seems obvious, even trivial. Of course, there are things we cannot control. We cannot dictate the weather, stop the turning of the seasons, or command the tides. Yet in the affairs of human life, we constantly fall into the illusion of control. We behave as though reputation were ours to shape, as though the health of the body were fully subject to our will, as though fortune would reward us if only we worked hard enough. And when the world defies our expectations, as it inevitably does, we suffer disappointment, anger, and despair. Epictetus wanted to liberate his students from this delusion. Freedom, he said, begins with recognizing limits. The body may be broken, wealth stolen, reputation slandered, power stripped away. But our judgments, our choices, our desires and aversions, these belong only to us. The genius of this teaching lies in its simplicity. Life can be divided into two categories: what depends on us and what does not. Everything else flows from this distinction. If we chase after what is not in our control, we tie our peace of mind to fortune's wheel, rising and falling with its random turns. If we confine our effort to what is in our control, then no matter what storms rage outside, we remain steady within. To demand that the world obey us is madness. To govern our own soul is wisdom. Consider how often our misery comes from confusing these two realms. We grow anxious about what others think of us, forgetting that opinion is theirs, not ours. We rage when illness strikes, believing that health was our possession, when in truth it was always a gift from nature, lent for a time and then withdrawn. We despair at failure, thinking it defines us, when what defines us is not the outcome, but how we chose to act in striving. Every attachment to what lies beyond our will tightens the chains of slavery. Yet when we accept this distinction, a profound freedom emerges. If reputation is not mine, why should I suffer when it falters? If wealth is not mine, why should I grieve when it is lost? If even the body is not mine, then pain and death themselves lose their terror. The tyrant may command my flesh, fortune may scatter my possessions, but my reason, my power of choice, remains untouched. As Epictetus said, no one can compel me to assent to a falsehood, or to desire what I judge wrong, or to fear what I know is indifferent. The citadel of the soul cannot be conquered unless I surrender it. This is not to deny the value of external things. Health is preferable to sickness, wealth to poverty, friendship to loneliness. The Stoics called these preferred indifference, things naturally sought after, but not essential to the good life. What matters is not whether we possess them, but how we relate to them. If we cling to them as if they were within our control, we suffer when they are taken away. If we hold them lightly, with gratitude but without attachment, we enjoy them while they last and release them without bitterness when they pass. The discipline of Epictetus is therefore both rigorous and liberating. It demands constant vigilance. In each situation, ask yourself, is this within my control or not? If it is not, let it go. If it is, then act with courage, wisdom, justice, and temperance. This simple practice becomes a compass for the soul, guiding us through the confusion of life. No longer are we tossed about by every wave of fortune, for our anchor is within. Imagine the serenity of such a life. Insults lose their sting, for they belong to the speaker, not to you. Losses do not break you, for you never called possessions your own. Pain visits the body, but the soul remains unshaken, judging that even suffering can be endured with dignity. Death itself, the final terror, is robbed of power, for it concerns the body, not the will. What remains, always and forever, is your freedom to choose how to live, moment by moment, in accordance with virtue. Epictetus did not present this as a lofty theory, but as practical survival. Born a slave, crippled in body, denied wealth and power, he discovered in this principle the key to an unbreakable life. If he could claim freedom within such constraints, then so could anyone. His teaching is a call to awaken. Stop wasting energy on what you cannot control and pour all your strength into what you can. In that shift, you discover not only freedom, but peace, not only survival, but greatness. To confuse what is ours with what is not is misery. To distinguish them is freedom. This was Epictetus's truth, the cornerstone of Stoic wisdom, and it remains a truth as urgent now as it was in his time. Marcus Aurelius, emperor surrounded by constant crises, reminded himself that events may wound the body, but not the soul. "You have power over your mind, not outside events," he wrote. "Realize this, and you will find strength." His empire could collapse, his body could weaken, but his choices, his judgments, his values, his actions remained his own. Lesson 2 teaches us that this power of choice is not small, it is everything. Wealth, health, praise, and power may vanish in a moment, but choice remains. You can always choose patience over anger, courage over fear, wisdom over folly, justice over selfishness. Fortune controls the stage, but you control the performance. Why is choice essential for sleep and happiness? Because unrest comes from believing we are powerless. You lie awake tormented by events beyond your control, replaying what others did, fearing what tomorrow may bring. But when you remember your power of choice, peace returns. You whisper, "This belongs to fortune. My response belongs to me." With that, the storm quiets. Sleep follows. Think of two men. Both lose their jobs. One collapses, saying, "My life is over." The other steadies himself and says, "This loss is not my choice, but my response is. I will face it with courage. I will rebuild." The event was the same. The difference was choice. The second man is freer, stronger, happier. Seneca reminded us that no man can be made miserable without his consent. The wise man is content with his lot, whatever it be, without wishing for what he has not. Contentment is not luck, it is choice. It is the choice to value virtue over fortune, inner peace over external gain. Lesson 2 also teaches responsibility. For if your choices are yours, then excuses vanish. You cannot blame fortune for your anger, nor others for your injustice, nor circumstance for your cowardice. These are yours alone. This may feel heavy, but it is liberating. For if the cause lies within, so too does the cure. You need not wait for fortune to change. You can change yourself now. Now let us bring this closer. Tonight, reflect. Where did I choose well today? Where did I choose poorly? Do not condemn yourself, but acknowledge. Each choice is a step. Tomorrow brings another chance. Whisper, "My choices are mine." Let this anchor you as you rest. Why does the power of choice bring happiness? Because happiness cannot be given or taken by fortune. It is born within, in how you meet the world. The man who chooses to see hardship as training, loss as lesson, insult as noise, this man cannot be broken. His happiness is his own. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that every man has the same refuge, the mind within. No matter the chaos of the world, you can retreat to this inner citadel, choose your response, and emerge stronger. This is the Stoic way. Lesson 2, then, is the call to remember your freedom. Fortune governs events, but you govern yourself. The world may strike, but you decide whether to fall or to rise. This choice, small in each moment, shapes the whole of life. So tonight, whisper this: I choose. Let it remind you of your freedom. Let it calm your mind. For though the world is vast and fortune is fickle, your choices remain yours, steady, unshakable. This is lesson 2, the power of choice. To practice it is to claim freedom, to live with virtue, and to rest with peace. Lesson 1, the practice of presence. The Stoics taught that life is not lived in the past or the future, but only in the present. This idea, which appears simple on the surface, carries within it a depth of wisdom that has echoed across centuries. For the Stoics, the past was a place of memory and learning, the future a space of uncertainty and imagination, but neither could be inhabited. Only the present moment was real, alive, and within our grasp. Lesson 1, therefore, is about the discipline of presence, the practice of rooting the soul in this moment, of freeing yourself from the chains of regret and the fog of fear, and of discovering what it truly means to live fully here and now. To practice presence is to train the mind to resist its natural tendency to wander through time. Human beings are storytellers by nature, constantly revisiting what has been or inventing what might be. Yet this capacity often becomes a source of suffering. We replay mistakes as if they were still unfolding, feeling the sting of shame again and again. We imagine disasters that have not yet occurred, experiencing in advance the fear that may never have reason to arrive. The Stoics recognize this as a fundamental error, to let the soul become lost in times that are not real. For Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and philosopher, each moment was a gift, and to squander it was to betray the limited span of life that nature had given. The past, the Stoics would say, must be a teacher, not a prison. Regret is natural, but it becomes destructive when it traps us in a loop of self-recrimination. What has already happened lies outside of our control. No amount of rumination can change it. Presence means acknowledging the past, extracting its lessons, and then letting it rest where it belongs, behind us. To live in memory is to deny the life that is unfolding now. As Epictetus advised his students, one must remember that events themselves are not the source of our torment. It is our judgment of them. If the past can no longer be altered, then the only rational stance is acceptance. The future, too, is a domain of shadows. It is filled with infinite possibilities, some hopeful, others terrifying, but none guaranteed. The human mind often seeks refuge in imagining better days or suffers under the weight of imagined misfortunes. The Stoics warned against this habit of projecting oneself into what has not yet arrived. Fear of the future is, in truth, fear of an illusion. By anticipating pain or disaster, we live through it twice, once in our imagination and once perhaps in reality. Yet if it never comes to pass, we have suffered needlessly. The discipline of presence demands that we face the future with preparation, yes, but without surrendering today to tomorrow's uncertainty. To live in the present is not a call to recklessness or indifference. On the contrary, it is a call to responsibility. The present is the only ground where action is possible. Plans for the future must be made, but they are made here. Lessons from the past must be remembered, but they are applied here. The present moment is the arena in which virtue, the highest Stoic goal, is practiced. Courage, justice, temperance, and wisdom can exist nowhere else but in the now. Thus, to live fully in the present is to live virtuously, because it is only in the present that choices can be made and character expressed. Presence is also freedom. When one is anchored in the now, the chains of regret fall away and the fog of fear dissolves. The mind becomes clear and the soul regains its strength. Imagine standing in a storm. The winds are memories pulling you backward, the lightning flashes of fear pulling you forward, but the calm eye of the storm is here at this very moment where you stand. To remain in that center is to practice presence. It is to choose peace over agitation, clarity over confusion, and life over distraction. This discipline requires training. The Stoics did not believe that wisdom came easily. It had to be cultivated through practice. They recommended daily exercises of mindfulness, reflection, and meditation. Marcus Aurelius began his mornings reminding himself of the challenges he would face and ended his days reflecting on how he had responded. This constant return to the present was not an accident, but a deliberate act of discipline. Epictetus compared philosophy to training in a gymnasium. The body becomes strong through repeated effort, and so too does the soul. Each time the mind wanders into regret or fear, one must gently but firmly bring it back to the present. until presence becomes a natural state. The practice of presence is not only a personal exercise, it is also a path to deeper connection with others. When we are lost in thoughts of the past or the future, we fail to listen, to notice, to truly engage. Presence means giving ourselves fully to the person before us, to the task in our hands, to the world around us. Life, after all, is not a collection of days remembered or anticipated, but a flow of moments lived. To miss the present is to miss life itself. Modern life, with its constant noise, distractions, and demands, makes the Stoic lesson of presence more relevant than ever. We are bombarded with reminders of what we could have done and anxious predictions of what we should do next. Technology pulls us out of the moment, scattering our attention across countless places at once. The Stoics offer us a remedy: return to the present, breathe, focus, and remind yourself that this moment is sufficient. The present is always enough if we have the wisdom to see it. Ultimately, the first lesson of the Stoics is a call to awaken. Life is not waiting to begin at some future milestone, nor is it stored in the archive of memory. It is happening now, in the simplest of actions. The breath we take, the words we speak, the choices we make. To live in the present is to honor the gift of existence. It is to walk in harmony with nature, which unfolds moment by moment, without hurry, without regret. Presence is not merely a technique, it is a way of being. It is the foundation upon which all other Stoic virtues rest. Without presence, courage cannot face danger, wisdom cannot discern truth, justice cannot act rightly, and temperance cannot restrain desire. But with presence, each of these virtues can flourish. Therefore, Lesson 1 is the beginning of wisdom. Root your soul in the present. Release the past, for it is gone. Release the future, for it is not yet here. Live fully in the only time that belongs to you, this moment. For it is in this fleeting, eternal now that life is lived, and nowhere else. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "Do not act as if you had 10,000 years to throw away. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good." For him, presence was not careless indulgence, but urgency in virtue. The present is the only time when action is possible, the only time when life is real. To waste it is to waste everything. Epictetus warned his students that memory and imagination can enslave the soul. Regret drags us backward into what cannot be changed. Fear drags us forward into what may never come. Both rob us of life, which exists only in the present. When you are troubled by an external thing, he said, it is not the thing itself that disturbs you, but your judgment of it, and this judgment is happening now. To master presence is to master judgment, moment by moment. Lesson 1 teaches us that presence is not merely noticing, but living with intention. It is to direct attention where it matters, to act according to reason now, to choose virtue now. The Stoic does not postpone wisdom for tomorrow, nor dwell endlessly on yesterday. He acts in the moment, with clarity and calm. Why is presence essential for sleep and happiness? Because unrest comes from wandering away from the present. At night, the mind replays mistakes of the past or invents fears of the future. The body is here, but the soul is far away. Presence recalls it. When you whisper, "This moment is enough," the mind returns, peace enters, sleep follows. Think of two men. Both sit in the same garden. One worries about debts, arguments, losses. Though surrounded by beauty, he sees nothing. The other looks at the trees, feels the breeze, listens to the birds. He is present. Which man truly lives? The Stoics answer, the present man. Seneca wrote, "We are always complaining that our days are few and acting as though there would be no end of them. Life feels short, not because it is, but because we fail to live the moments given. Presence stretches life, for each moment is fully inhabited." Lesson 1 also teaches gratitude. Presence opens the eyes to gifts overlooked: breath, light, warmth, companionship. To be present is to see abundance in simplicity. It is to savor water as treasure, silence as music, each heartbeat as miracle. Happiness is not found in distant dreams, but in attentive presence. Now, let us bring this closer. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, notice your breath. Do not wander to yesterday. Do not leap to tomorrow. Simply breathe. Whisper, "I am here." Let these words root you in the present. Let them release regret and dissolve fear. The moment itself is enough. Presence also strengthens virtue, for courage is only possible in the present, justice only practiced in the present, wisdom only applied in the present, temperance only chosen in the present. Virtue lives now, not later. Presence ensures that virtue is never postponed. Why does presence bring happiness? Because happiness is not in having more time, but in using the time you have. The man who waits to live tomorrow never lives at all. The man who lives today lives fully, no matter how many days he has. Presence transforms quantity into quality, time into life. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that even emperors are bound to the present. "Every man lives only this present time," he wrote. "All the rest either has been lived or is uncertain." When even rulers with armies and wealth cannot escape this truth, why should we? The present is the only kingdom we truly command. Lesson 1, then, is the foundation of all Stoic practice. Without presence, wisdom is delayed, courage postponed, justice forgotten, temperance ignored. With presence, every virtue is alive, every moment sacred, every day a complete life. So tonight, whisper this: this moment is enough. Let it anchor you. Let it guide you into calm. For when you live in the present, regrets lose their grip, fears lose their sting, and life becomes light. This is lesson 1, the practice of presence. To live it daily is to live fully. To rest in it nightly is to sleep peacefully. You have now walked through 30 lessons of Stoic wisdom, each one a step toward freedom, calm, and inner strength. From the practice of presence to the strength of surrender, from the discipline of the mind to the art of letting go, these teachings are not abstract theories. They are tools for living, breathing guides for daily life. And now, as we close this journey, let us gather the threads together into one tapestry, the Stoic way of peace. The Stoics taught that life is short, fragile, uncertain. Fortune gives and takes without warning. Death shadows every breath. Yet within this storm, there is a calm place, a fortress no force can breach. That fortress is the soul disciplined in virtue, guided by reason, and aligned with nature. To build this fortress is the purpose of philosophy, and it is the promise of these lessons. Marcus Aurelius, ruling the mightiest empire of his age, wrote not for others but for himself. In his private meditations, he reminded his soul to be steady, humble, and calm. He knew that empires crumble, but character endures. Epictetus, once a slave, found freedom not in escape, but in mastering his will. He knew that chains may bind the body, but never the mind. Seneca, wealthy yet exiled, wrote letters of consolation and strength, teaching that life is not measured in length, but in wisdom. These men lived in different stations, but they walked the same path, the path you have now walked with them. What have we learned? We learned in lesson 1 that presence is the foundation of life. The past is gone, the future is uncertain, but the present is always yours. In lesson 2, we discovered the power of choice, the inner freedom that no fortune can steal. In lesson 3, we built the citadel of the mind, training it to guard judgments and resist illusions. Lesson 4 gave us resilience, the strength to rise again after hardship. Lesson 5 gave us detachment, the freedom to love without chains and to live without fear of loss. We moved through patience, humility, simplicity, and justice. We practiced reflection, silence, temperance, and gratitude. We faced endurance, letting go, and acceptance. We learned that fear can be mastered by courage, desire disciplined by reason, attention guarded with care. We learned that nature is constant, that time demands patience, that responsibility gives meaning. And at the summit in Lesson 30, we found surrender, the final release, the agreement of the soul with the will of the universe. All these lessons converge on one truth. Happiness is not in controlling life, but in living it with virtue. Sleep is not in escaping troubles, but in aligning with reality. Peace is not in fortune's gifts, but in reason's strength. Why does this matter now as we close? Because philosophy is not meant to remain on the page. It must live in you. The lessons are seeds, you must tend them. Reflection is the soil, practice is the water, patience is the sun. In time, the garden of your soul will flourish. Let us pause then and breathe. Feel your body resting, your breath rising and falling, your heart beating steadily. These are not small things, they are life itself. Each breath is borrowed, each heartbeat a gift. You are here, in this moment. That is enough. The Stoics remind us that sleep is itself a practice of philosophy. When you lie down at night, you rehearse death, a letting go of the day, a surrender of control, a trust that the universe will hold you as you rest. And when you wake, you rehearse rebirth, a chance to begin anew, to practice again, to live more wisely than yesterday. In this rhythm, sleep and waking, death and rebirth, you live the Stoic life. So what remains for you now? To practice, to rise tomorrow and live these lessons, not in speeches, but in choices. To meet hardship with resilience, loss with detachment, delay with patience, insult with silence, fortune with humility, life with presence. To let each moment be your teacher, each trial your training, each breath your reminder. For the Stoics, philosophy was not grand or distant. It was intimate, daily, practical. It was in how you rise from bed, how you eat your meal, how you speak to your neighbor, how you endure pain, how you greet death. The greatness of Stoicism lies not in theory, but in practice, in living wisely moment by moment. Now, as we close, let me leave you with this. Life will test you as it tested Marcus, Seneca, Epictetus, and all before you. You cannot escape loss, pain, or death, but you can escape despair, slavery, and fear. You can live free in spirit, calm in heart, steady in mind. That freedom is yours, here and now, if you practice the Stoic way. So tonight, whisper these final words. I am free. Free not because fortune favors you, but because your soul is your own. Free not because life is easy, but because you have trained for hardship. Free not because death is far, but because you are ready when it comes. This is the Stoic way of peace. Carry it with you in waking and in rest, in joy and in sorrow, in life and in death. For in this way, you will not merely live, you will live wisely, live calmly, live fully.